I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. National Housing Supply and Affordability Council Bill 2023. Further consideration in detail.
In accordance with Standing Order 133, I shall now proceed to put the question on the motion moved at the previous sitting by the honourable member for Indi, on which a division was called for and deferred in accordance with the Standing Order. No further debate is allowed. The bells shall now be rung.
I know, I saw it.
The matter before the House is the motion moved by the honourable member for Indi, and the question is that the amendments 1 to 4 and 7 be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Brisbane and Indi as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is aye 74, no 17. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. In accordance with Standing Order 133, I shall now proceed to put the question on the motion moved at the previous sitting by the honourable member for Fowler, on which a division was called for and deferred in accordance with the Standing Order. No further debate is allowed. The bell shall now be rung. Minutes.
There was also another one. There was also another one.
Lock the doors. The matter before the House is the motion moved by the honourable member for Fowler. The question is that the amendment moved by the member for Fowler be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Gray and Nichols as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 71, noes 63. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill be amended as agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has, as amended, has been agreed to. And I give the call to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Small Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I ask leave.
I seek leave.
To move the third reading immediately. Is leave granted to move the third reading immediately?
Leave is granted.
For Lindsay, leave is granted. I give the call to the Minister.
I move that the bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to establish the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Treasury Laws Amendment, Housing Measures number 1 Bill 2023. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. All of those with opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation and to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Housing Australia Future Fund Act 2023 and for other purposes.
Order. I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
I give the call to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Small Business.
Leave is granted.
And I give the call to the member for Deakin.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I move that amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name, together. Mr Speaker, we support this bill. We are making one change, or seeking to make one change consistent with our opposition to the Housing Australia Future Fund, which is the removal of Schedule 4. But we support the bill other than Schedule 4 because
Members
we
could
obviously
leave the chamber or resume their
we obviously
seats quickly
support
and quietly.
the changes that relate to the recommendations that came out of the review that was undertaken in the term of the former coalition government. Some sensible changes were recommended as part of that review, and there are some contained in the bill. We are very happy to support the renaming of the National Housing Finance Investment Corporation to Housing Australia. Fairly low on the list of priorities, I would have thought, to be renaming it, but it's not something we're going to stand in the way of. We won't be dividing on this, but consistent with our opposition to the Housing Australia Future Fund, we seek to remove Schedule 4.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable Minister for Small Business, Housing and Homelessness.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to indicate, obviously, that the government's not supporting these amendments. This is a continuation of the opposition's opposition to the Housing Australia Future Fund. They clearly don't support more social and affordable housing on the ground by their opposition to the original bill. And, of course, this amendment is to remove the bits that detail with the Housing Australia Future Fund.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. And I give the call to the honourable member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 2 as circulated in my name together.
And I call the minister as leave granted.
Leave is granted.
I call the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 2 as circulated in my name together. Mr Speaker, there are 2 central amendments that we would like to move to this Treasury Laws Amendment Bill. The first is similar to our amendments to the Supply and Affordability Council, which is ensuring that Housing Australia is a democratic institution with the voices of a diverse series across society of people who we know desperately need a proper solution to this housing crisis. So that will include amending this legislation, this bill, to mandate that the Housing Australia Board must include representatives from social housing and homelessness sectors, must include representation from First Nations people and housing organisations, low-income households and people with lived experience of homelessness and social housing residents, and cannot include individuals with significant links to property development or the banking sectors. I said yesterday that one of the big issues with the Australian housing system at the moment is that the power of property developers and banks and the power they wield over that housing system. We've seen for decades now a housing system that prioritises their profits ahead of the interests of ordinary people. We know, for instance, that skyrocketing mortgages and rents only benefit wealthy property investors, property developers and the big banks. Indeed, we just saw Commonwealth Bank earn a record $5.3 billion profit. I think the question for the government is, whose side are you on when it comes to the housing crisis? Because putting property developers and bankers in charge of the housing solution is only going to see the problem get worse, and that is our major concern with this entire housing package. The second amendment we would like to make to Housing Australia, this seems frankly like a no-brainer. It is alarming to the Greens that this has not been included in the bill, which is, to put simply, define affordable housing. There needs to be a definition of affordable housing in the Housing Australia bill, given this entire package's mandate is to tackle the housing crisis and build social and affordable housing. The definition that we have offered is accepted widely across the housing sector, which is to define affordable housing as A, rental housing, and B, costing no more than 30% of income for the bottom 40% of households by income. This is to ensure that we don't get these dodgy schemes where property developers say they're building affordable housing, but they say their version of affordable housing is charging rent at somewhere around 80% of market rent. Now, ask any renter out there, when they've seen rents go up by well over 20% over the last 12 months alone, if they think 80% of market rent would be affordable for them. There are millions of people out there, teachers, nurses, cleaners, people who need an affordable place to call home, and if they are offered an 80% of market rent, it will not be affordable for them. We need a way to ensure that housing built out of Housing Australia is actually affordable for the people that need it. We implore the government to accept these amendments. They are pretty basic. They ensure democratic representation in Housing Australia. And the one other issue I'd like to address is that the minister's response to a similar amendment on the Supply and Affordability Council around expertise. I suppose I would argue that it is not property developers who are experts in building housing. It is urban planners, it is social scientists, it is architects, it is the builders themselves, it is homeless people, there's people in social housing who know what they need. The experts, the people that actually build our cities, are not the property developers. The property developers are the ones that make money out of it. The experts are the ones on the ground. They're the ones, if you talk to architects, if you talk to urban planners, they'll tell you that often it's property developers that get in the way of good and well-designed housing. This board should be stacked full of world-leading architects, people in social housing, urban planners designing the best practiced housing and design. That seems an entirely reasonable demand to make, and it's alarming to me that the government thinks that property developers are somehow experts when it comes to housing. What they're experts in is high profit margins. That's their expertise, and we really want to make sure that they aren't the ones in charge of fixing a housing crisis they created.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Honourable Minister for Small Business, Housing and Homelessness.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I just want to indicate that the government will not be supporting these amendments. As I outlined yesterday, it is a skills-based board for this also, which is entirely appropriate, and we want members on the board with the skills and the expertise.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. Give the call to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Small Business.
To move to the third reading.
I call the member for Lindsay. Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you, the member for Lindsay. I give the call to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Small Business.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation and to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Housing Australia Future Fund Act 2023 and for other purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Treasury Laws Amendment 2023 Measures Number 1 Bill 2023.
And I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present Treasury Laws Amendment of 2023 Number 1 Bill with the explanatory memorandum. Speaker, this bill...
Just a moment, Assistant Treasurer. I'll just call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations, financial services, sustainability standards and taxation and for related purposes.
I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, the bill contains a number of important integrity measures to ensure that both our financial services and tax system are working as intended. Schedule 1 to the bill fixes a deficiency in the existing law which could have led to accidental compliance breaches by financial advisors in relation to their registration obligation. It also allows the corporations regulator, the ASIC, to use assisted decision-making processes when processing and considering applications for financial advisors to be registered. The use of assisted decision-making processes, including computer-automated and computer-assisted decision-making, will enable ASIC to deliver a high standard of service in an effective and efficient manner. Now, Schedule 2 to the bill lays the necessary foundations to allow the implementation of sustainability reporting standards in Australia. Growing awareness of the financial risks and opportunities of climate change and broader sustainability issues has prompted a range of international financial system responses. Many key markets for Australian companies are introducing measures to improve transparency, manage systemic risks and align capital flows towards climate and sustainability goals. A common and important component of this is company disclosures of sustainability and climate-related financial risks and information. The Albanese government is committed to ensuring that large businesses provide Australian investors with greater transparency and accountability when it comes to their climate-related plans, their financial risks and opportunities. The ASIC Act currently does not explicitly grant our standards body the function to develop and formulate sustainability standards. Schedule 2 amends the law to provide the Australian Accounting Standards Board with functions to develop sustainability standards and clarifies that the Auditing and Assurance Standards Board can develop and maintain relevant assurance standards for sustainability purposes. It also empowers the Financial Reporting Council to provide strategic oversight and governance functions in relation to these sustainability functions. Sustainability standards developed and issued by the AASB will not be enforceable until further legislative changes are made to apply the standards. Treasury is consulting on the initial policy design and parameters that will inform this application. The Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations was notified in relation to the amendments in Schedules 1 and 2 as required under the Corporations Agreement of 2002. Schedule 3, I should say, of the bill increases the independence and effectiveness of the Tax Practitioners Board to ensure high standards of ethics and competency in the tax profession and streamline the regulation of tax practitioners. These changes will implement recommendations from the final report of the Tax Practitioners Board review and uphold high standards in the tax profession, enhancing community confidence in the regulation of tax practitioners and the integrity of the system as a whole. The Albanese government is a government of consultation. We want to consult with the tax profession about improving the tax system, but we can't do that if they use that information for commercial benefit. We can't be consulting with industry, particularly with tax professionals, for the purpose of improving the technical operation of the law if the tax practitioners involved in that consultation then go and use that information for a commercial benefit ahead of any changes in the law. We've put the industry on notice. There can't be a repeat of recent confidentiality breaches. These long overdue reforms to the TPB are an important start, but they won't be the end of it. The previous government turned a blind eye to these issues. The Albanese government will not. These are just the first steps in that process. We'll be consulting in coming months on further changes to ensure our regulators can appropriately respond to emerging issues. Can I talk about Schedule 4? It aligns the tax treatment of off-market share buybacks with the tax treatment of on-market share buybacks for listed public companies. Currently, listed public companies can split the purchase price it pays for on- and off-market share buybacks into a capital component and a franked dividend component. Companies factor the franking credits attached to the dividends into the purchase price, which facilitates them paying a below-market price for these shares. To maximise the discount, companies maximise the franked dividend component and minimise the capital gain component, thereby reducing the capital gains tax that would otherwise be paid on the sale. This is simply not possible if they were to do it with an on-market trade. The reduced capital gains tax and the franking credits effectively amount to a subsidy from the budget to help fund companies' acquisition of their own shares at a discounted price. Aligning the tax treatment of share buybacks will enhance the integrity of the tax system. Listed public companies will no longer be able to exploit the tax rules to buy back their own shares at a discount subsidised by the Australian taxpayer. In recent years, the incidence of off-market share buybacks has been irregular, but the value of these shares purchased has been very large. Allowing the current tax treatment to continue presents an ongoing risk to revenue if it is not addressed. We intend to address it. Schedule 5 of the bill prevents companies from raising capital for no commercial purpose and using this capital to fund special franked dividends to shareholders. This again comes at a cost to the budget. These distributions occur on an ad hoc basis outside established business or industry practice. The changes are in response to concerns, the proposed changes that is, are in response to concerns that have been raised by the Australian Tax Office. And interestingly, the previous coalition government also raised the fact that this activity needed to stop. In fact, it issued a warning and flagged that it was going to move on it, but it didn't. The proposal does not make changes to the imputation system. Rather, it improves its integrity by ensuring that companies are unable to enter into contrived arrangements to artificially distribute excess franking credits. This is not how our franking credit system was intended to work, and companies should be investing and distributing profits based on sound economic and commercial reasoning, not because there is a tax loophole there to exploit. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
I thank the Minister. The debate is now adjourned. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the shadow opposition.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Notice number 2. Migration Amendment, Australia's Engagement in the Pacific and Other Measures Bill 2023.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Migration Amendment, Australia's Engagement in the Pacific and Other Measures Bill, and the explanatory memorandum to this bill and the Migration Visa Pre-Application Process Charge Bill 2023.
I call the Minister.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. The Migration Amendment, Australia's Engagement in the Pacific and Other Measures Bill 2023 amends the Migration Act 1958 to establish the legislative power and framework to conduct a ballot, a visa pre-application process for specified visa programs. The bill is a necessary first step in delivering on the government's commitment to establish the Pacific Engagement Visa from July 2023, to boost Pacific permanent migration to Australia and to build a stronger Pacific family. Boosting Pacific permanent migration to Australia is an essential part of the government's plan to build a stronger Pacific family and strengthen Australia's ties with the Pacific. An increase in permanent migration through the new Pacific Engagement Visa program will boost Australia's people-to-people links across the Pacific family and strengthen country-to-country ties. The Pacific Engagement Visa will provide opportunities for skills exchange and contribute to Pacific home economies through remittances and investments. It will also support wider mobility within the region and grow Australia's Pacific diaspora. The bill will provide the government with the legislative framework needed to implement and operate a ballot for the Pacific Engagement Visa for eligible nationals of participating Pacific Island countries and Timor-Leste. Each year, the Pacific Engagement Visa program will provide up to 3,000 permanent places for citizens of the Pacific and Timor-Leste to settle in Australia as permanent residents. Eligible participants will be randomly selected through a visa pre-application ballot process and then given the opportunity to apply with their dependent family for a permanent Pacific Engagement Visa. Currently, Australia does not have a dedicated permanent residency pathway for nationals of Pacific Island countries and Timor-Leste. Contingent on the passage of all associated bills, including the Migration Visa Pre-Application Process Charge Bill 2023, the Pacific Engagement Visa would be provided for through amendments to the Migration Amendments 1994 to commence from July 2023. The Pacific Engagement Visa program will be open to nationals of participating Pacific Island countries and Timor-Leste who have drawn a place in the visa pre-application process. Places available for skilled migrants under Australia's annual migration program will not be impacted by the introduction of the Pacific Engagement Visa. To encourage permanent migration from the Pacific without jeopardising Australia's existing permanent visa pathways, the annual allocation of 3,000 places for the Pacific Engagement Visa program is in addition to Australia's overall annual permanent migration program intake. Pacific Engagement Visa holders will be permanent residents, and like other permanent residents in Australia, these visa holders can live, work and study anywhere in Australia, which will support local economies and contribute to communities throughout our country. The ballot process could also be used in the future by Australia's other temporary and permanent migration programs to promote equitable and fair access, specifically for those programs where the number of prospective applicants may exceed available places and where it is otherwise appropriate to do so. This bill, together with the Migration Visa Pre-Application Process Charge Bill 2023 and the anticipated Permanent Pacific Invasion Visa, will deliver on the government's commitment to secure our region and build a stronger Pacific family. These reforms demonstrate to the Australian community and to our Pacific family that stronger Pacific partnerships focused on shared needs and priorities are in Australia's national interest and support stability, prosperity and security in our region. I commend this bill to the Chamber.
I thank the honourable minister. The debate is now adjourned. I call the shadow opposition spokesperson.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
No, just the minister.
Okay. Minister.
I present the Migration Visa Pre-Application Process Charge Bill 2023.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose a charge on the registration of a person as a registered participant in a visa pre-application process and for related purposes.
I call the honourable minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Migration Visa Pre-Application Process Charge Bill 2023 introduces legislation to impose a nominal charge on registered participants in a visa pre-application process administered by the Department of Home Affairs. This bill complements and supports the amendments in the Migration Amendment, Australia's Engagement in the Pacific and Other Measures Bill 2023, which makes amendments to the Migration Act 1958 to introduce a visa pre-application process, a ballot. This bill allows for regulations to be made to prescribe an amount in Australian dollars that can be imposed on a person registering in a visa pre-application process, which can be nil up to a maximum charge of 100 Australian dollars, with the ability to prescribe different amounts for different visa pre-application processes and for different classes of persons. For the Pacific Engagement Visa ballot, this will be a nominal registration charge of $25. Regulations prescribing a charge will be disallowable by the Parliament. The Migration Amendment, Australia's Engagement in the Pacific and Other Measures Bill 2023, provides that any visa pre-application process charge is to be paid at the time of registration and establishes that the regulations may make provision for remissions, refunds and waivers of, and exemptions to the charge. A bill to impose a charge to register in a visa pre-application process is necessary to ensure the ballot does not attract non-genuine participants and preserves the opportunity for genuine participants who intend to apply for the relevant visa should they be successful in the ballot draw. Subject to the passage of this bill and the prerequisite Migration Amendment, Australia's Engagement in the Pacific and Other Measures Bill 2023, consequential amendments will be made to the Migration Regulations 1994 to create a new Pacific Engagement Visa subclass. This package of legislative reforms delivers on the government's commitment to establish a new permanent Pacific Engagement Visa program to boost Pacific permanent migration to Australia, to secure our region and build a stronger Pacific family. I commend this bill to the Chamber.
Yeah. I thank the honourable minister. The debate must now be adjourned. I call the shadow minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
No.
I could just call. I call the honourable member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 216, on behalf of the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interest, I present the report concerning the registration declarations of members' interest during 2022.
I thank the honourable member for McEwen. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order for day number 3. National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this... I'll just call the honourable member for Blair. Yep. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor are the builders, The Housing Australia Future Fund that's passed this chamber last night and this morning, cheaper childcare, cheaper medicine, paid family and domestic violence leave. This government is in a great tradition, and this legislation is as well. From the days of Andrew Fisher with the old age pension and disability pension, new workers' rights, the establishment of the Commonwealth Bank, expanding the Australian Navy, and formally actually what we now call the ACT being established. With Chifley with the post-war migration, establishing Australian citizenship, the beginning of the construction of the Snowy Mountain Scheme, implementing improvements in social security, or Whitlam, with legal aid, arts funding, trade practice and family law reform, equal pay for women, universal health care and opening up the universities to every Australian based on merit. Hawke and Keating with Medicare and superannuation, Rudd and Gillard with NBN and the NDIS, and this government, the Albanese Labor government, is doing so much in that fine Labor tradition. I want to speak today on the National Reconstruction Fund Corporations Bill. One of the big lessons of the pandemic was so much of our production, our imports were dependent on just one country, which left us exposed, massively exposed to supply chain vulnerabilities, compounding the botched vaccine rollout by the previous government. COVID also highlighted that many of our manufacturers are struggled to be globally competitive, especially when it comes to innovation and technology. At the time, Labor and opposition said we could do better and we needed to rebuild jobs and needed to rebuild our industrial base. Australians recognise that we have to be a country that makes things again and we have to do it better. Modern economies need strong manufacturing capability, and that manufacturing matters because it generates full-time, secure, well-paid jobs. Just as former Labor Prime Ministers John Curtin and Ben Chifley had a vision for post-war reconstruction, the Albanese Labor government has a vision for our post-pandemic recovery and prosperity. This legislation establishes the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, delivering on a key Labor election commitment. It's a major nation-building fund, and in the tradition of Labor governments, one of the largest peacetime investments in our country's manufacturing capability in recent times. It will help drive economic development in our regions and outer suburbs, in places like mine in Ipswich and surrounds, boosting our sovereign capability, transforming and diversifying industry, and, more importantly, helping create high-skilled, high-paid jobs. The NRF will grow advanced manufacturing and revive our ability to make world-class products. It will be governed by a corporation with an independent board model on the very highly successful Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which the previous government, Labor government, introduced and which the coalition spent years trying to abolish. It will be empowered to co-invest in projects through a combination of loans and guarantees and equities through institutional investors, private equity and venture capital. It will achieve a return on investment to cover borrowings, costs and an expected positive underlying cash impact. It's not about picking winners, it's about strategically investing in industries of the future, leveraging our natural strengths and competitive advantages, as many other countries are doing. It's designed to crowd in private sector investment and address market failure by de-risking propositions that would otherwise be passed over by the private sector, at a time of global uncertainty when there's been a dearth of venture capital. To that extent, the NRF will help drive innovation in technology and better collaboration between science and industry, ensuring Australian-made discoveries can be commercialised and scaled at home rather than having to go offshore. Now, the fund will make some pretty strategic investments in a number of priority areas, including value-adding in resources, value-adding in agriculture, forestry and fisheries, transport, medical science, renewables and low-emissions technologies, defence capabilities and emerging technologies like robotics, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. It's worth noting that world-leading scientific agency CSIRO, which we value deeply in this country, has played a role in identifying these areas as offering the best chances for jobs and growth in their paper COVID-19 Recovery and Resilience. I'm pleased to say many of these changes will benefit my electorate of Blair in South East Queensland. The resource industry is a major industry and employer in Queensland, in my home state. It's not all about coal and gas, as some have suggested. The National Reconstruction Fund will have a strong focus on critical minerals, which are becoming increasingly important strategically as a pathway to energy transition. We want to see more minerals processed domestically, like lithium, providing for batteries and other materials like graphene. An example, the graphene manufacturing group based in Richlands in the Speaker's electorate of Oxley, just next to mine, is experimenting in developing batteries that charge 70 times faster and have 3 times the battery life of lithium batteries. Agriculture is a big industry in the electorate of Blair, including horticulture, dairy and beef cattle and meat processing. It's another industry and a big employer in my electorate and its surrounds. In fact, my first job was a cleaner in the meatworks at Dinmore, based in Ipswich, now owned by JBS. I've got kangaroo meat processing at Walkaracka. There's meat processing, beef meat processing in Kilcoy and Caminia, as well as in Dinmore. And I'm pleased the fund will look at opportunities, for example, in high-end food manufacture and processing. And if you go to any of these plants, you'll just see the creative and innovative ways that these meat processing operations do and the opportunities for growth in the industry, getting apprentices in and learning more about the industry. It's really good, and I've met with so many people who have benefited from school all the way through. It certainly won't, by the way, destroy native forests, and it's all about making sure that we look at high-end production. Transport is another area in my state of Queensland that has strong manufacturing capability, in which the state government has announced Downer as the preferred supplier to build new trains in Maryborough in regional Queensland, where my mother's family comes from, and a member for Wide Bay's electorate, no less. Indeed, half of all manufacturing jobs are in regional areas such as this. In addition, medical science is a really fast-growing industry in my electorate. For example, Springfield City Group in Ipswich have been working with a range of partners to develop the Springfield Biopark, an innovation precinct dedicated to advanced manufacturing of high-value medicines like vaccines and blood products. This is an exciting initiative and has enormous potential to boost the local biotech industry and jobs into the future. It would also boost Australia's sovereign capability in medical manufacturing and improve access to life-saving drugs, which will support our future pandemic preparedness. And I'm working closely with Springfield City Group on delivering an election commitment of $12.6 million in that regard. I can reassure those who may be sceptical of this fund, of the remit of the fund, which invests in a range of renewable energies and clean energy technologies like components like wind turbines, batteries and solar panels, which is where we think this fund will go. Again, Australia has some of the world's largest deposits of critical minerals, which are shipped and used in battery manufacturing and supply chains overseas. But we don't make enough batteries in this country. And a great case study in this space is a company called Vast Solar, based in Goodna, Ipswich, just outside of my electorate, which is developing dispatchable solar thermal battery technology. In fact, ARENA, another organisation that those opposite would have done their best to abolish but Labor opposed, has just backed the firm with a grant to build a commercial solar thermal power plant in Port Augusta in South Australia, which will bolster power suppliers nationwide and create regional jobs. The fund could also support more success stories like Vast Solar to build domestic battery manufacturing, which will combine Australian-sourced minerals, Australian know-how and Australian skills to power the clean energy transition here and around the world. $3 billion will be allocated from the fund to invest in green metals like steel, aluminium, clean energy component manufacturing like hydrogen and electrolyser and fuel switching, agricultural methane reduction and waste reduction, so many things that will help us in the transition. Finally, the defence industry is another key component employer in Ipswich and surrounds. Its proximity to the RAF base at Amberley and access to high-skilled defence workforce is critical. We've got great organisations and great companies like Boeing and TAE and Rheinmetall in the Ipswich region, just to name a few. And so these priority areas will drive future economic growth both nationally and locally in my electorate. Based around Ipswich and the Western Corridor is one of the fastest growing areas in the country. So we need to be investing now in these areas and in high-skilled, well-paid jobs of the future. The National Reconstruction Fund will have a strong focus on helping transition industries to net zero emissions to address climate change emergencies, but we'll also look at a whole range of other areas which I've outlined. It's important that the bill be passed as soon as possible so the fund can be up and running from the 1st of July. So it's important this Parliament do the right thing and support the legislation. Those opposite simply are not builders. I listed those achievements of previous Labor governments, but so many of those things were just not supported by those opposite. They just didn't vote for them or support them and spent years trying to undo them, whether it's Medicare, when Bill Hayden brought in Medibank, it's the forerunner. Malcolm Fraser, the Prime Minister, abolished it. Bob Hawke had to bring it back in. And who can forget that famous ad on TV with Bob Hawke and the Medicare card going to the lodge? And this legislation is in the great tradition of Labor building this nation, a party of reform and progress. Those opposite are the wreckers. They're the deniers and the naysayers. They're not the ones who build this nation. It's always left to Labor governments to do that. Those opposite have opposed superannuation. There's not a vote in this parliament, so it's I've been here in over 15 years, that those opposite have supported superannuation. Not once. Not once. They've always voted to deny a decent retirement for working Australians. And this bill here today, those opposite will not support. They will not support it. They are opposed to it. It's always about denial and opposition. It's not about support for nation building. If you want to support manufacturing and jobs, you support bills like this. You support reform. So it's not just about the fact that they will never support a wage rise for workers in the workplace, always wanting a higher percentage of the profit to GDP to go to the rich and the powerful in this country, never supporting working-class people and people in the regions and struggling. So they'll never support a minimum wage rise. But they can't even do that. They haven't got the grace to support this legislation, which will help jobs in manufacturing. So they're happy to put the high-vis on and parade around in campaigns, put a bit of coal dust on their face, do what they like to do, but when it comes to actually casting a vote or doing anything about it, they will not do it. So we saw that in the Housing Australia Future Fund, the naysayers over there. You know, they say they're in favour of helping veterans but don't vote for it. They say they're in favour of helping women and children fleeing domestic and family violence but don't vote for it. They say they're in favour of helping Aboriginal people in remote areas but don't vote for it. They say in question time after question time question about cost of living index. When given the opportunity last year in December, what did they do? Vote against it. So today, they've got a chance. Get up on your feet and support it. Support jobs in manufacturing. Support the jobs of the future. You claim you want to transition the economy into a clean energy future. How about you actually vote for it? Remember the ring-a-ring-a Rosie about there and there, with a whole bunch of people there when they got into power and they got rid of the price on carbon. They stood there and hugged each other, teaming up with those opposite the Greens. Once again on bills like this and last night we see, in this country you're either Labor or against Labor. In this country it's Labor governments that make a difference. All those opposite will not do it. They will not support this legislation because they'll get up there and protest and do that because they're ideologues. They believe in an untrampled Milton Friedman-type economy where the rich and powerful can look after themselves and everyone can get lost. So what they did when they were in government, what they did was they punted people off the pensions that I referred to that Andrew Fisher brought in. 373,000 people in this country were punted. This day they've got a chance. Show us your grace. Show us your integrity. Show us that you will build this country for the better. Vote for this legislation.
I thank the honourable member for Blair. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to discuss the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill. And the reality is the best way that we as lawmakers can support our industries is by creating the right economic conditions for success. And unfortunately for industry, this government is more focused on politics and spin at the cost of good legislation. Now, on our side of the House, we support our manufacturers to bolster Australia's sovereign capabilities, and we will support legislation that makes an actual difference. Now, Deputy Speaker, this government argues that this bill establishes the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation to facilitate increased flows of finance into priority areas of the Australian economy by financing businesses, state and territory governments and other entities through concessional loans, equity, guarantees and other financial instruments. Now, that does sound very impressive, but unfortunately this bill follows in the tradition of so many of the government's bills. It follows their standard formula. And, Deputy Speaker, I do need to apologise in advance to you. You were in the House when I spoke on the housing bill, so a lot of what I'm going to talk about right now is things that you've already heard, but that's because this Labor Party follow a very consistent formula. So we'll go through this formula again because it's consistent. So, number one, step one in this formula. It starts with an impressive-sounding name, the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation. Very impressive name. Tick, we've got that one. Step two, we're going to commit a lot of money, but we're committing it over a long time horizon. So when we say the number, it sounds, again, very impressive like the name. So in this case, $15 billion over 10 years. We had $10 billion over 10 years for housing. We're now at 15 over 10. So at step two, we're tick. And step three, now this is very important, step three. The Treasurer in particular, the doctor of politics, he gets this. It's very important, this step, because you need to place the fund in off-budget spending. Now, we need to do that, Deputy Speaker, because we need to continue the facade of responsible economic management. The Treasurer needs to be able to stand at this box in question time and talk about how economically responsible he is, while really he's playing a bit of smoke and mirrors, and we'll talk about that in a bit more detail. Step four, following this very standard formula of the ALP, ensure that there's significant lack of detail in the bill so the government is not held to account while they're rushing through the bill, but again making claims of transparency. So we'll go through these steps in a little bit more detail now. So step one, this impressive-sounding name, the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation. But did you know, Deputy Speaker, that the word reconstruction does not actually appear in the explanatory memorandum or the actual bill, apart from its name? In fact, the bill does not mention any specific sectors, limit eligibility priority areas, or refer to reconstruction at all. And I'll come back to this point a little bit later because it's an important one. So on to step two. And on the surface, this legislation looks very positive. It allows the ministers and the backbenchers to talk about how they're backing manufacturing, and it's a huge investment of $15 billion. They claim it will create jobs and industry growth, all while securing our sovereign capability. So, as I said, sounds amazing. But the real problem is the government can't actually outline how many jobs will be created or how much growth will be created. You haven't heard any numbers attached to this bill at all from the government. We know that the Prime Minister doesn't like numbers, so it's not that surprising, but it fits the formula. And the measure of success for a bill, it really shouldn't be how much money is spent. It should be about the outcomes that have been achieved. And I spent 15 years working in business, Deputy Speaker, before this role, and we were always focused on the outcomes, not the money spent. And that's actually what you should be looking for, efficiency. It's not about how much we spend, it's about what we actually deliver for the Australian people. But every time we hear this government talk, they talk about how much money they're spending. And in a high inflation environment, we definitely need that focus on efficient spending, because it's crucial to support all Australians in this challenging economic time. So we're now moving to step three, the Treasurer's favourite part, the off-budget spending. Now, this government has already committed to $45 billion of extra borrowing in off-budget spending, and that's going to have a direct impact on inflation. The Treasurer is pushing the economy one way. He's got the accelerator on inflation. The RBA Governor's got the brakes. So for all the off-budget spending, that money still needs to be borrowed and repaid, and that impact is going to be felt across the economy. And there's no doubt the RBA Governor and the board, when they're sitting around making those decisions on interest rates, they're very aware of the off-budget spending that this government has. And the funding model proposed, which is going to shift from direct grants and tax incentives to government acquiring equity and providing loans, is a pivot to interventionism, and it's likely to have unintended consequences. Business may not meet the eligibility criteria, with perhaps too small margins, or be too risky in the current uncertain economic landscape. They may not have the capability to create complex and detailed business plans, have to write them to satisfy government departments rather than private investors. And feedback from stakeholders have raised issues of ownership, and this is a big concern as many of our manufacturers are family-owned businesses. And unfortunately, innovation and the development of manufacturing systems often go through failures before they succeed. And would a complex innovation pathway be tolerated with this funding structure? And how many failures are too many? How does this government drive a return on investment to safeguard taxpayers' money, which is required for all off-budget spending because it has to deliver a return? So it begs the question, if these are such great investment opportunities that the government will acquire equity in, why hasn't the private sector already taken advantage of these lucrative opportunities? Exactly. And this is a crucial question, because by designating this fund as off-budget spending, the government are committing to a return on investment on this capital. With rising interest rates resulting in government debt costing even more in repayments, it is vital that taxpayers' money is spent wisely. Now, $15 billion in debt, which is what this government will take out for this fund, at the current 4% rates, will cost taxpayers $600 million a year. And I spoke on the housing bill. That's $400 million on the housing bill. So we're at $1 billion in debt repayments so this government can spin their lines and follow their formula. I do also wonder, when these were announced, we were at a zero inflation, in zero interest rate environment. What adjustments have been made to the government's modelling 18 months later with interest rates rising? And that's the reality, Deputy Speaker. This is more political smoke and mirrors from this government to hide their irresponsible spending. At least with private investment, if market gains do not stack up, investment is withdrawn, with investors responsible for their own losses and the associated consequences. And as I've said before, this spending risks driving inflation even higher in Australia. And it's just not myself and the opposition that are saying that. Just last week, the Australian Financial Review reported that the International Monetary Fund and economists said, and I quote, "Strong aggregate demand and the tight labour market warrant continued focus on fiscal consolidation in the near term." The IMF also warned, and I quote again, "Implementation of below-the-line, off-budget spending activity through newly created investment vehicles like the National Reconstruction Fund and the Housing Australia Future Fund should be phased appropriately, and more broadly, a proliferation of such vehicles should be avoided." So the Treasurer and the Prime Minister like to stand at that dispatch box in question time and quote the IMF, but you'll notice that they don't quote that part of the IMF's advice. I do wonder with the Prime Minister, I mean, we know he's not strong with numbers or the economy, so he potentially doesn't know the impacts of off-budget spending, but we'll give the Treasurer the benefit of the doubt and say that he should, and it's clear political spin from him to continue his facade of economic management and his essay writing that he needs to focus on, because that's the reality. The Prime Minister and the Treasurer are the ultimate political insiders. They've spent decades in this House as MPs and staffers, and it's all about politics and spin. It's not about delivering results, real results for Australians. So finally, Deputy Speaker, we're on to step 4, ensuring significant lack of detail in the bill so the government is not held to account. So when I look at this bill, I can't see where the investment priorities are explained or even mentioned. It's interesting that the minister spoke about the priorities in this place, but they are not listed or defined in the bill. So why would the government talk about the priorities but not include them in the legislation? It begs the question, what are they hiding? What are they planning to do once the bill passes that they can't include in the legislation? Deputy Speaker, it just doesn't pass the pub test. And while the bill requires the NRFC investments be mainly Australian-based, it provides no definition of those priority areas which would be supported. So does this mean that the government can provide funding to state governments to invest in whatever they like? What are the parameters in the bill? The lack of definition in this bill on what exactly will be eligible for investment flies a red flag. It does not codify the priority areas of the Australian economy to be targeted for investment. And there's a great saying I like, Deputy Speaker, if everything matters, nothing matters. And this bill is essentially a blank cheque for the government. Just this week, we've seen the government commit 74% of regional black spot towers spending into ALP seats, despite them representing only 33% of regional seats. This shows that we need to ensure this government is held to account and has transparency in all their spending. The Australian people should not listen to their words, but look at their actions when it comes to transparency. Deputy Speaker, one of the most concerning aspects of this bill and the corporation it creates is the inappropriate ministerial discretion in appointing the Corporations Board. Section 19(1)(j) of the bill indicates that those eligible to sit on the board would be people with, and I quote, substantial experience in industrial relations. Now, we all know what that means, Deputy Speaker, union officials. Yep. And I would note, in question time on Monday, when asked about the board qualifications required by members, the minister listed the qualifications people needed to be appointed. Now, I was listening very carefully. He included banking and finance, venture capital, economics and industry growth. So what he happened to exclude in his answer was that industrial relations, read unions, is also on that list. Very convenient admission from the minister. He also omitted that appointments can be from any other field that the minister considers appropriate. So that list is actually irrelevant. The minister can appoint anyone he likes. Again, forgot to mention that in question time. Surprise, surprise. As I said, Deputy Speaker, this government talks a big game on transparency, but their actions continue to curtail transparency. And we've seen just this week that the unions are already lobbying for control of the NRC, and they're planning to use the NRC as a vehicle to promote union projects and recruit union members. Always look at what they do, not what they say. And this is the reality, Deputy Speaker, in the economic environment that we have, that taxpayer money is too important and hard-earned to waste $1, especially at this time of high inflation and high interest rates, and especially as a means to become a vehicle for unions and this government to push their own political agenda. Unfortunately, there are so many problems with this bill. I truly believe it will cause more harm than good, because this bill follows that time-honoured four-step formula of standard ALP policy. An impressive-sounding name. We're committing a lot of money over a long time. We're hiding it in off-budget spending, and we're ensuring there is a lack of detail. And on this side of the House, we will always support practical and realistic support for industry, for innovation and small business. We don't make life harder for Australians by driving up inflation and forcing the RBA to increase rates. We don't just throw around money in the hope that it works, and we won't support a bill that does that. We won't play the political games that the government continue to play with a Prime Minister that's all about politics and spin and not about real Australians.
I thank the honourable member for Casey. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Casey for his contribution, because he's outlined in a quite succinct way his four-step plan. And we heard it was a four-step plan to oppose investment in manufacturing, a four-step plan to oppose the creation of Aussie jobs, a four-step plan to stifle Australian innovation, and a four-step plan to attack Aussie workers. I'm so thankful that he's on that side of the House and not in government, because this side of the House was elected on a mandate to drive the transformation of Australian industry and revive our ability to make world-class products right here in Australia. Manufacturing matters because it creates full-time, meaningful work and secure jobs. This Reconstruction Fund matters because this national fund, the biggest investment in manufacturing since World War II, means that there will be more jobs here in Australia. It will mean more Australians across the country will have more secure work. It will mean that workers can re-skill and get into emerging industries. And in my electorate in Bennelong, Deputy Speaker, where there is significant interest in the advanced medical manufacturing element of this bill, it will mean that young students and new graduates will be able to get into tech jobs and STEM jobs. Because during the pandemic, Deputy Speaker, we learnt the hard way what happens when you abandon manufacturing in this country. When you abandon manufacturing, you abandon Aussie jobs, you abandon Australian innovation, and you abandon Australian families. And that's exactly what those opposite did in their decade in office. Remember when they killed our automotive industry? Joe Hockey as Treasurer, daring our auto industry to leave, and they did. Then, of course, they said that Australians couldn't build our ships. And then, of course, in New South Wales, Deputy Speaker, we heard the former Premier Berejiklian said that we could not build trains in New South Wales. It's in their DNA. They don't care about manufacturing. They love putting on the high-vis, but they're not prepared to back the high-vis. They're the cosplay coalition, as we heard the other day from the minister, all show, no go. And that's why we need this investment in manufacturing. We were elected to revitalise the manufacturing sector under years of neglect of those opposite. This $15 billion fund is a key platform to support, diversify and transform Australia's industry and to create sustainable, well-paying jobs. Well-paying jobs that will help families pay the bills, that will help families get ahead. And the way that this fund is proposed to operate is incredibly important. It will provide finance, including loans, guarantees and equity, to drive investments in 7 priority areas of the Australian economy. These priorities leverage Australia's natural and competitive strengths and support the development of strategically important industries and shore up our crucial supply chains, the main driver of inflation at the moment. The 7 priority areas are value-adding in resources, so expanding our mineral science technology to ensure the greater share of raw materials we extract here in our country are processed domestically. For example, we dig up a lot of lithium. We should be making batteries right here. Value add in agriculture, forestry and fishery sectors, unlocking the potential to value add like in food processing, textiles, clothing and footwear. Transport, of course, developing capabilities in manufacturing of cars, trains, shipbuilding and, of course, batteries for cars. Medical science, leverage our world-leading research to provide essential supplies such as medical devices, personal protective equipment, medicines and vaccines. And didn't we see what trouble we went through in not having a local medical science manufacturing industry only a few years ago? A huge investment in renewables and low-emissions technologies so that we can pursue commercial opportunities to make components for wind turbines, productions of batteries and solar panels, that we can have new livestock feed to reduce methane emissions, that we can modernise the construction of steel and aluminium, that we can make hydrogen electrolyzers, and that we can have innovative package solutions to reduce waste. This fund will also invest in our defence capability, maximising sourcing requirements from Australian suppliers employing more workers in this industry, whether they be in technology, infrastructure or skills, and it'll do key engineering enabling capabilities in data science, software development, including AI, robotics and quantum. And these target areas will have allocated funding in each of them. $3 billion for renewables and low emissions, $1.5 billion for medical manufacturing, $1 billion for value-adding in resources, $1 billion for critical technologies and advanced manufacturing, and $500 million in agriculture, forestry, fisheries and food. It'll target projects that will help Australia capture new high-value market opportunities to help our businesses grow and succeed, both in the economy of today and tomorrow. It's an investment in now and an investment in the future. This includes NRF finance to grow advanced manufacturing and support businesses to innovate and move up the ladder. And as a co-investment fund, this looks to draw in investment support with super, venture capital, private equity sources, crowding in investment to help create high-quality, sustainable industries and jobs. There is an opportunity to discuss lessons around targeted investment to support manufacturing capability in our regions to make sure they also benefit from sustainable economic growth. And importantly also, it's modelled on the very successful Clean Energy Finance Corporation. This bill, if passed, will establish the NRF as a new corporate entity. Importantly, it will be administered at arm's length of the government by an independent, skills-based board appointed jointly by Ministers for Industry and Science and the Minister for Finance. And the government of the day will provide guidance on expectations and policy priorities as is appropriate. The board will make independent decisions on who to invest in and what to invest in and manage its investment portfolio to achieve objectives and importantly, to bring a return to the Commonwealth. Importantly, and I want to stress this board will be free from political interference. There will not be a colour-coded spreadsheet in sight. There won't be a member of the National Party who will be there to change the rules without telling anyone. There won't be a Prime Minister that can oversee a program that targets Liberal seats. And this is such an important point to stress, particularly now, Deputy Speaker, after what we've seen from John Barilaro and the New South Wales National Party, because we've seen there and over the past decade how those opposite treat these funds and treat taxpayers' money. That will not be able to happen under this bill. We've seen how they reward their mates rather than the communities and industries that desperately need this investment. They desperately need it. And we learned in New South Wales recently how John Barilaro's office intervened in a $500 million bushfire economic recovery program, effectively excluding Labor electorates from urgent bushfire recovery funding. Co-funded by the federal government, $250 million of taxpayer money used as a slush fund for Liberal and National electorates. Electorates like Macquarie, which includes the Blue Mountains, didn't receive a cent of this crucial economic disaster funding. And the report that was released is damning. It states the administration process lacked integrity, given it did not have sufficiently detailed guidelines, and the assessment process for projects lacked transparency and consistency. That's not the case for this fund, Deputy Speaker. Inbuilt in the legislation are transparency measures, and the board will be held accountable to this parliament. It will be the National Reconstruction Fund, not the Nationals Reconstruction Fund. They'll be independent. For too long, while those opposite were in government, decisions were made that were the interests of the coalition, not in the interests of Australia. This bill prevents ministers from directing the NRFC board to make in it a particular investment and ensures that the board can act independently and make the right investment decisions. The board will also be required by this bill to take all reasonable steps to ensure the Reconstruction Fund and subsidiaries comply with the directions of the mandate, and importantly, it will require the board to have a return to government. I'd like to focus on just one part of this investment mandate, and that's the minister's priority in advanced medical manufacturing. Many in this place would know that the member for Bennelong is usually referred to the member for Peel Hill. There are plenty of advanced medical manufacturers and companies in my electorate. Some of the world's largest and most innovative medical and medical device companies are based not too far from my electorate office. We have organisations like Sanofi, whose head office is, as I said, located just not too far from mine. They provide life-changing treatment options and life-saving vaccine protection to millions of people globally, while putting sustainability and social responsibility at the centre of their action. They have a huge pipeline of new therapies undermined by a commitment to clinical research and a development to transform the practice of medicine. And recently, they partnered with the Palaszczuk Queensland Government, the University of Queensland and Griffith University to establish a global science hub here in Australia. Like many of the businesses based in Bennelong, they have welcomed the announcement and consultation of this fund. They want to see investment in localised manufacturing, particularly in the medical sector. They also note that the NRF has the potential to reshape Australia's healthcare ecosystem by demonstrating that this government is willing to invest in transformative medical science. And what will that do for jobs and for those studying science in universities? It will provide them for a pathway to make things here and to design some of these advanced medical products right here in Australia. I'd also like to finish talking about the potential of this fund to unlock low emissions industries. Australia is rich with valuable critical resources we could have rightly expected to be used to build our manufacturing base, to add value and create jobs here in Australia. For decades, we've mined those resources, shipped them overseas for other countries to process them and to add value to them, and then import them back for many, many times the price, sending the manufacturing industry, their profits, and the thousands of jobs they create overseas. Our know-how, our scientists, our innovators are amongst the best in the world. Solar cells were invented here, but today 87% of the world's cells are made in one country. And in the next 3 years, that number will be 94%. As the world urgently focuses on decarbonisation and transition to renewables, our technology, our minerals, will play a vital role in not only meeting our targets to reduce emissions by 43%, but the world's targets. Australia will help the world deliver emissions reduction. And as a trusted global strategic partner, it's important that we take advantage of our established free trade agreements so that we can make some of those technologies here. Rather than just digging it up and shipping it overseas, we should be making the solar panels here, we should be making the hydrogen electrolyzers here, we should be making batteries here. It's pretty simple. If we invent it here, if we mine it here, we should make it here. And that's what this fund will do. This fund will start up those industries in important medical manufacturing and low emissions technologies, because we've seen what happens when Australia fails to back itself and fails to back its workers. We saw those industries under the former government, we saw those industries go overseas, and we saw those jobs go overseas. The NRF is about an investment in Australia, and we want it to invest in Australia and Australians, Australian know-how, Australian ideas, Australian ingenuity. Both this bill, the investment mandate guiding investments, the board's independence to make decisions in the national interest, will make sure that this $15 billion fund drives Australia's natural inclination toward innovation. Labor's focus is on renewing, revitalising, rebuilding our manufacturing industry. For small business owners, for the regions, for better pay for families, for a stronger economy and for stronger jobs, I urge those opposite to put their politics aside, to not oppose this once-in-a-generation investment in our crucial manufacturing industry. Thank you.
I thank the member for Bennelong. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak against the government's proposed National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill. First and foremost, I want to personally thank our nation's manufacturers who helped to keep our country moving during the pandemic. I also want to make a point to mention the incredible value that manufacturing adds to our country, especially in my electorate of Capricornia. There are so many great manufacturing organisations around central Queensland, and every single one of them makes a valued contribution to the local area. Whether it's fabricating aluminium at Barnes & Son in Rocky, or making award-winning liqueurs and condiments from Aussie-grown sugar at the Sugar Shed in Serena. The sugar industry alone in 2020-21 generated more than $349 million in my electorate and employed more than 1,917 people. This success is in part to the Coalition's successful manufacturing strategy and creating the right environment for business development. It's growth like this that I want to see continuing well into the future for my area. Growth of our manufacturing industry and sovereign capability isn't something we should be advocating for. It's a necessity for the future of our nation. I find it hard to believe that anyone here would disagree with me on that, which is why it is disappointing to see the Albanese government focus their attention on anything but supporting our valuable manufacturing industry in the way that it deserves. Almost 10 months into this government, and sadly there has been no progress for manufacturing. In fact, the government has been more obstructive than helpful, playing politics with manufacturing grants awarded under the Coalition and costing businesses valuable time and money. The $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund sounds great in theory, but as usual with this government, it's all style over substance. And I'd be surprised to see if any money out the door by the time the next election rolls around. Speak to any manufacturer across the nation and they will tell you the biggest issue right now is electricity prices. Despite the claims from those opposite that they would bring the cost of electricity down under Labor, costs have skyrocketed and they're continuing to go up. I know that Labor can't be trusted with the economy or knowing how to manage money, but the simple fact of the matter is that you just can't throw $15 billion at the manufacturing industry and not address the key issues. Economic issues that the industry relies on to thrive. The government would know that if you took the time to speak to anyone in the manufacturing sector. What's worse is the National Reconstruction Fund's poorly designed funding models shift from competitive grants with robust processes to government acquiring equity and loans. Government equity and loan schemes are far less accessible than grants and provide more barriers for manufacturers who will ultimately miss out. It's as if the government designed the National Reconstruction Fund with the intention of being purposely restrictive for manufacturers. First announced in March 2021, the National Reconstruction Fund has been touted as a key priority for the government. But if you read the finer details, it's clear to see the real priority for Prime Minister Albanese is giving jobs to union mates and creating an election slush fund. This bill allows for inappropriate ministerial discretion, giving the minister the power to appoint a chair and board members at their own discretion, the only prerequisite being substantial experience in industrial relations. The minister's integrity on appointments has already been called into question, has recently shown he is willing to disregard the recommendations of his own department to appoint a self-declared socialist and union member to the Board of Robotics. This legislation put forward by the government would open the door to allowing for this disgraceful behaviour to continue. If you ask the manufacturing industry like me, they also don't have high hopes for this fund, and nor should they. Labor's record on manufacturing is woeful, and it's concerning to think how much damage those opposite can and will do to the industry. But I won't sit idly by and watch it happen. I'm going to be pushing to make sure the voices of Capricornia and the national manufacturers are heard and given the support they need. Thank you.
I thank the member for Capricornia and I call the member for Fremantle.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And look, the good news is that the Albanese Labor government is absolutely committed to fostering innovation and productivity and value-added enterprise and job creation and self-sufficiency and resilience in Australia. We're absolutely committed to doing that. We went to the election promising to introduce the National Reconstruction Fund as one of the tools by which that would be achieved, and here we are inside the first 12 months and we're getting on with our job. We need to create the means to foster all of those things if we want Australia to become more resilient and more self-sufficient. And we learned through the pandemic just how important that is, and it'll only get more important in the years ahead. But it's also necessary if we want to take on the challenges that face us, like climate change. We need a shift to renewable energy with greater storage and energy efficiency measures. We need to make a shift when it comes to resource management and the sustainability of the limited resources that the world has, that we all use in manufacturing and in everyday life. And we can only achieve that by moving towards a circular economy. So these are things that have to be taken on in Australia and around the world. And this government, quite rightly, is grasping that nettle and putting in place the structure by which we can make that shift and benefit from all of the good things that come with it. Value-added businesses with higher export value, more jobs, particularly in rural and regional Australia, and greater innovation. We know how important innovation is. We're doing it through a proven method. We're doing it through a fund that in many ways is like the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which of course the previous Labor government introduced, a structure that has been enormously successful by any measure. And I think one of the things for people listening at home, when those opposite get up and criticise this particular fund and talk about how it's not going to be effective and it's going to have all of these terrible things associated, it's going to sort of bring on the night of the living dead, and things will be rising up out of the ground and marching through the streets, and the sky will fall in, black clouds will roll over, and all of the other very, very reasonable, sensible things that we hear from those opposite. It's worth going back to what the Manager of Opposition Business said about the CEFC in the excellent economic judgment that he showed all those years ago. So this was the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, a structure that has delivered a clean energy efficiency and storage revolution in this nation, despite the best efforts of those opposite to rip it down and tear strips off it. The Manager of Opposition Business said, "I predict this investment of $10 billion of taxpayers' money is going to turn out very, very badly. I predict that taxpayers are not going to see a good return on the $10 billion which this government has presumed to invest on their behalf in a range of speculative and unproven technologies. Technologies so speculative, unproven, that they are the ones the private sector has declined to invest in." So that was the judgment of the current Manager of Opposition. I mean, this is the CEFC, which now, all these years on, has successfully invested $11.7 billion in projects at a total value of $42 billion. So every dollar that the CEFC was able to contribute actually leveraged a further $2.6 of private sector investment. It's created thousands and thousands of jobs, and by fostering the kinds of energy and energy efficiency and storage technology which Australia has to have as part of the climate change action that needs to be taken and the shift towards reliable, cheaper and cleaner energy. It's produced 5.2 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity, and it's reduced emissions by 240 million tonnes. That is how successful the CEFC has been, the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, created by the former Labor government, railed against by all those opposite who still try to pretend that it wasn't effective. And the joke, when you hear those opposite talking about the sort of the financial rigour or the financial quality of the CEFC and the National Reconstruction Fund that follows in its path has to be seen in the context of the things that they did in government. I mean, at one point they actually tried to reduce the return that is required under the CEFC, because actually they wanted to use the CEFC to fund things that they knew would not deliver an acceptable financial return. They wanted to use it to invest in things that weren't even clean energy. So anyone listening at home should take the comments of those opposite about the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and therefore the National Reconstruction Fund with a little bit of reflection on history. It is bizarre that after an election when the Australian people have clearly endorsed the program of this government, and with respect to the National Reconstruction Fund, why would you be surprised about that? Why would anyone be surprised that the Australian people want to see investment in innovation, new manufacturing, value-added enterprise, all of those things which are clearly good in themselves and necessary to respond to challenges like climate change and the circular economy and those sorts of things. Those opposite have said no to that in the way that they've said no to housing reform, investment in affordable public housing, that they've said no to climate change action, they've said no to energy price relief. I can't think of anything notable so far that they have said yes to. I mean, you would think that there is a limit. There is a limit in Parliament and in your approach to government and policy on how often and how consistently you can say no, but apparently not if the conduct of the opposition to date is anything to go by. I know that my community wants to see the National Reconstruction Fund support innovation and new manufacturing. I know because of the things that are going on in Fremantle. The production of graphene, companies like Chemex, which I visited the other day, they're seeking to commercialise an innovative process for producing high-purity alumina. High-purity alumina is used in the manufacture of synthetic sapphires, which are used to cover the lens of smartphones. I've got robotics, I've got autonomous aerial and submarine vehicle production, I've got vanadium battery production, I've got high-quality sustainable fisheries like Fremantle Octopus. It was Australia's first to be certified by the Marine Stewardship Council. I've got gaming and virtual reality tech, all of these things that should be part of a bright, vibrant economic future in the 21st century in a country like Australia, but which need appropriate market shaping and investment support from government. Because another of the mistruths you'll hear from those opposite is that kind of innovation and that kind of market shaping change in direction will always be produced by the private sector alone, and really the best thing government can do is stay out. I mean, the truth is, I mean, take the smartphone. Take the smartphone. What technologies does the smartphone depend on? The internet, GPS, touchscreen technology, all things that were developed by government, all things that were actually produced through research that was government supported or government undertaken. And that is actually true in many, many areas, in biotechnology, nanotechnology, solar cell development, as I said, the internet, Wi-Fi, which Australia had a role in, pharmaceutical breakthroughs. All of these things generally begin with publicly funded research and development. And it's absolutely right that we are prepared through a properly structured means like the National Reconstruction Fund, that we try to kickstart and lean into all of the changes that should be the basis of a high-tech, sophisticated, resilient manufacturing future in Australia. So I'm very glad, along with my colleagues, to support the National Reconstruction Fund. Its basis is rock solid. It is shaped in the way that the CEFC was established, and that has been enormously successful. It's identified 7 pretty clear and I would say to some degree kind of obvious areas of focus: value-added resources, value-added agriculture, transport, medical science, renewables and low-emission technologies, defence. I don't know how anyone over there could argue that those aren't things that we should be leaning into. That's how the National Reconstruction Fund will work. It will catalyse sophisticated manufacturing and innovation in this country, and it will do it through a proper and rigorous investment structure. So I'm very glad to support it. It's what the Australian community voted for last May, and I guess we just kind of keep holding on for the day at some point in the future when those opposite, after 9 years of saying no and doing nothing in government, and now 9 months of saying no to everything in opposition in the term of this parliament, come in here and surprise us and say yes, but I won't be holding my breath.
I thank the member for Fremantle. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill 2022. The aim of this bill is to establish a fund to invest in priority areas of the Australian economy. It's clear this is one of the key pillars in delivering the emissions reduction that are necessary for Australia to achieve as quickly as possible. So it is very important, and I recognise the importance of this legislation and of this fund. So the Minister has said that this corporation has been proposed as a result of the pandemic, highlighting the importance of an agile, advanced manufacturing capability that can pivot to produce critical products. What we also know is we are in a race to zero around the world, and so manufacturing of new technologies and really getting that slice of the pie of new opportunities is incredibly important. And I know from my electorate of Warringah we have so many leaders in this space, and so it is very important that we set up the right framework and the right support from government, and it has been missing. And as the Minister said, during the pandemic we really did see where we have our gaps from a manufacturing and a supply chain point of view, and how exposed we are to all the offshore manufacturing. And we need to do better around supporting Australia and manufacturing in Australia. So the object of the corporation that will be established under this bill will be to facilitate an increased flow of finance into priority areas of the Australian economy, and that's to be achieved by financing businesses, state and territory governments and other entities with concessional loans, equity, guarantees and a wide range of other financial instruments. Now, the setup proposed in this bill for this corporation is very much modelled on the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. Now, as many in this place have stated, that has been an incredibly successful model. There has been a huge amount of really appropriate investment that has brought forward and really advanced so many technologies and put Australia into a really good position when it comes to some new technologies. But obviously more can be done, and so to have this corporation working in parallel to the CEFC will be incredibly important. They won't duplicate each other, but they will supplement each other's purpose in really driving investment in Australia. The Minister has said that the 7 priority areas are to value add in resources, value add in agriculture, forestry and fishery, transport, medical science, renewables and low emissions technology, defence capability and enabling capacities. So that's clearly quite very important areas, but of course the investments and the focus will, I think, need to remain quite flexible, because from time to time we identify other areas and sectors that do in fact need that focus. When the bill was first introduced, the government introduced a consultation paper to seek input on the questions relating to the 7 priority areas and for that investment mandate. And looking at questions such as risk and return, limits and conditions on types of financial instruments utilised by the corporation, governance requirements including ESG, which is so incredibly important to the, obviously in the private sector, the influence of government policy priorities on investment decisions, because I think it's really important that we remember that government not fall into the trap which the last government did of picking its winners, and you then do that at the expense of the market and where demand actually is, and managing national security risks, which obviously underpins defence and defence capability being one of those key priority areas. It's clear that we need to invest in our future to meet the challenges ahead, and we know there are many, from COVID that really rocked, I think, our systems of government and society, to the impacts of global warming and the urgent need to reduce global carbon emissions, including through rapid industrial transformation. The world is on a race to zero, and there are certain jurisdictions that are really accelerating beyond, and Australia is at risk of being left behind if we don't pick up the pace. What we've seen in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act is a huge surge of investment and international capital going to the US as a result of now a very attractive legislative environment. And they know that there is so much focus on that transition to clean technologies that is attractive. We know the EU are looking at a similar legislation to the Inflation Reduction Act so that they also attract international capital for investment. And so now it's really important for Australia to hold its own and have a share of that pie and make sure that we are underpinning and supporting manufacturing in so many key industries so that we remain in that race, or we will lose to overseas, to the US, so much of our skills and growth opportunity. I believe we absolutely need to be focused on and striving for a future-focused circular economy where business can thrive and innovation and inclusion are embraced. We still don't have a regulatory regime that really encourages innovation and investment into R&D for our businesses, and we often lose entrepreneurs and new ideas to overseas jurisdictions because of that. So I support this legislation. I've met with the Minister to discuss improvements and where I think there are risks in the implementation. I urge the government to ensure that the aim is to achieve growth that is both inclusive and sustainable, and that the focus be also on small to medium enterprise as well as large business, because too often government does make the mistake of focusing on the very large business, and SMEs miss out. But we know SMEs is a huge part of growth. They are a massive employer, and it is where the technologies of tomorrow start out. Innovation is critical for a successful economy. A dynamic, productive economy creates jobs, boosts wages, and ultimately ensures economic prosperity and welfare. From the pacemaker to cochlear implants, Australian innovation has revolutionised industries and people's lives. In Warringah, innovation is everywhere. Lakiba's Future Hub 11 shows how we can excel in digital technology. 7 Mile Venture Lab proves we can create an ecosystem to support the next generation of startups. Loam Bio shows the innovation leading from Warringah and transforming agriculture to enhance crop yields and increase carbon sequestration of soil. V2 Food is working to bring down our average meat consumption and reduce emissions from the meat-based sector. H2 Aviation is working on the development of green hydrogen-powered planes. There are ideas and innovation really coming to the fore. But we're losing momentum and we risk being outpaced by our economic competitors. Australia currently ranks 25th in the world in innovation, according to the Global Innovation Index, and that's down from 17th in 2018. So in the space of 5 years, we've already lost 7 places. We must reverse that decline and really increase the focus on innovation. Our economy should be dynamic and pioneering, based on growth industries like IT, financial professional services, advanced manufacturing, aerospace, healthcare and biotechnology, artificial intelligence, clean energy and quantum technology. It should be driven by empowered people with the skill sets and visions for the future. Our economy bets on startups and other tech companies to be new engines for growth. And Warringah's well-educated workforce and forward-leaning businesses are well positioned to engage in this positive future. The proposed National Reconstruction Fund will help achieve these goals, and for that reason I support the principle of the legislation. I also encourage the government to consider the mechanisms to boost innovation in Australia, including, and in particular, we need to increase the budget for the Australian Research Council to support cutting-edge research. We need to broaden the research and development tax incentive to increase accessibility for SMEs, for tech firms, as well as offering a 20% collaboration premium. We need to broaden angel investor tax incentives to improve access to capital for early-stage companies. We need to facilitate partnership and collaboration between international and domestic research institutions, businesses and all levels of government. And we need to equip new and existing workers for future jobs with STEM skills. Are these things interventionist in this bill? One of the questions that will be asked is why businesses need government funding to commercialise and develop innovative research and ideas. If the business is good, why does it need private funding? But the fact is, Australian research has produced some highly commercially successful businesses. Much of the commercialisation, though, whilst the research has occurred in Australia, the commercialisation has been done overseas because we have not offered the right environment for that to occur. Some of Australia's most profitable inventions developed by CSIRO Research have been delivered by the likes of Unilever, DuPont, Ciba Vision and Novartis. In 2021, CSIRO prepared a report on unlocking the innovation potential of Australian companies, which tells us that the major barriers to commercialisation of science and technology are low level of cross-sector collaboration, cultural challenges including risk aversion to innovation and business research incentives misalignment. So there is a strong argument, supported by international economists, that private sector investment in new technologies and industry only eventuates after governments make the risky early-stage investments. So it's an approach which appears to be working for some of our Asian neighbours through government support for manufacturing and high-tech industry development. The recent experience of the COVID pandemic also emphasised that Australia's geographic isolation and supply chain challenges. It highlighted how some industries found a way to pivot quickly. Hand sanitisers, anyone? How many companies in everyone's electorate started to develop that? But there is a role for government in considering the lessons of COVID and which industries need to be developed and supported in the future and as soon as possible. Now, there are some key questions, though. Transparency and board independence. I urge the government to ensure there is transparency in both investment decision-making and reporting of investment performance. It's very important to ensure genuine independence of the board. The minister has said the board will be independent of political influence and the board will be appointed jointly by the Minister for Industry, Science and Minister for Finance. Now, forgive me for being a little bit, cautious when I take that at face value, because this place has shown me political interference is fairly frequent when it comes to these kind of bodies and decision-making. So I welcome the review into Jobs for Mates announced over the weekend by Minister Gallagher, and I urge the minister to consider the framework proposed in the member for Mackellar's private members bill to be tabled next sitting in relation to appointment to boards of this nature. We need to avoid mistakes of previous governments and ensure there is true independence and accountability of the board of the corporation. It cannot be a case of jobs for the boys and investing in politically aligned projects. We must avoid the corporation becoming a source of funding projects in marginal seats. I note that the University of Sydney submission in support of the bill urges the government to consider the recommendation that there is appropriate academic representation on the NRF reference group, which will guide the fund's development and preparation of its investment mandate. The involvement of academics with demonstrated significant success in commercialising Australian university R&D will assist in both identifying suitable investments and risk management. Of course, we also need industry and people with strong networks and expertise in the field of innovation. We need to align the investment mandate with other policy goals such as sustainability and inclusivity. And to this end, I support amendments that identify that we do need to exclude supporting fossil fuel projects. We can't let this future fund, which is around supporting our innovation to the future, be about propping up the industries of the past. We need to make sure that investment mandate includes a criteria that requires alignment with other important policy objectives such as net zero targets, sustainability, inclusivity and circularity principles. And I note University of Sydney submission, for example, makes this very point. It's also important that this legislation not duplicate existing institutions such as, very importantly, the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Centre, the AMGC. Instead, the NRF needs to leverage the experience and knowledge already existing in such bodies. The AMGC has been highly successful. Its fund and its goal is to drive innovation, productivity and competitiveness across Australia's manufacturing industry. It's an industry-led, not-for-profit organisation. It's run by a board and management team of industry experts.
To date, the AMGC has distributed some $137.5 million in co-funding investment, and of this $50 million was federal funds, and has had a return of 26-to-1 on federal funds, so it is success. So we can do this, but let's make sure we do it well.
Thank the member for Warringah, and I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to speak on the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill 2022. This bill is one of the most important pieces of legislation this House will be dealing with. The Albanese government was elected on a mandate to drive the transformation of Australian industry and revive our nation's ability to make world-class products in Australia. This bill delivers on that mandate. The National Reconstruction Fund will oversee one of the largest investments in our country's history, $15 billion to invest in independently assessed projects that will support, diversify and transform Australia's industry and economy. The NRF will assist Australian industry, including in regional areas such as my own electorate of Lyons, to seize new growth opportunities by providing finance for projects that add value, improve productivity and support transformation. Investment in these activities will help create secure, high-value jobs for Australians and strengthen our future prosperity. The bill we have before the House establishes the NRFC as a new corporate Commonwealth entity, establishes the NRFC's independent board, outlines the functions and powers of the corporation, sets out the financial personnel and governance arrangements, and establishes the power of the minister to issue an investment mandate to guide the investment strategy of the NRFC and declare the priority areas of the Australian economy. The fund will provide finance, including loans, guarantees and equity, to drive investments in 7 priority areas of the Australian economy. These leverage Australia's natural and competitive strengths and support the development of strategically important industries and shore up those critical supply lines. The 7 priority areas are value add-in resources, expand Australia's mining science technology and ensure a greater share of raw materials extracted are processed domestically. For example, high-purity alumina from red mud in bauxite processing or lithium processing for batteries. If we mine it here, we should make it here. 2. Value add in the agriculture, forestry and fishery sectors. Unlock potential and value add to raw materials in sectors like food processing, textiles, clothing and footwear manufacturing. 3. Transport. Develop capabilities in transport manufacturing and supply chains, including for cars, trains and shipbuilding. How fantastic would that be, Deputy Speaker, after seeing those industries driven out of this country by those opposite? 4. Medical science. Leverage Australia's world-leading research to provide essential supplies such as medical devices, personal protective equipment, medicines and vaccines. And there's no lesson greater than what we've lived through with the COVID pandemic, Deputy Speaker, in ensuring that Australia has sovereign capability in that critical area of medical science and supplies. 5. Renewables and low-emission technologies. Pursue commercial opportunities including from components for wind turbines, production of batteries and solar panels, new livestock feed to reduce methane emissions, modernise and shout out to my electorate, we're developing seaweed additives there, which make a big difference in that regard. Modernising steel and aluminium, hydrogen electrolysers, innovative packaging solutions to reduce waste. 6. Defence capability. Maximise the sourcing of requirements from Australian suppliers, employing Australian workers, whether they are technology, infrastructure and skills. And of course the Minister for Defence and the Prime Minister have received the DSR, which I'm sure will go into this as well. 7. Enabling capabilities. Supporting key enabling capabilities across engineering, data science, software development, including in areas such as artificial intelligence, robotics and the quantum area. Deputy Speaker, I'm particularly excited about the opportunities that the National Reconstruction Fund presents for regional Australia and, of course, my own home state of Tasmania. And my home state of Tasmania has a long history of manufacturing innovation. Indeed, the hydroelectric scheme in Tasmania is just one example. Manufacturing is the sixth largest industry in Tasmania, generating $1.9 billion and employing 17,000 people. Tasmania's manufacturing sector is globally competitive on food and beverage processing, smart technologies, forestry, maritime and defence. It offers high value across the whole state and, of course, is a critical employer. Tasmanian manufacturing is part of the global production supply chain which attracts and supports globally competitive companies, including large-scale corporations such as Caterpillar, Alphonston, Cadbury and McCain Foods. We also have some fantastic manufacturing operations in my own electorate, specifically, Deputy Speaker, from small-scale facilities to global operations, like Orion Australia, for example, a family-owned business in the Meander Valley that manufactures guaranteed water tanks and storage bins, or King's Outdoor Living Manufacturing, custom-made outdoor products for both residential and commercial customers from their facility in Sorell. Another fantastic example is TasBuilt, also in the Meander Valley, specialising in custom-designed commercial modular buildings manufactured in Westbury. On a larger scale, Norske Skog, the only manufacturer of newsprint grades of paper in Australia, operates the Boyer Mill in the Derwent Valley, producing around 260,000 tonnes of newsprint, improved newsprint, book grades and lightweight coated grades annually. These are just the kinds of operations that can benefit from the NRF, and there are so many others. And I look forward to seeing what can be achieved in Tasmanian manufacturing, and indeed Australian manufacturing as a whole, with the type of investment and support the NRF can provide. But we know, Deputy Speaker, we need to revitalise manufacturing after a decade of neglect from those opposite. The Liberals had 9 industry ministers in as many years, and they left Australia's manufacturing industry in tatters. 9 ministers who stood there in this place and baited the Australian car industry into leaving the country, and they did. The opposition has a choice to help us revitalise manufacturing or turn their backs on Australian manufacturers and Australian workers who work in manufacturing once again. The Labor government's focus is on renewing, revitalising and rebuilding Australia's manufacturing industry for Australians, for small business owners, for the regions, for jobs. For too long, while those opposite were in government, decisions were made in the narrow political interests of themselves and their mates, and not in the broader national interest. Maybe that's why those oppose it. It's just too hard to rort. The NRF and its funding decisions will be independent. It will be administered at arm's length to government by an independent board, appointed jointly by the Minister for Industry and Science and Minister for Finance, that makes independent decisions about investments in Australia's best interests. The National Reconstruction Fund will be modelled on the successful Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which the Liberals also opposed, claiming it would be a financial disaster, but which has in fact invested around $11 billion in Australia's transition to net zero, leveraging $2.61 of private sector investment against every dollar of government funding. This government will provide guidance on expectations and policy priorities through a legislative instrument and an investment mandate. The NRF board will independently make investment decisions and manage its investment portfolio to achieve both the NRF's objectives and a positive portfolio rate of return. Free from political influence. There won't be a colour-coded spreadsheet in sight, Deputy Speaker. No wonder those opposite oppose it. There's no gaming to be had. The Albanese Labor government wants Australia to be a place that makes things again, and we know Australians want that too. A place with our own industrial and manufacturing capabilities. A place where men and women can build things to be proud of. And we all remember the video footage and the photos of Ben Chifley with the first Holdens coming off the assembly line. It's etched in our history and our national psyche, the pride. And they drove that industry out of the country. We want to bring manufacturing back. Manufacturing matters because it creates full-time work and secure jobs. It helps the security of families and it serves our national interest. Labor understands we need both sovereign borders and sovereign capability. If we mine it here, we should make it here. And if our brightest minds are able to think and create and develop ideas, they shouldn't have to go offshore. If we invent it here, we should make it here. We saw through the pandemic, Deputy Speaker, how supply chains stretched. Supply chains were taken for granted for so long. They stretched and then they snapped. And products that we'd come to rely on as a matter of course, they simply disappeared. Labor heeds this lesson, while the Liberals foolishly ignore it. This Labor government will revitalise manufacturing after a decade of Liberal neglect. We will rebuild our nation's sovereign capability. The assembly lines will be switched on again. The $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund is a key platform to support, diversify and transform Australia's industries and provide a pathway to more sustainable, well-paying jobs. This bill and the investment mandate guiding investments will make sure the $15 billion fund drives Australia's natural inclination towards innovation. And there's no greater example of this, Deputy Speaker, than what I spoke about in the House yesterday in the Federation Chamber with the Australian Space Agency and their investment in the Green Hill Observatory in my electorate, where we've upgraded the communications capabilities of the observatory. It can now not only track satellites, it can communicate with them. And there are so many thousands of satellites up there, it's getting pretty crowded up there, they need to be recalibrated, the trajectories need to change. Tasmania is part of this global effort. And I see in the press just yesterday the Deputy Administrator of NASA in the US is saying that is calling for space technology and tech to be treated as a sustained investment, as a strategic priority. This government's NRF will fund, subject to the board of course, will fund technology innovation in space development, because we know it's a growing area and strategic priority. So in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, Lions, a big agricultural seat that takes up half of Tasmania. Here we are playing our part in the development of 21st century space innovation and tech. And it's this sort of innovation that will lead us into the future and provide a future for the students and the graduates of the University of Tasmania in space technology. So I commend this bill to the House. It's one of the most important pieces of legislation this House is dealing with. It delivers on a key election commitment this government made coming into government. It's fantastic for the country, fantastic for the manufacturing jobs and fantastic for the regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Lyons. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak against the second reading on this bill. And I just feel compelled to briefly clarify something very important regarding the car industry. Ford made the decision to close during the Gillard government in about May 2013. There were three major manufacturers in the country then: Ford, Toyota and, of course, General Motors Holden in my home city of Adelaide. And the impact of the Gillard government letting Ford close meant that, effectively, the economies of scale throughout the supply chain of vehicles, it was all over Red Rover from that point onwards. And I remember being in briefings with Holden during the Gillard government's era, and it was very clear implicitly. It was very clear implicitly that letting Ford close meant that there wasn't a future for car making in this country. That was the simple reality. Ford left, and at the time,
The member will be
then
heard
Prime
without
Minister
intervention.
Gillard,
Order.
then Prime Minister Gillard said it was because of the high Australian dollar. Then Prime Minister Gillard said, well, the high Australian dollar has led Ford to make a decision to close. And that was really the domino that saw the other two, very regrettably, make that decision. But those are the facts of the history, and that was May 2013 that decision was made by Ford. And it's completely delusional to suggest that that wasn't the catalyst for the industry regrettably leaving. But to this bill and to our commitment on manufacturing versus what this bill actually achieves, I'd like to first start by saying that as a South Australian, it is absolutely appalling that this government has stepped away from the priorities the previous government had around the space industry. Now, space is the future. There is no question that the greatest opportunity for economic growth, for employment creation, particularly in my home state of South Australia, is through the space industry. And we were very proud to have the Morrison government make the decision for the Australian Space Agency to be headquartered in Adelaide. We're very proud of a number of our capabilities, particularly, of course, the great asset of the Woomera proofing range, which gives enormous civilian as well as defence opportunities for obviously proving and testing and so on and so forth. We've got a lot of great launch opportunities in South Australia, particularly southern launch over near Port Lincoln on the Eyre Peninsula are already under a going concern. And with the Space Agency based in South Australia, with our heritage in aerospace, particularly centred around Woomera, and of course the future launch opportunities, we on this side of the House are really excited about the opportunity that space provides. We're really proud of the record we had of making the decision to establish a space agency, which was announced at the International Aeronautical Association Conference in South Australia in 2017, a decision of the previous coalition government. Then, of course, the decision of the Morrison government to locate the headquarters there, knowing full well that, of course, space is a national opportunity. I don't mean to pretend for a moment that South Australia is expecting all of the benefit of it. It's something much like defence capability that we want to see all Australians benefit in, and there are huge opportunities in this sector nationwide. And that is why it is remarkable, absolutely remarkable, that the new government are moving away from the most exciting future industry at the first opportunity they've got. Amazing. So imagine saying we've got a policy for manufacturing and industry that involves stepping away from the biggest future industry opportunity on the planet, in fact beyond the planet, which is exactly what they've done. It's completely nonsensical. And I can't, no one has mentioned it in any of their speeches. You'd assume if they made this change, there was a reason for it, and they would come in here and justify it in all their second reading speeches. I think the previous member even talked about the opportunities in the space industry on the bill that sees the government remove support from the space industry. What spectacular gymnastics that we've seen from the member for Lyons in his contribution. But as a South Australian, I have to really call out the disgrace of dumping space as an industry that is focused on by this government. And it's also, apart from the lost opportunity in the future, it is really, really debilitating for those that made decisions thinking that there was bipartisanship in the future opportunities that the space sector can offer in this country. A lot of people have made decisions, particularly in my home state of South Australia, to invest in South Australia. That the previous government sent a clear signal that we were embracing space, the industry and its opportunities. And we know that space has unbelievable applications for all industries, some of the most traditional industries that we've relied on. In agriculture, Earth observation and Earth observation technology can have enormous application in one of our greatest traditional industries like agriculture. And in South Australia, of course, agriculture is a huge component of our economy. And to be so short-sighted as to not recognise that space has application for so many industries, and apart from the direct jobs and the direct investment in space itself, the kind of productivity gains we can achieve from the space sector across all industries, then the short-sightedness of that is appalling, and it is a really dark day for the space industry in this nation to see this government make that decision. Now, this bill, very much like the housing bill, is effectively a form of magic pudding accounting here. And the government could properly put in the budget investments in industry and manufacturing capability. They could make a decision that growing manufacturing and supporting businesses in the manufacturing sector is a priority for them, so they will undertake an appropriation in the government, in the budget. They will make decisions that involve prioritising expenditure in that area. They will perhaps therefore have to cut expenditure somewhere else to accommodate expenditure in manufacturing, or Labor being Labor, maybe they'll increase taxes or run a higher deficit. But they could properly invest in industry capability. Instead, what they're doing is this accounting trickery where they say, well, at no cost to the actual budget, we can have all this expenditure in industry growth and manufacturing reconstruction, whatever the spin is on it, at no budgetary impact whatsoever. So we're not actually going to make any difficult decisions. We're not going to say, look, this area is so important that we are going to allocate proper, legitimate budgetary expenditure to it, and through our ERC process and budgetary processes we will have to accommodate other decisions to allow for that expenditure. Instead, we've got this mythical proposition that happened in the housing bill as well, where now we can just do things outside of the budget and spend hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, by acquiring funds and getting a higher return on the cost of that capital, and that will be of no risk and a certainty and a guarantee into the future. And as I said on the previous bill, well, why aren't we just doing that on every element of how we operate the government if it's that reliable and that simple? You could borrow tens of trillions of dollars, and apparently under this methodology that you're using, much like under the housing bill, you've got no risk whatsoever at earning a higher return through these sorts of activities, or any investing activity, frankly. You could give the Future Fund trillions and trillions of dollars and say, hey, can you just go and invest this money, earn more than it cost us to borrow that money, so we can use the difference between the earnings and the cost of the capital to fund the entirety of government. That would be fantastic. We could then have no tax whatsoever. We could spend whatever we wanted because we'll just keep borrowing the extra amount of money and just bank that. This is the Bernie Madoff government. It's very, very straightforward, because there's just no question whatsoever that in perpetuity we will always earn more money than the cost of that money, always. And so then you could just get, some kind of formula that says how much do we want to spend this year, how much is that in the differentiated rate of return between what we absolutely will earn on anything we do ever versus the cost of the money that we use to invest it, and then we'll just figure out how much to borrow, we'll absolutely earn that return, and it'll be absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. So this is perhaps an exciting day for all Australians, because we're on the cusp of something that involves no taxation ever again. I don't know if CNN are running this live and whether the world is about to stop. The world is about to stop, but we've now got a government that effectively says they can spend all sorts of money at absolutely no budgetary cost whatsoever, with no reliance on taxpayers. Well, obviously that's completely farcical and completely ridiculous. And now that we've got this happening in a pattern, we've had it on the housing bill, we've now got it in this bill before the House, these bills are nothing to do with what all the speeches claim they're going to spend the money on, because will the money ever eventuate? And in particular, what kind of financial risk, when things go bad, are we putting the finances of this nation into? It is very much akin to the Jim Cairns, Rex Connor approach to public finances, and we all know how that ended. In fact, thankfully, it stopped before it could even get going. And even people like then, this might be an oxymoron, the responsible members of the Whitlam government, if that's a relative term, the responsible ministers of the Whitlam government couldn't stomach that kind of recklessness. But now apparently we're just incurring billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars of debt, saying that beyond any question there'll be a return higher than the cost of that money that we can just spend for free off the budget. Now, we on this side of the House are standing up to the fraud of that proposition. We know, for example, and we always hope the Future Fund are going to have strong returns, and the Future Fund is a very important capability for us to meet future liabilities, and we commend the excellent work and performance of them over the years. But the chair of the Future Fund himself has said, and it's a very reasonable comment, that he is uncertain about the economic future, and people have to prepare themselves for the fact that the Future Fund can't be expected to buck the trend of markets and to be able to keep returning heroic rates of return through any form of economic cycle. And we've got a government proposing these sorts of measures where we are on the cusp of some of the greatest risk in the economic market cycle that we've seen for decades. So for all this to go wrong, all that has to happen is the returns that we're meant to get on all these billions of dollars of borrowings fall below the cost of those borrowings. Now, the cost of borrowing is going up. That's an indisputable fact. We absolutely know that. So the rate at which the government is borrowing money right now is much higher than when the then Labor opposition conceived these hocus-pocus schemes. Equally, the return on investment for the Future Fund and its outlook is dramatically down. And we've got no idea how the markets and how these sorts of returns are going to shift into the future, but regrettably there is a very high risk that they'll go in the wrong way. So what this parliament's being asked to do on this bill and another bill that's been through regrettably earlier today is to pretend fictitiously that there is no risk whatsoever, and it is completely guaranteed and completely reliable that we can apparently play the markets better than anyone else in global markets and always achieve a regular, guaranteed, permanent return. There's just no way that is achievable. And so we've got to decide what sort of fiscal responsibility and what sort of balance sheet, in particular balance sheet responsibility, we want to have as the Commonwealth of Australia, and how important it is that our AAA credit rating, the credibility that we've got in global bond markets in particular, and imagine if we are reckless with that and the worst-case scenario occurs, imagine where we will be as a nation if, because of these sorts of policies, we see our reputation in global debt markets deteriorate. And this is what is being put on the line here with this kind of recklessness. So this is what's a good press release in an election campaign where we can achieve free money and say we're spending all these things on all these great, colourful, shiny things, and we don't have to find any budget savings and don't have to do anything difficult or unpopular in order to pay for it. And in exchange for that press release and that press conference in an election campaign saying we've got billions of dollars that we don't have to spend on manufacturing and industry, the government is recklessly putting at risk our ability to sustainably finance the Commonwealth of Australia. Not an insignificant thing. Not an insignificant thing. So I'm very proud of the important, strong, principled position that we've taken on this bill and on a similar bill. And I hope that it might persuade some of the reasonable members of the Albanese government that can channel some of the more reasonable members of the Whitlam government to stand up against this kind of fraudulent accounting trickery, put the interests of this nation first, put the finances of the people of Australia first, and vote down this bill.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, after that highly entertaining and exercise in fantasy land from a no-tax world, good on you, member for Sturt. From the people who left us almost $1 trillion worth of debt, but sure. Let's return to talking about the bill. Deputy Speaker, Boothby was once the home to a thriving Mitsubishi motor plant at Tonsley. For many who grew up in Boothby, the automotive industry was a defining feature of economic life, from 1964 when it opened as Chrysler to 2008 when it closed as Mitsubishi. It was an industrial focus and a major employer for the southern suburbs. And while Mitsubishi may have gone from Boothby, manufacturing, innovation and research and industry continue to thrive. And that's why I'm thrilled to speak today about this bill to establish the National Reconstruction Fund. The Albanese government was elected on a mandate to drive the transformation of Australian industry and revive our ability to make world-class products here in Australia. In fact, the Prime Minister, then in his capacity as Leader of the Opposition, announced our policy for a National Reconstruction Fund back in 2021, because he, and those of us who now sit on this side of the House, could see that opportunities had been wasted for too long. And as we dealt with COVID-19 and all the restrictions, challenges and hardships that came with it, it became blindingly obvious that as a country we're not where we needed to be. As global supply chains ground to a halt and demand for health supplies, electronics and many other items soared, our relative decline in our sovereign capability became obvious. It was clear to anyone paying attention that there was a need to revitalise and rebuild Australian manufacturing as a powerhouse for jobs, as a powerhouse for the economy, and to protect our own supply chains. Seems like a no-brainer. Deputy Speaker, and so we come to the government's $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund. The bill establishes the fund as a new Commonwealth entity. The NRF will provide finance, including loans, guarantees and equity, to drive investments in 7 priority areas of the Australian economy. And these leverage Australia's natural and competitive strengths and support the development of strategically important industries and shore up supply chains. The bill establishes the fund's independent board and outlines the fund's functions and powers, including those relating to investment. And importantly, the bill establishes the power for the responsible ministers, the Ministers for Industry and Finance, to issue an investment mandate to guide the investment strategy of the fund and declare the priority areas of the Australian economy. Now, these priority areas have been identified by the Minister as the following: value add in resources. The fund will aim to expand Australia's mining science technology and ensure a greater share of raw materials extracted are processed domestically. For example, high-purity alumina from red mud in bauxite processing or lithium processing for batteries, which we know will be a key economic resource and growth driver for the decades to come. As a country, we are blessed to have these in-demand minerals, but instead of shipping them offshore to be processed and then buying them back as products at much higher prices, we should be processing them here, so the financial benefit accrues to us, Australians, and the jobs are here for us, Australians. Value add in the agriculture, forestry and fishery sectors. The fund will work to unlock potential and value to add raw materials in sectors like food processing, textiles, clothes and footwear manufacturing. Transport. It will develop capabilities in transport manufacturing and supply chains, including for cars, trains and shipbuilding, to ensure we have efficient, effective transport to power industry. And medical science, and this is a key for Boothby, which is home to both a major hospital and a leading research university, as well as a number of high-tech medical innovators. The fund will work to leverage Australia's world-leading research to provide essential supplies such as medical devices, personal protective equipment, medicines and vaccines. Renewables and low-emission technologies. This is a fantastic opportunity for us to sell to the world. It will pursue commercial opportunities from components for wind turbines, production of batteries and solar panels, new livestock feed to reduce methane emissions and modernising steel and aluminium, hydrogen electrolysers, and we have the largest hydrogen electrolyser in the country in Tonsley in Boothby. Wow. Innovative packaging solutions to reduce waste. And we need these things for our future here in Australia, but these are going to be in high demand around the world, and this is key to us becoming a renewable energy superpower. Defence capability. As a representative from South Australia, I have seen how many good, well-paying jobs are being driven improving our defence capability, not just directly in defence and in submarine and frigate builds, but as we see in the Tonsley Innovation Precinct, many companies are seeing the opportunity to join the supply chain, even if they've never been part of defence previously. The fund will work to maximise sourcing of requirements from Australian suppliers, employing Australian workers, whether they be technology, infrastructure or skills. and the government has already announced target investment levels for specific priority areas, up to $3 billion for renewables and low-emission technologies and $1.5 billion for medical manufacturing, $1 billion for value-adding in resources, $1 billion for critical technologies and $1 billion for advanced manufacturing and $500 million for the value-adding in agriculture, forestry, fisheries, food and fibre. Deputy Speaker, the National Reconstruction Fund will target projects and investments that help Australia capture new, high-value market opportunities to help our businesses grow and succeed. And this is not just about the economy of today, which is itself vitally important, but the economy of the future. It's about setting Australia up to lead the world in these fields so that we can benefit from the growth that will come from these areas. The fund also includes finance to grow advanced manufacturing and support businesses to innovate and move up the technological ladder. As a co-investment fund, the NRF looks to draw in support from its superannuation, venture capital, private equity sources, bringing in investment to help create high-quality, sustainable industries and jobs. And we know that having locked in 43% emissions reduction target by 2030, this has brought certainty to business and investment and has made Australia a much more attractive investment opportunity. There is opportunity to discuss lessons around targeting investment to support manufacturing capability in our regions to make sure that they benefit from sustainable economic growth as well. And it's modelled on this successful Clean Energy Finance Corporation. This bill establishes the NRF as a corporate Commonwealth entity. Now, important Deputy Speaker, the National Reconstruction Fund will be administered at arm's length to government by an independent board appointed jointly by the Minister for Industry and Science and the Minister for Finance. And the government will provide guidance on expectations and policy priorities through a legislative instrument and an investment mandate, as I've outlined earlier. But to ensure integrity, accountability and value for money, the board will independently make investment decisions and manage its investment portfolio to achieve both the NRF's objectives and a positive portfolio rate of return. Free from political influence, there won't be a colour-coded spreadsheet in sight. There's long been an argument made that government has no role to play picking winners. No role to play guiding industry, no role to play other than establishing guardrails, letting business do its thing and only stepping in when there's been market failure. But this is not a do-nothing government, as the previous one was, happy to let things float along, see where they end up, taking credit for the wins and disavowing the losses. As the Minister has said, government does have a role to play, making real contributions to our most vital sectors. That's what we're elected for. Australia is rich with valuable critical resources, resources we could have rightly expected to be used to build our manufacturing base, add value, create jobs here in Australia. But for decades we've mined these resources and shipped them off overseas, only for other countries to process and add value to them. And then we import them back at many times the price, sending the manufacturing industry, their profits and the thousands of jobs they create overseas. If we mine it here, we should make it here. Australia's know-how, our scientists, our innovators are among the best in the world. Photovoltaic technology, solar cells, was invented here. But today, 87% of the world's cells are made in another country. You can imagine what that means in dollar value. And in the next 3 years, that number will be 94%. If only it was still here in Australia. As the world urgently focuses on decarbonisation, the transition to renewables and low-emission technologies will play a vital role in delivering Australia's emissions reduction target of 43% by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. We're well placed to make the most of our technology and our skills. If we invent it here, we should make it here. We've seen what happens when Australia fails to back itself, fails to back our people. They go overseas, they take their experience, their know-how and their passion with them. And we want Australians living overseas to come home. We recognise many of them left Australia seeking support and funding for their ideas, support and funding they just couldn't find at home. We want to empower the NRF to invest in Australia and Australians. Australian know-how, Australian ideas, Australian ingenuity. Both this bill and the mandate guiding investments will make sure the $15 billion fund drives Australia's natural inclination towards innovation. Our focus is on renewing, revitalising, rebuilding Australia's manufacturing industry for Australians, for small business owners, for the regions, for jobs. And so I turn back to the old Mitsubishi Motors factory at Tonsley in Boothby. In 2012, the Wetherill State Labor government bought the property. The old factory site was turned into an innovation precinct. And 13 years later, there are more people employed on site there than there were during the Mitsubishi car factory days. And it is a world-recognised innovation hub. Tonsley is the home to the sort of modern manufacturing that the National Reconstruction Fund could encourage in the future. Home to companies that are working in clean tech and renewable energy, health, medical devices, assertive technologies, mining and energy services, automation, software and simulation. Home to the Global Centre for Modern Ageing, Sage Automotion, Hydra Consulting, Tesla, Microx and so many more. It's a really exciting place to go and a constant buzz of innovation and growth. Deputy Speaker, this is the way of the future. Australia has so many opportunities to build manufacturing, build jobs for Australians and build industries. The National Reconstruction Fund helps companies and industries prepare for a bright new future. I commend the bill.
I thank the member for Boothby. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's always worthwhile listening to speakers that come before you on both sides. It gives a sense of perspective about what matters to each side. And really glad to see that the Defence Industry Minister is here and that the member for Boothby in her contribution mentioned defence. Because we saw earlier in this week the true heart of the Labor Party. On the one hand, we have the Labor Party come in here and show their statesman credentials. And we see it in hushed tones about veterans, hushed tones about national security and hushed tones about how we're on a unity ticket for the national interest. And then, as they turn on a dime, we see the other side of the Labor Party come in, the brawler side. And I didn't come up with those words, brawler statesman. Someone who sits over there came up with those words, brawler statesman. The Treasurer. A lot of commentary has been given about the Treasurer's 6,000-word essay over summer. And no one on this side criticised the Treasurer for putting pen to paper. In fact, oh no, we commend him for doing it. It's what he said. That's right. It's what he said. So I encourage the Defence Industry Minister to write some long-form papers. We'll definitely read them.
It'll be harder to get that paper as well.
Definitely read them. And there was a lot of instructive statements within that paper, including pearlers like this. Our mission is to redefine and reform our economy and institutions. It's a mission, so it's not just about this bill, it's about what this bill is supporting. And then goes on to say, if we could redesign markets. Now, the Treasurer doesn't say what he means by redesign markets, but it does pose a question that maybe he could extend this essay out beyond 6,000 words to something that maybe looks like a thesis. And then talks about renovating the RBA, and some commentators have said that obviously doesn't mean a new set of curtains and a lick of paint, but it means something more substantial. And we wait to see what those proposals will be. It goes on to say that renew and revitalise the Productivity Commission. And it begs the question, well, what is it about the Productivity Commission that the Treasurer doesn't like? Is it its mission statement of actually reforming and boosting productivity in this nation? And then continues to say it's not just the economic institutions that need renewing and restructuring, but the way our markets allocate and arrange capital as well. Arrange and allocate capital. That sounds very much like a Treasurer who is focused on injecting himself and the government into how capital is allocated in our markets. And that has never ended well anywhere in the world, but for some reason that's a great idea for this government to have at this time. And so, again, when you look to the Treasurer's thesis, which is a lot longer than his 6,000-word essay, no, there's not a lot of economics. And I was looking for economics. I looked in Chapter 1. It's titled Brawler Statesman. Brawler Statesman. No economics there. There's a subchapter on revisiting prime ministerial power, and again, no economics. In Chapter 2, Prime Ministerial Leadership. No economics there. There's a subchapter again on prime ministerial power. The word power comes up a lot in this thesis. It seems to be quite an interest and obsession of this Treasurer, the word power, and how power is obtained, how power is wielded. Exactly, that's right. It's certainly not power that powers our manufacturing sector, powers our homes, and that is not the focus of the Treasurer. Chapter 3, leading Labor. Leading Labor, that's a keen interest of the Treasurer, and I'm sure that was a keen interest of the Treasurer in his 6,000-word essay. And what is it there? Subchapter 2, factions. Factions. So when the Treasurer is thinking about factions in the Labor Party and he pens a 6,000-word essay, what buzzwords is he including that he knows will go down well within certain sections of the people sitting behind him? Well, we know what they are. No one loves neoliberalism, so of course he sticks the boot into neoliberalism, doesn't define it, but sticks the boot in because he knows that goes down well with the people sitting behind him. He talks about the Washington Consensus and how that's been a terrible, terrible thing for this nation. So when you go through all of this thesis, there's nothing in there about economics. And that takes us back to this bill. We'll come back to this bill. Because when you, and again I refer to the Defence Industry Minister, when you came in here and linked this bill to our national security objectives, to AUKUS, that wasn't a statesman move, that was a brawler move. So you came in here with your brawler hat, and that's a choice that you make. You can choose to be a statesman, you can choose to be a brawler, but on that and I've seen you do both, and we commend you when you're a statesman, but you came in as a brawler. And it's a new low, because AUKUS should be above politics. It should be above politics. And those who do sit on the other side, they are of that view. And there was a bipartisan combined trip to Washington to reinforce AUKUS, because that is an important thing for our nation, and we commend you for that. But then you come in here, take your statesman hat on and put the brawler hard hat on. So when you promised bipartisanship on AUKUS, exactly, it should sit above the day-to-day politics, but we didn't see that. We didn't see that, a brawler.
Can I remind members this is not a several-way conversation. So can we have some quiet, please?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So this isn't about national security. This isn't about our domestic manufacturing. It's about politics. It's about power. So when this bill was introduced, there was no mention of AUKUS. There was no mention of national security. No, that was wheeled out this week when it looked like it might be in a bit of trouble, when it looked like we are on to you, that the heading of the bill looks great, but when you look at the detail, it is bad policy and it would create bad law. So, of course, we are not going to support this. This is desperate politics from a desperate government. If this was really about national security, why would you cut funding for the space industry? Why would you do that? And the member for Sturt was quite right to point out that that's a particular interest in his seat, and it should not have been cut, and it should be supported. If Labor are so concerned about defence manufacturing, why have they held up millions of dollars for a critical defence manufacturing project that were funded through the modern manufacturing strategy of the previous government? Why? Why did you hold those up? So this politicises the landmark AUKUS partnership. It undermines our cornerstone national security agreement, and that shouldn't happen in this place or in any other place. So we should not link the National Reconstruction Fund to a critical security pact, and particularly when the Labor government will be relying on the support of the Greens to pass this bill through the Senate. The Greens. So what demands will be put on you? What demands will be put on you that are linked to national security? And Australians are entitled to know what will you trade to get this through the Senate. And so we ask the Labor Party to immediately rule out things like mandating union board members and mandating union agreements for a condition of entry into the fund, because we know several unions joined many anti-AUKUS protests in recent months. But we need to look at the bigger picture, because the Treasurer let us think he was looking at the bigger picture, but he wasn't. And we are in a cost of living crisis in this country. Australians are hurting and they're asking, what is this government going to do to help? And not much, because we know from the IMF that the off-budget funding of $45 billion is directly contributing to higher inflation, higher interest rates, and that is going to be paid by working families in this country. Families who are at their wits' end for their mortgage repayments going up, 800,000 families who will come off fixed interest rates this year alone. And we will have a by-election coming up in the seat of Aston. And that seat is full of working families, many of whom, on the average mortgage in that area of $750,000, are going to have to find an extra $19,000. Now, that's after tax. That's after tax. So those families are going to have to see about $24,000 extra in their wages just to fund the increases from this year alone. And when we listen to the RBA, and we should listen to the RBA, that's not the end of it. There is more coming. So what is this government doing to help them? Well, off-budget bills like this are not helping. Not helping, because each $6 billion can lead to a 0.25% increase in the cash rate. So $45 billion of off-budget funding is not helping them when they need that help. But there's more to the seat of Aston. It has some of the highest rates of car ownership in the country. Many families have 2 cars and they travel long distances to get to work. Long distances to get to work. And I hear the interjection about the car industry, and it's about the Bowser. It's about the cost of fuel. And they're noticing that as they put fuel into their car, it is double numbers for the cost compared to the litres. And they're noticing that. And many families, I've heard families tell me that they don't think they can work at the same job anymore because it's costing too much to get from home to work and back again. So where are they finding those savings? They're not finding those savings from the government. They're finding those savings themselves. So they're going to have to cut things like school excursions. They're going to have to adjust what sort of food they buy. They're going to have to cancel holidays. They're going to have to take kids maybe out of a private school. They're going to have to cut so many other things because there's very little room to move when you have to find that much extra money. So when we look at the National Reconstruction Fund, I listened to the member for Casey's contribution, and he gave a very constructive checklist about what really guides these sort of bills. And the first thing he said was it has a wonderful name. A wonderful name. It'd be like the National Reconstruction Fund for puppies. And if we're not supporting that, well, why do we hate puppies? It's the oldest trick in the book. You create a great name and then don't worry about the detail, don't worry about how it actually affects people on the ground. Just say, because you oppose it, you oppose the name that we have put into it. And Australians deserve better than that. It's cheap politics, and it's inserting cheap politics into the name of a bill. We will never support bad policy. That will become bad law. So if you think about what this government is actually doing for manufacturing in this country, then you only have to turn to the radical industrial relations legislation that has been imposed on them, a regime that was not brought to the Australian people at the election. There was no legitimacy for that, and it will not help manufacturing respond to a modern economy, and many may end up closing because of that. And many manufacturing companies, and these are small family companies, medium enterprises, tell me that the biggest pressure on them are the cost of power, the cost of fuel, and the cost of capital. And again, we come back to the Treasurer's essay, where he's looking to see how capital is reformed, how capital is allocated. And whenever a government does that, it always ends terribly. And it's not a treasurer who pays the price. It's not the government. It is people, it is small businesses, it is families, and they are hurting and they are asking for so much more. So can we cease the practice of coming here with a fancy-sounding bill and saying it's a binary choice, you're either for it or against it, and say, what are you doing to help families who are struggling with the cost of living? What are you doing to help reduce inflation? Because if that's the only question that matters to the economy right now, that's the only question that matters to families and small businesses that are struggling. Because if you're not contributing to reducing inflation, and this place has a huge role to play in that, then you're part of the problem. And if you're part of the problem, well, then there should be consequences at the ballot box. And I think the first test of that will be the upcoming by-election in the seat of Aston, that families who are struggling to put fuel in the car, struggling to pay the mortgage, and are making really serious compromises to the things that should make people happy, the things that keep families together, the things that make a good life, school fees, school sport, excursions, holidays, and good food, where we hear so many stories of people who they're eating less meat. They're eating things that are not bought on the edge of the aisle, but in the aisle, because they need to have storage so they can keep it for next week or the week after. And so many people who are living paycheck to paycheck. So we plead with the Labor Party, please stop the cheap politics and then join with us in helping use fiscal policy to reduce inflation, to help families and to give them a break because they need it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question before the House is that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Now, this bill, the National Reconstruction Fund Bill 2022, is all about making things in Australia again, growing jobs, reducing the cost of living pressures facing many Australians, and giving all Australians a sense of pride in our nation. People across Greater Geelong and in my electorate of Corangamite understand all too well the importance of revitalising manufacturing and the jobs that accompany it after years of neglect under the Coalition government. The Geelong Ford factory produced its last Australian-made straight-six and V8 engines in September 2016. Assembly at Broadmeadows in Melbourne ended a month later. About 600 workers lost their jobs at Ford, but many more lost their jobs in smaller manufacturing businesses which supplied components and services to Ford. The exit of 3 car makers, Ford, Holden and Toyota, from 2013 to 2017 under the Coalition government wiped out jobs on a scale rarely seen before. Those opposite in the Coalition had an astounding 9 industry ministers over those 9 years. Their dysfunction in government left Australia's manufacturing industry in tatters. Coalition ministers stood right here in this place and baited the Australian car industry into leaving the country. Not surprisingly, that's exactly what the car companies did. Australia has suffered nearly a decade of policy drift under the Coalition. Australia ranks dead last in the OECD when it comes to manufacturing self-sufficiency. It's a sorry wreckage and record of manufacturing and job loss from the former Coalition government. Now, in stark contrast, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government has a plan to drive the transformation of the Australian industry and the jobs that go with it, in a plan to revive the nation's ability and capability to make world-class products right here in Australia. Manufacturing matters because it creates full-time, meaningful work and secure jobs, both directly and indirectly. This bill to establish the National Reconstruction Fund is the first step in that plan to rebuild Australia's industrial base. The $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund will provide a crucial financing vehicle to drive investment in projects that will build prosperity across our country. It will provide loans, guarantees and equity to support projects that create secure, well-paid jobs, drive regional development and innovation, invest in our national sovereign capability and diversify Australia's economy. Through the National Reconstruction Fund, we will partner with businesses to unlock further private investment of more than $30 billion. This investment will play to our strengths, supporting new and emerging industries, transitioning existing industries to net zero emissions, and by making it easier to commercialise innovation and technology, something that we have struggled to do in the past. The fund will not support grants. They would erode the fund's capital over time and would undermine its ability to deliver returns. It's intended to be a commercial entity, generating a positive rate of return over time. Returns on investment will be available for future investments, ensuring the fund can continue to provide targeted finance. This bill establishes the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation as a new Commonwealth entity. This fund is modelled on Labor's successful Clean Energy Finance Corporation. The corporation will be governed by an independent board, making independent investment decisions. It will have a chief executive and staff and will publish investment reports quarterly. It will also provide detailed financial and operational information in its annual reports to Parliament. As a co-investment fund, it will seek to draw in investment support with superannuation, venture capital and private equity sources to help create high-quality, sustainable industries and, importantly, jobs. Pleasingly, for those of us from regional Australia, there will be targeted investment to support manufacturing capability in our regions. And in Rangamite, in my region, there is much capability to build on, and it will make sure regions benefit from sustainable economic growth. As I've said, in my electorate there has been excellent past examples of targeted joint investment supporting research and manufacturing. Institutions like Deakin University at its Warn Ponds campus within my electorate are working in research and pilot manufacturing. ManuFutures is one such example. It is an advanced manufacturing hub in the heart of Deakin's future economy precinct. The university has chalked up impressive innovation successes, leading to commercialisation and many hundreds of jobs in a number of areas, including advanced fibres and textiles, carbon fibre and composites, advanced alloys and electro and energy materials. One such example is Carbon Revolution. It began as a small start-up with a great idea, creating lightweight, ultra-strong carbon fibre and using it to build high-performance wheels in a premium or top end of the market with companies such as Ferrari, Renault, General Motors and Ford. They also supply components for the aeronautical industry. Elsewhere around the Geelong region, I'm also seeing excellent examples of manufacturing innovation in the private sector. And I give a shout-out to the Geelong Manufacturing Council for their work in supporting local manufacturers and start-ups. There are countless opportunities in many fields of endeavour waiting to be tapped into and supported to flourish across this nation. Importantly, the Geelong Manufacturing Council is already encouraging its members to look at the possibilities that the National Reconstruction Fund will provide. The Council understands the opportunities for innovation and commercialisation in manufacturing. The fund will open these opportunities to them. The fund also has the potential to take innovative work like that at Deakin in the Geelong manufacturing community and elsewhere across the nation to a whole new level. As with other Commonwealth special investment vehicles, the responsible ministers will issue an investment mandate to the Funds Council. And while the government will set its mandate to drive investment in key sectors to make the most of Australia's natural and competitive strengths, the Funds Board will always operate independently. The investment mandate will guide the Board on a range of matters, including the government's performance expectations about rate of return, governance and risk management. The government will consult extensively with industry, state and territory governments and community stakeholders to design the investment mandate. The Board will then make investment decisions and manage its investment portfolio to achieve both the fund's objectives and a positive rate of return to ensure the fund's sustainability. The bill specifically prevents ministers from directing the board to make a particular investment. This model will ensure there will be no politically charged whiteboards or coloured spreadsheets highlighting marginal electorates when funding is being allocated by the board. The legislation requires that to be eligible for appointment to the board, members must have substantial experience and professional credibility in at least one of the fields listed in the bill. The bill also provides for the board to establish committees made up of both board members and external experts to provide expertise to support the board's decision-making. This will help ensure sound investment decisions are made across priority areas. Crucially, co-investment plans will be developed collaboratively with industry. These will outline investment opportunities in priority areas and actions for government and industry to build Australia's industrial capabilities, and this is so important. The plans are expected to be released by the end of the year. It will invest across 7 priority areas of our economy. Value adding in resources will help expand Australia's mining science technology, ensuring that a greater share of raw materials extracted are processed domestically. For example, high-purity alumina from red mud in bauxite processing or lithium processing for batteries. Value-adding in agriculture, forestry and the fisheries sector will unlock potentials in sectors like food processing, textiles, clothing and footwear manufacturing. In transport, it will help develop capabilities in transport manufacturing and supply chains, including for cars, trains and shipbuilding. In medical science, it will leverage Australia's world-leading research to provide essential supplies such as medical devices, personal protective equipment, medicines and vaccines. So important, as we know, after the COVID pandemic we have faced. In renewables and low-emission technologies, it will pursue commercial opportunities, including components for wind turbines, production of batteries and solar panels, new livestock feed to reduce methane emissions, modernising steel and aluminium, hydrogen electrolysers and innovative packaging solutions to reduce waste. In defence capability, the plan will help maximise sourcing from Australian suppliers, employing Australian workers, whether they be technology, infrastructure or skills. And for enabling capabilities, the plan will support capabilities across engineering, data science, software development, including in areas such as artificial intelligence, robots and quantum. Deputy Speaker, some people believe that government has no role to play other than establishing guardrails and letting business do its thing, only stepping in when there has been market failure. But the Albanese government does have a role to play in making real contributions to our most vital sectors. Australia is rich in valuable critical resources, resources we could have rightly expected to be used to build our manufacturing base and value and, importantly, create jobs here in Australia. But for decades we've mined those resources, shipped them overseas to other countries to process and add value, and then we import them back at many, many times the price. We've been effectively sending what should be our manufacturing industries, their profits and the thousands of jobs they create overseas. If we mine it here, we should make it here too. Australia's know-how, our science and our innovators are among the best in the world. Technology into solar cells, it was invented here, yet today 87% of the world's cells are made in another country, and in the next 3 years that number will be 94%. It's not good enough. Not when we're so well placed to make the most of our technology and our skills. Renewables and low-emission technologies will play a vital role in delivering Australians' emission reduction target of 43% by 2050 levels by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. If we invent it here, we should make it here. We've seen what happens when Australia fails to back itself, fails to back our innovative people. They go overseas and they take their experience, know-how and passion with them. We want Australians living overseas to come home. We recognise many of them left Australia seeking support and funding for their ideas, support and funding that they just couldn't find at home. The Albanese government wants to empower the National Reconstruction Fund to invest in Australia and Australians. This bill and the investment mandate guiding investments will ensure the $15 billion fund drives Australia's natural inclination towards innovation. Deputy Speaker, if we didn't already know it, the pandemic made it clear through supply chain stresses that Australia must be a country that supports local businesses and industries to make more things here. There is a great opportunity to support Australian innovation industry after years of uncertainty and the lack of a plan. The Albanese government's focus is on renewing, revitalising and rebuilding Australia's manufacturing industry for small business owners, for regions like mine, including towns like Warm Ponds, where Deakin University is. It is all about jobs as well. The National Reconstruction Fund is about building a better future for all Australians. It deserves support from all in this parliament, and I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and the question before the House is that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the proposed National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill. I want to thank Minister Ed Husic for giving me the opportunity to discuss the NRF bill with him. It is my understanding that the purpose of the bill is to resurrect Australia's industrial and manufacturing capacity. I'd like to believe that the bill will set the foundation for a start of a new tomorrow for local manufacturing, even if it's small, such as the small packaging manufacturing company like that of Paco, set up by Nina Nguyen, a former constituent of mine who have migrated to the Sunshine State to start this business so that local businesses can order packaging boxes in small quantities rather than having to order in bulk and to wait for shipping containers. She's also creating employment opportunities in Geelong in Queensland. If we had the manufacturing hub in southwest Sydney and in Fowler, and the government support that this bill is proposing, I'm confident that Paco would have been growing in southwest Sydney instead. I believe in local manufacturing and that principle, and on that principle I support the bill. But I also understand the challenges that many big manufacturing companies have in setting up in Australia due to the costs involved and the fact that Australia, although big in landmass, is small in population compared to other developing nations. Nevertheless, I believe the government can step in to provide support for small local manufacturing companies like Paco's to thrive and be competitive, at least locally. If the government is genuinely committed to supporting the growth of an industrial and manufacturing sector in technology and medical research, then I call on the Minister to really explore the possibility of creating such a hub for New South Wales in my electorate of Fowler. My electorate proudly boasts one of the largest manufacturing family-run businesses based in Villawood that's leading the way in the production of essential medical supplies. I visited Multigate facility soon after my election in May last year to see the work that this company was doing, manufacturing critical medical supplies that service nearly every hospital in Australia. Their products include PPE, IV tubes and medical and surgical procedure packs that are vital to the day-to-day running of medical practices and hospitals. Peter and Sam Chai Sumdet founded Multigate with Ben Chen, and during the COVID pandemic, they prioritised our local Australian hospitals over other profit channels to benefit Australians and Australian frontline workers. 2 years on from the pandemic, and Multigate continues to heavily invest in R&D to provide innovative excellence. The Cadence suction irrigator, which assists surgeons in keyhole surgeries, is a product that has won awards for its design and innovation. And can I say, as someone of refugee background, to know that Multigate also from refugee background, is contributing back massively to the Australian society, just shows that we, as refugees, as a refugee community, play a huge role in our new home country once we've overcome the challenges of resettlement. Multigate is just one established company in southwest Sydney who could benefit from the NRF bill funding, and I'm looking forward to seeing the investment mandate and how it will benefit these sort of companies. Although I would rethink my position if the unions were to start making IR stipulations within the bill. I just want to emphasise to the government to consider the challenges faced by many small businesses in the current economic climate. I would hope that the bill protects small and medium enterprises so that they don't require union involvement to apply for funding, because it would mean that many businesses in my electorate of Fowler would be at a serious disadvantage. Most businesses in my electorate do not have the capacity for enterprise bargaining obligations, and in the end it would mean that we as Australians would lose the opportunity to grow our local manufacturing industry. Companies like Multigate are a success story, but I also hope that the bill doesn't just provide for established businesses. It's important to acknowledge that innovation also comes from young startup entrepreneurs who just need the right backing at the right time. Business success isn't always about the idea itself, but who is willing to believe in the vision. Even if you have the most innovative of ideas, you still need the financial support. I would hope that the NRF provides equal opportunity for companies of all sizes and from across the community and country. And I will be championing for those entrepreneurs and innovations in my division. It's disappointing, though, that the fund has not legislated for money to be put aside specifically for small and medium-sized enterprises. I want reassurances that this isn't going to help the big end of town, and it will go to the truly worthy startups and manufacturers. One company that would benefit from this Australian startup is Opus, who recently reached out to my office with their aspirations to set up in my electorate. With their patented smart ring technology, diabetics will no longer need to prick their finger to monitor their glucose levels, which is a painful process, as we all know. Nearly 1.2 million people across Australia have either type 1 or type 2 diabetes, with southwestern Sydney having the highest rate of diabetes across the country. A technology like this could change thousands of lives and improve the general well-being of many diabetic patients. Opus founders, directors and staff also reflect that rich multiculturalism here in southwestern Sydney. This cultural diversity allows us to draw on the experience of international communities for collaboration. Like both the United States and Israel, who led the world in technology research and development, because of the wealth of diversity represented in their R&D sectors, we can look to their example to become truly globally competitive. Manufacturing is one of the biggest employment sectors in Fowler, spanning from food processing, medical supplies, building materials, woodwork and recycling. I, for one, disagree with those people who believe that manufacturing in Australia is a dying sector, and there isn't any reason for intervention into an industry that is becoming irrelevant. Those people want us to rely on cheap imports instead of locally made products. Now is the time to reinvigorate our manufacturing sector. Without local manufacturing, we become reliant on external forces, which was painfully evident during the COVID pandemic, when our country all but came to a complete halt. People in New South Wales relied on our local drivers to deliver food and our warehouses to continue making goods. However, that was not enough to sustain our economy. Even as we recover from the impacts of the pandemic, we are still feeling the hurt from the devastation it left behind. The aftermath of the pandemic showed a glaring flaw within the Australian economy. We were not sustainable without our imports market, but we have the power to change that. 2 years on, we are still seeing unprecedented material supply shortages as a result of the pandemic, and it is up to us to ensure this never happens again. As I have said, in principle, I support the NRF funding that encourages local manufacturing. However, any such bill must address the skills and labour shortages we are currently experiencing, especially within the manufacturing sector. I recently met with Simon, a local mechanic who owns Bonerick Tyres. He told me that it is increasingly difficult to import tyres from overseas due to logistics and costs, and at a local level, he's struggling to find skilled workers. He said, quote, "I have been in business for over 27 years and as a family business for 45 years. We have seen it all from a number of recessions, high fuel costs, interest rates well over 18%, import shortages and COVID, but this is the worst we have seen. The government seems to be throwing money at it by giving us incentives, but we don't need money. We need people to come to work to make money. Therefore, in order for our manufacturing industry to get back to work, we need workers, not just money." A 2021 report by David Gonski and Professor Peter Shergold into the vet sector points out the societal shift from the vet sector to higher education due to negative perceptions. Vet graduates are no less valuable than university graduates. After all, university isn't everyone's cup of tea. Some people are more entrepreneurial and may prefer to start their own business after high school or TAFE, so they can work their own hours while earning a decent salary. We need to shift the public discourse around vet courses to let our future generations know that they do not need to go to university to consider to be successful. I understand the Institute of Applied Technology has been set up in New South Wales to tackle this issue. This gives vet participants the opportunity to upskill via micro-credentials. This is very important, the micro-credentials pathway, so that they can start shifting into the innovative technology sector. I ask that the government bring together vets, universities and businesses to ensure we do not lack the workforce shortages once our advanced manufacturing industries get set up. And I hope they do get to start the process of setting it up. There's no point in having innovative products if there's no one around to build or run them. The pandemic also demonstrated the need for the government to establish a Centre for Disease Control so that we can better prepare for health crises across the country. In their submission to the Minister, Research Australia suggested that the ministers should obtain the advice of a future CDC about medical products for which there is a critical unmet need for domestic manufacturing. I do not want to see my community go through what we did in 2021 ever again, and I call on the government to implement the Centre of Disease Control as a matter of urgency, utilising the NRF bill funding. I think we can all agree that the health of the nation should be our #1 priority. As for quote-unquote return on investment, I agree with Research Australia, who said it shouldn't be considered in this particular instance. After all, the return on investment for medical research is first and foremost the health and well-being of our citizens, and secondly, softening the financial impact on our economy should another health crisis happen again. I understand another priority area the government is exploring is the clean energy and renewable sector. I commend ministers who seek plans to boost the research and development and encourage local developments of such technology. As we are to move towards a more renewable future, we must find the means to manufacture it here in Australia. There is no reason why we shouldn't be manufacturing electrified cars, buses and other modes of transport right here in Australia to reduce the manufacturing and supply chain costs and environmental costs, which would ultimately benefit Middle Australia. And I'm sure many of you in this House know that lithium plays a critical role in the clean energy sector. Australia is one of the world's biggest lithium exporters, exporting about 60% of its reserves. At the moment, we export lithium abroad for extracting and refining. Then that gets exported again to another country to make batteries to be installed in EVs. Then those cars get imported back to Australia. It just doesn't make sense. If we take measured approaches to ensuring we have a sustainable long-term manufacturing economy, then we have the potential to be leaders in the renewable manufacturing sector. I can see the potential of the NRF bill to boost the local economy in Fowler and the whole country. Although, to truly benefit all of us, we must think outside the box, support new ideas, embrace innovation and be willing to take risk. After all, the same industries overseas have shown its diversity of backgrounds that leads to the best outcomes. And with that in mind, I was glad I have reassurance, well, there's a reassurance only from the Minister, that the board will have people from culturally, linguistically diverse backgrounds and with personal experiences in this sector. It's an assurance. Whether or not that's going to be implemented is another question. But I'll take heed for comfort in being reassured. And as we look to develop innovation in manufacturing in Australia, let's go west. Go to southwest Sydney, where we have the people, the energy, the cultural diversity, the talent and the potential to reignite the manufacturing sector in Australia. Our ability to innovate and to develop infrastructure will enable us to be first-class manufacturers locally, even if it's small, and nationally if we can grow big and across the globe. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Fowler for her contribution, and the question before the House is that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government was elected on a mandate to drive the transformation of Australian industry and to revive our ability to make world-class products here in Australia, a future made in Australia. And manufacturing matters because it creates full-time, meaningful work and secure, well-paid jobs. And we saw through the pandemic how supply chains were under huge pressure. Products we expected to have on hand were hard to obtain. Now, we need to revitalise manufacturing after years of neglect under those opposite. And there's a couple of reasons for that, but one of them is that they had 9 industry ministers in 9 years, which has left Australia's manufacturing industry in tatters. And just to remind people, was McFarlane, Christopher Pyne, Greg Hunt, Arthur Sinodinos, Senator Cash, Senator Andrews, former member of this place, Christian Porter, the current Shadow Treasurer, Angus Taylor, and of course the former Prime Minister, the member for Cook. Not sure if that was a double-up ministry or he just held it on his own. But they stood right here in this place and they baited the Australian car industry into leaving our nation. I remember how frustrated, amazed, disappointed, angry I was, because I knew what it meant. They baited the car industry to leave Australia. Many may recall former Treasurer Joe Hockey telling Holden in this House, "Either you're here or you're not." And that was a quote, but refusing to consider $500 million in assistance, which in hindsight was a very paltry amount. Well, we all know the outcome of that story. An astounding 40,000 car manufacturing workers lost their jobs. Yeah, so let's take the interjection from the honourable member saying that it's $500 million. Well, 40,000 car manufacturing workers is pretty significant. Having all those high-tech jobs is pretty important, and when you have a pandemic and when we face an uncertain future, having the sovereignty so that we can make things like electric vehicles, other high-tech pieces of kit, maybe even guided missiles that we may need to protect the homeland into the future. So much was lost. So, as I said, in hindsight, this was a paltry amount. Most countries around the world subsidise car manufacturing because they're smart and understand how important those 40,000 car manufacturing jobs were. But our government, this government, believes in the future of the Australian manufacturing industry, and that's why we're delivering the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund. It's a key platform to support, diversify and transform Australia's industry and to create sustainable, well-paying jobs. The fund will provide finance, including loans, guarantees and equity, to drive investments in 7 priority areas of the Australian economy. and these will leverage Australia's natural and competitive strengths and support the development of strategically important industries and shore up our supply chains. And as I said, to make more things here. The 7 priority areas are: 1. Value add in resources. We need to do that. For so long we've just shipped our resources offshore, but this fund will expand Australia's mining, science, technology and ensure a greater share of raw materials that are extracted are processed domestically. Now, this could include high-purity alumina from red mud in bauxite processing or lithium processing for batteries. 2. Value add in the agriculture, forestry and fisheries sector. And this too will unlock potential and value add to the raw materials in sectors like food processing, and we're doing a deep dive on food processing in the aquaculture area in our fisheries in the Northern Territory at the moment, but also textiles, clothing and footwear manufacturing as well. My mum's first job was in a bootmaker in Melbourne, but it's been a long time since we manufactured footwear. We can be doing a lot more of it again with smart technology and a bit of support. Number 3, transport. The fund will develop capabilities in transport manufacturing and supply chains, including for cars, trains and in shipbuilding. To that I would add aircraft building, and certainly in Darwin, in my electorate, we are going to be manufacturing amphibious aircraft into the future. We've got the first one in the hangar right now, and we've got orders coming in from overseas. The ability to land and take off from water, very handy when the Indo-Pacific includes 2 large bodies of water, those being the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, not to mention all the seas that surround our island nation. So medical science is the 4th point. I wanted to include that we've got some of the best world-leading researchers, and we want to back them so they can provide here in our own nation essential supplies such as medical devices, personal protective equipment, medicines and vaccines. And we saw during the pandemic that we couldn't get hand sanitizer, we couldn't get masks when we need it in those early days. And I congratulate the Australian companies that quickly got up and running their own ability to produce, for example, face masks. We need to be able to produce our own medical instruments, our own PPE, our own medicines and vaccines. Number 5, renewables and low emission technologies. Again, we've got some of the best and brightest people, and everyone knows the shame, the missed opportunity that was seeing some of our best solar technicians go overseas when they couldn't get the funding to commercialise their brilliance. And that's what it was, Australian ingenuity and brilliance in those researchers, in those scientists, but they just felt compelled that they needed to pursue this and the funding wasn't available here, so they went overseas. We won't let that happen again. We'll address the brain drain that we've had overseas by providing opportunities here so that those Australian brilliant minds and brilliant minds from overseas who want to come to Australia where there are skill shortages, this fund will facilitate more funding into these high-end manufacturing renewable industries. And that's the components for wind turbines as we see wind farming accelerate around our nation. The production of batteries and solar panels. I've been talking to companies that want to do that in Middle Arm, just outside my electorate, in the member for Lingiari's electorate. That Middle Arm precinct is going to be part of this, this big move to us having the renewable technologies produced right here in Australia, aided and assisted by this fund. But also we're an agricultural country, and new livestock feed that will reduce methane emissions, incredibly important. We also make steel, not as much as we used to, but modernising steel and aluminium. The hydrogen electrolysers, so important for the green hydrogen of the future. Again, some of that will be happening in the north. And also innovative packaging solutions to reduce waste, and a sincere and genuine commitment that we do have to the circular economy. Less waste, smarter tech, and recycling more and more. Number 6 is defence capability. The fund will maximise sourcing of requirements from Australian suppliers employing Australian workers, whether they be technology, infrastructure or skills. Defence capability, making more of our capability here, incredibly important, not only from a sovereignty point of view, but for us to be assured of our supply chains in times of strategic competition, hopefully not war. We'll be doing everything we can to avoid that, but if it does come to that, we want to make sure that our supply chains from within our nation and what we are producing in our, for our Defence Force to use to defend our nation, as much of that as possible can come from within. It's just smart. 7, enabling capabilities. So this fund will support key enabling capabilities across engineering, data science, software development, including areas such as AI, robotics and quantum mechanics. Our government has previously announced target investment levels for specific priority areas within the fund. And for the information of honourable members and for those listening in the public, we're talking about $3 billion for renewables and low emission technologies out of the fund, $1.5 billion for medical manufacturing, $1 billion for value adding in resources, which is absolutely essential, $1 billion for critical technologies, $1 billion for advanced manufacturing, $500 million for value adding in agriculture, forestry, fisheries, food and fibre, and that's as important for emissions reduction as it is for food security and growing our ag sector, growing our aquaculture sector. The National Reconstruction Fund will target projects and investments that help Australia capture new high-value market opportunities to help our Aussie businesses and the international businesses that work in Australia, employ Australians, help them to grow and succeed, both now in our economy today, but also obviously the economy, the high technology economy that we're building for tomorrow. This includes the fund financing advanced manufacturing and supporting of businesses to innovate as they do move up the technological ladder. And moving up that ladder is so absolutely vital. There's no way for us to compete in the world if we don't climb that technological ladder. That doesn't matter whether we're talking about traditional primary industries or the high-tech part of our economy. It all has to move up the innovation ladder. It all has to move and advance up that technological ladder if we're going to compete and be successful. And that's why this fund's so important. And as a co-investment fund, the National Reconstruction Fund looks to draw in investment support from super, from venture capital, from private equity sources, getting that investment to help create high-quality, sustainable industries and jobs for Australians. That's why it's so important. Now, as for its structure and governance, investment and its investment powers will be restricted to set priority areas, and these will be determined jointly by the Ministers for Industry and Science and Finance in a legislative instrument. There's so much more that I could say, Deputy Speaker, about this fund, but time is against us. What I wanted to make clear to those listening is that our government is committed to making renewables and low-emission technologies one of the key areas, but we also recognise that traditional primary industries as well will benefit and absolutely need to innovate to develop for themselves for the future so they can stay competitive. That's what we're committed to doing, and that's what this fund will facilitate. So I sincerely hope that those opposite support this. I hope that the crossbench supports this. It's essential for our nation's future. It's essential for our nation's security, and on that basis, I very much support it. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. If you're feeling generous, if you're feeling kind, I mean, you could potentially call this a smokescreen. If you're feeling less kind, you'd call it a political stunt. But the reality is that this proposal, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a political showbag. And I'm sure you recall when you go to the show and you buy your show bag and it's up in bright lights and it's got a lovely pamphlet and it all looks wonderful. You lay out your hard-earned and it costs a fortune, but then you get it home and you open it up and you get to the bottom and you find it's full of you-know-what, Mr Deputy Speaker. That is this proposal. And I'll outline over the next few minutes exactly why that is the case. Exactly why that is the case. So the political showbag has hit the media, Mr Deputy Speaker. David Marin Guzman from the Fin, I believe. The ACTU wants unions first in $15 billion fund. Well, the first problem, $15 billion fund, well, that's actually not true. In fact, the legislation specifically says that on commencement there will be $5 billion. And I know there's some confidence in those on the other side, Mr Deputy Speaker, but in 2029 the contribution will have been up to a total of $10 billion. And in fact, we just had the honourable member, the previous speaker, outline the commitment, and I got to 8. So there's no 15 in that. There's no 15 and 8, and there's no 15 and 10 unless my maths has changed since I went to school, and I know it was a while ago, Mr Deputy Speaker. I know it was a while. So this is the first problem with the political showbag. What's being sold is not what's in it. It is not a $15 billion fund. It will be $5 billion that they have to borrow of the hard-earned money of the taxpayer. Secondly, it's about the ACTU, and according to this story, they are calling on Minister Husic to install union officials on the fund's board, because otherwise it might be biased towards the finance sector and private business, i.e. those people who make decisions that actually make a return, who make good financial decisions. And what else do they want, Mr Deputy Speaker? Well, let's have a look. You must guarantee secure jobs with decent working conditions. In this country we have laws. They already exist. You can't just wander around and hire people outside of agreements and outside of the Australian law. It is unlawful. That is why it's in place. They also believe that enterprise agreements with unions must be a precondition of any tender. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, there may be those listening who think that this is unlikely and it might not happen. But let's look at what else they want. They also want no independent directors. They oppose independent directors. That's a bad idea. And we see from Senator Michaelia Cash in the other place a quote which says union demands on Labor know no bounds after they made $16.7 million in donations. Well, you can ignore that if you like, but if you go to the actual statements on this bill, you will find that the federal Labor government consulted with a range of government stakeholders, followed by the following non-government stakeholders: the Australian Banking Association, the Australian Council of Superannuation Investors, the Australian Council of Trade Unions, the Australian Investment Council, Industry Super Australia and the Law Council of Australia. Now, we've heard honourable members come to this place and outline what it is they'll be investing in. Well, there's none of them in the consultation process, Mr Deputy Speaker. None. Absolutely none. And it also includes the capacity to loan money, to provide equity, to invest in state and territory governments. I mean, are the federal Labor serious? State governments need more money from the Commonwealth through a loan fund? They don't get enough through GST. They don't get enough through the existing national agreements. They don't get enough in terms of hospitals. But actually on hospitals, Mr Deputy Speaker, they don't get enough, because in the last budget, according to the AMA, federal Labor cut $2.4 billion from the forwards for hospital funding. $2.4 billion. So we know where this is coming from, Mr Deputy Speaker. We know exactly where it's coming from. And it'll also be used to meet international agreements. This is it's a magic fund, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is magic. It's not just a political showbag, it's magic. It will cover everything, from critical minerals to defence to energy, right across the road to international agreements. But it does not. It is not 15 billion, because your own legislation says that that's not the case. It says exactly how much money is going in. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this appears to be a wonderful intervention from those opposite, but what it is, it's actually cuts in what's being provided for support. If we come back to just one segment, Mr Deputy Speaker, in terms of critical minerals, which I've had a bit to do with over recent years, and we find the previous coalition government established a $2 billion loan facility. It's already there for critical minerals through former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, myself and the former Minister Mr Teague. Now, guess what? Managed by Export Finance Australia, which already exists. It has already made investments and loans. It has already provided money in terms of critical minerals. And the challenge in this space, Mr Deputy Speaker, is critical minerals is not about an economic decision, it is a national security decision. And the reason for that is because there is a monopoly provider in the world who basically has a monopoly across everything to do with critical minerals. And if you even look like you are not going to be providing to that monopoly provider, they will knock out your business. So you have to be able to provide different methods to ensure success. You cannot simply rely on the basics of the economy when it comes to critical minerals. It is incredibly important to get this right. And the idea that you will put forward the political showbag as a solution for something that is absolutely necessary for not only this country, but other countries around the world. It's the reason there are signed agreements with places like Japan, with places like the United States, South Korea, India and others, because the critical mineral supply chain is critical to this country and many others. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, $2 billion in loans. We also have announcements that were delivered, Mr Deputy Speaker, for $239 million provided to Ecograph Limited and Renascor Resources. We also have some $50 million over 3 years to establish the Virtual National Critical Minerals Research and Development Centre, along with $200 million, if I recall correctly, for grants. And guess what? They got cut in the last budget. Not entirely, but they were reduced by those opposite, because clearly they didn't think they were important. So the political showbag cannot be the solution for all things, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is certainly not $15 billion, and that can be checked because it is in the legislation. $5 billion at commencement, up to $10 billion by 2029. So they're confident, Mr Deputy Speaker, they're confident they're still going to be there in 2029. It is quite extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll bring you back to the appointment of board members. Now, we've heard a lot from those opposite and others around transparency and selection. Transparency and selection. So I thought I should go and read and see exactly what skills you might need to become a member of the board, and there's a pretty good list. And it says things like professional credibility and significant standing in at least one of the following fields: banking and finance. OK, good. Venture capital, private equity, investment by way of lending or provision of credit. Sounds OK. Economics, government funding programs or bodies, accounting law, priority areas of the Australian economy, industrial relations, would you believe, industry growth, and finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, any other field the minister considers appropriate. So, anybody. Doesn't really matter as long as the minister thinks that that'll be OK. They can be appointed. So, in terms of all of those opposite, who bang on about transparency, who bang on about decisions, this has very clearly been set up to select whoever they want, because that is exactly what the legislation says, Mr Deputy Speaker. So it will be borrowed money. It will be pushed by the ACTU, according to reports in the media, and according to the fact that that was who was consulted, Mr Deputy Speaker. But if we come back and look at the fundamental problems, if you want manufacturing in this country, and we all do, then they have to be internationally competitive. And it's pretty straightforward how you get there, Mr Deputy Speaker. You must have affordable electricity, affordable gas, affordable energy. You must have an available workforce. You must have people who are actually manufacturing something that the world wants. Something that the world wants. So you need a market. And quite simply, you just need to get out of the way of business. Business is quite capable of making their own investments and their own decisions if they don't continually have government interventions. And there has been no worse interventions in recent times than those opposite intervention on the gas market and the electricity market in particular. And we have seen exactly what we warned would happen is happening, and that is there will not be sufficient investment to bring on more gas. Now, if anyone wants to see what the results are when there is no investment in the resources sector, go to Victoria. It is very straightforward, Mr Deputy Speaker. There has been a moratorium on onshore gas exploration in Victoria for some 10 years. And guess what? They've run out of gas. And guess what? When there's no gas in the markets and you shortfall the supply, the price goes up and you become uncompetitive. All of those poor manufacturers in Victoria that rely on gas for their energy and, of course, for their sourcing for other products are now absolutely getting into the neck because of decisions of state governments not to develop their own resources. Now, I don't see anything in this political showbag, Mr Deputy Speaker, that will fix that. I just don't. And the idea, the intervention that those opposite are putting forward, that you can shift gas from Gladstone to Melbourne and be competitive on price is just wrong. It's not factual. You cannot do it because you've got to transport it. You've got to transport it. You've got to build infrastructure. You have to have pipelines and all the things that go with it. It is not that simple. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've also seen very recently in the press, and I hope this is not true, I genuinely hope this is not true, that those opposite are considering changing the ADGSM to allow for quarterly decisions, including the ability to block all exports of the gas industry. Now, can you imagine, Mr Deputy Speaker, if you purchased a new car 2 years ago and you borrowed however much money you might need, 50 or 100,000 or 25,000 or even 10,000 if that's what you can afford, and the government comes to you and says it doesn't matter how much equity you have, it doesn't matter what your loan conditions are, it doesn't matter what your contract is. We've decided that potentially we want you to change that car, get a different car or not use your car at all, but you will still have those bills. Now, that is what's being proposed, and I hope it's incorrect, Mr Deputy Speaker, because investment in this country is critical to its success. Investment in the resources sector means jobs, particularly in the regions. Investment in the gas sector means you have lower energy prices and more availability. The idea that you will go back to investors, countries who have committed to this nation tens of billions of dollars and tell them that that's just too bad, we're going to take your product whether you like it or not, is wrong. It's the wrong decision, it sends the wrong message, and it is bad for our national reputation. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, over the last few years, COVID has been terrible for all of us, for all Australians. But I'll tell you what one of the highlights was, and that is that the Australian resources sector maintained their operations, they maintained their contracts, they met those contracts, they enhanced the reputation of this country because of the decisions that they made and the work that they did, and as a result, they are breaking all records. Now, I've seen the most recent forecast. It could be as much as $460 billion worth of economic activity added to this country from the resources and the gas sector. And that is off the back of the fact that they supplied when it was incredibly tough. They supplied when the rest of the world was stopped. They made sure that the countries for which we have agreements with, Japan and South Korea and others, had their energy supply and could keep their lights on and keep their people safe because they had to deal with this country and companies in this country. And the idea that those opposite would destroy that reputation, it is false, an absolutely false economy, and they should absolutely not do it. Do not do it. There will be billions of dollars worth of investment decisions made over the future, which simply won't be positive. They will not take a final investment decision to invest in Australia knowing that the playing field will change constantly under this federal Labor government. It does not make any sense. It is dangerous for the nation, its reputation and the 1.2 million people who are employed, direct and indirect, through the resources and energy sector. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I come back to the political showbag. What we see, once again from Labor, is all politics. It is all noise. What they put forward are not factual. It's not factual. there is not $15 billion in this fund. There is a maximum of $10 billion by 2029. 2029, $5 billion to start with. So the idea that those opposite purport that they can cover all of those figures through this simple proposition is wrong. It is wrong. There are any number of existing policies and programs which have been enormously successful that are out there and established and budgeted for, and processes are in place. You do not need to set up another whole political showbag simply to put the ACTU on the board. And we know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that that is the proposal the ACTU want, given they are one of the few that were actually consulted. Well, we can put 2 and 2 together. Well, some of us can. For those opposite, it adds up to 15, but it hasn't got quite the right numbers, Mr Deputy Speaker. So, once again, I come back to where I started. Those opposite will be providing money potentially to state and territory governments who already have any number of other sources. They will be putting forward all sorts of proposals for which there are already existing availability. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will not be supporting this bill. It is the wrong decision for Australia, and it is a political showbag.
The member's time has expired.
Hello.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Wills.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I might commence my remarks by maybe gently reminding the member for Hinkler. He almost got there. He said $5 billion and then $10 billion. He didn't get to the equals part, because I remember from doing maths in grade 6 that 5 plus 10 equals 15. Now, I can provide the member for Hinkler an abacus if it assists him, but 5 plus 10 in our universe is 15. And the Albanese Labor government's $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund will transform Australian industry. It will create secure local jobs, and it's going to bring manufacturing back home. This is going to leverage Australia's natural strengths, support the development of strategically important industries, and protect Australia's supply chains. Now, the member for Hinkler was talking about all the different areas, critical areas, that this would invest in during.
Yeah, call the member for Hinkler.
Member, the section number is 52, Part 4. The Minister must ensure the total of the amounts credited to the account under subsection 2 before July 29 equals $10 billion.
I call the member for Wills.
The member for Hinkler may have found his abacus there in his drawer, but I will say this: 5, and I'm just quoting him back, Deputy Speaker, $5 billion, then $10 billion. That's $15 billion in anyone's mathematics. But anyway, well, let's leave that, because he did touch on the critical areas of investment, and they are important. They're actually critical to Australia's future. Resources, agriculture, forestry and fisheries sectors, transport, medical science, renewables and low-emission technologies, defence capability and enabling capabilities. And that is best described, Deputy Speaker, as including support for key enabling capabilities across engineering, data science, software development, areas such as artificial intelligence, robotics and quantums that are so important now as advanced technologies. These are key areas that you would think that everyone in this place, every member in this place, would get around and support, given their critical nature to Australia's future. But I'll come to that later, because this National Reconstruction Fund is also about jobs, secure, local, well-paid jobs for Australians, something that people in my local electorate of Wills know all too well. Many people in the north of my electorate worked at the Ford factory in Broadmeadows, and they lost their jobs when it shut down in 2016. This fund is about rebuilding manufacturing in our country. It's about bringing manufacturing back home. Unlike those opposite, who tore through manufacturing, particularly car manufacturing, and had the audacity, a previous speaker had the audacity to try and claim it was a Labor government's fault when they themselves ripped out the guts of car manufacturing in this country. It was absolutely disgraceful, and I think at the time the Treasurer then went on to smoke a cigar in celebrating that effort, if I could call it that. This is about people's livelihoods, their jobs. It's about making things here again and setting up Australia as leaders in advanced manufacturing. It's about our self-reliance and our sovereign capability. Now, we saw during this the difficult period that we all went through when COVID was at its peak in the last couple of years It exposed issues such as supply chains and resilience in those supply chains, that we were possibly, actually, too reliant on some supply chains that were exposed. They impacted those supply chains. COVID impacted supply chains, and Australia was not prepared as we should have been. We as a government are doing something about that. It's a big part of the National Reconstruction Fund. We took the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund to the election in May last year. We have a mandate, and now we are delivering on our commitment to the Australian people. The Albanese Labor government is focused on renewing, revitalising and rebuilding Australia's manufacturing industry for Australians, for small business owners, for the regions and for jobs. We're setting Australians up for the future, investing in jobs, making things here again. Now, those opposite have done nothing in government to invest in Aussie manufacturing. Over 9 long years, they baited the Australian car industry, as I referred to, Deputy Speaker. They baited them into leaving the country. And they had 9 industry ministers in 9 years. How they could even, any one of those ministers could even get on top of the portfolio. By the time they finished reading their briefs, they were out the door, and the next person came in. And if that wasn't bad enough, now in opposition, they're playing the wreckers. They're playing the role of wreckers. They're opposing this fund. And what really, really gets to me, Deputy Speaker, what really grates is that they are putting our national security at risk in doing this. The Minister for Industry pointed out this week that very fact. The opposition don't seem to care that a big part of this fund is dedicated to advancing defence capability. That's critical to Australia's preparedness, both for AUKUS and working with our partners for the Quad. They don't care. They just want the politics of this. They just want to oppose. They're not interested in our national security. They're not interested in our national interests. It's all short-term politics. The leopard hasn't changed their spots. That's what they were like in government. It was all about the short-term political message, not about the long-term national interest. I remind those opposite that our partners, our regional partners, our allies, our friends, there is an expectation that Australia comes to the table with our efforts on technology and technological developments and advancements, with our technological strength. And these developments are paramount to our national security and our national interests. The Minister for Industry noted that this National Reconstruction Fund is crucial to strengthening both our economic and our national security long-term. That's right. It's about the long-term. It's not about the newspaper report the next day, which the opposition is so fond of trying to win. Yet despite the facts, the important facts that $2 billion of this National Reconstruction Fund is going to be pointed towards critical technology, AI, quantum technology, critical minerals, all of which are very important for our, as I said, the work that we're doing with our international partners and our allies, both in the Quad and in our AUKUS efforts on advanced capability. Despite this, the Coalition are still happy to stand in the way of this bill, to oppose it. They talk a big game on national security, Deputy Speaker. It's a big talk, but when they've got the opportunity to walk the walk, they go and oppose. They go for the short-term political message. That's not in Australia's national interest. That's not standing up for our national security. The fact that they are actively opposing this National Reconstruction Fund is quite extraordinary. It's extraordinary, given their rhetoric. And that needs to be called out. Because on one side of the mouth they talk about our national security and getting our defence capability, and they make a big song and dance about that, and then they oppose the funding that will go towards those advanced capabilities. It's extraordinary. I'm interested to know from the opposition, what part of this National Reconstruction Fund do they actually oppose? Is it investment in renewable technology? Because you've been pretty much opposed to that right from the beginning. That could be it, Deputy Speaker. Is it is it an opposition to investment in advanced manufacturing capabilities? Is that what it is? Don't think we could be that advanced. Don't think we have the technology or the technical ability, the workforce. Is that what it is? You're opposed to advanced manufacturing in this country because this is where what this fund is largely about, getting that up and running and really turbocharging it. Are you opposed to that? Maybe not. Maybe they're opposed, Deputy Speaker, to good, secure local jobs for Australians. Maybe, given the way they killed the car manufacturing industry in this country and saw thousands of jobs walk out the door and thousands of Australians lose their jobs in manufacturing and then smoked a cigar about it in celebration, maybe they're opposed to the job creation that comes out of this fund. Maybe that's what it is. You know, I'm trying to guess here because I haven't really heard any good reason. Are they opposed to creating jobs? Because this fund's also going to create new jobs, in new and advanced manufacturing jobs, in technology, in exciting new sectors. Maybe they're opposed to creating jobs. They don't like that. Maybe not. Maybe, Deputy Speaker, they're opposed to growing the economy. Maybe they don't want Australia to succeed. That would be a poor position to take as an opposition. Oh, let's prevent the growth of the Australian economy by killing this fund. That's pretty cynical, if that's what they're doing it for. Let me ask this. Are you opposed to making our supply chains more resilient, which is a big part of this fund and the investment that goes to it? Is that what it is? Because we all saw how exposed our supply chains were over the last couple of years. So it really shocks me that you would be opposed to making those supply chains that we are so reliant on more resilient. I think it could be all of the above. It could be one or two of them. Whatever their reasoning is, it is really making it harder for Australians and Australians to get those jobs and to do the things that we need to do in the coming decade. They are all opposition and no policy. And, Deputy Speaker, I know it might be useless, it might be futile, there might be no point in it, but I ask the opposition to rethink their position, act in good faith, negotiate on some amendments if that's what it is. But outright opposition to the National Reconstruction Fund is outright opposition to advancing Australia and our national interests. That's what it is, and you will be called out for it. The opposition will be called out for your wrecking, the wrecking ball that you're putting to this bill, and the wrecking ball that you're putting to Australian jobs, the wrecking ball that you're putting to our advanced capability and our manufacturing in this country. I ask them to rethink. There are good members on the other side, Deputy Speaker. They care about Australia's future. They care about Australia's national interest. They would know that $15 billion invested in manufacturing, in advanced manufacturing, in technology and capability and supply chain resilience is good for Australia. Maybe they'll have the courage in their party room to stand up to their leader and say, no, we should negotiate. Let's try and put up an amendment or something, but we should back this bill in because it's good for Australia. It's good for our constituents. I'm asking you to back Australian-made. I'm asking you to back Australian jobs. I'm asking you to back the Australian economy. I'm asking you to do the right thing and not oppose the National Reconstruction Fund.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Durack.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill 2022. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Party has always believed that a government's role is to minimise interference but maximise initiative. That we as a nation are at our best when we, as policymakers, give private industry and individuals the opportunity to be the best they can be, whilst providing a helping hand, but only when necessary. It is not our job to get in the way of Australian businesses' day-to-day goings-on, to impose unnecessary bureaucratic red tape, or to own part of the personal property they earned through their own hard work. That is what the Liberal Party believes, Mr Deputy Speaker. I can guarantee you that. But what I can also guarantee is that that is not what those opposite believe. They are too arrogant to believe that individuals have the capacity to create opportunity without government holding their hand during the process. In fact, they are so arrogant that they tell people what they need instead of listening to what they want. This typical top-down approach that the Australian people unfortunately are coming all too familiar with the Albanese government since they've come to power is riddled throughout this bill that we are debating. Typical Labor, all focus on the politics but useless with policy. In Australia, we build things. We build them well. Our manufacturers are some of the best in the world, and I am incredibly proud of that, Mr Deputy Speaker. Our exports are lauded for their quality and reliability, making Australian-made products a sought-after commodity right across the globe. Our manufacturers create jobs, providing financial security for hundreds of thousands of Australian families right across the country. Manufacturing at home is a key part of our nation's ability to ensure that we protect our sovereign interests from threats abroad. During the last term of Parliament, as the Minister for Defence Industry, I led with the passionate belief that if you can't build at home, then you cannot defend your home. Never has this mantra been more important than in the geopolitical environment that we currently find ourselves in. Right now, our manufacturers are being threatened with rising cost of living, rising electricity prices and rising inflation. I am genuinely concerned about the direction our economy is going and the impact that it will have on our ability to build on Australian soil. Now is not the time to play politics with our manufacturing sector. Sadly, this is what we are seeing with the inexperienced Industry Minister. With power prices forecast to spike by 56% over the next 2 years, many businesses across the country may be pushed to the brink. I am particularly concerned about the impact this is going to have on our fabulous Australian defence industry. The Coalition understands how important manufacturers are to this country, and that is why, when we were in government, we introduced valuable programs that created opportunities for hundreds of businesses right across the country, such as the Modern Manufacturing Initiative, known as the MMI, but also many initiatives to support our incredibly important critical minerals projects. Labor, on the other hand, have used their first 8 months in power to prioritise their union mates and have decided to forge ahead with radical industrial relations legislation that will leave our industries in a devastated position. Never has there been a more inappropriate time for that focus. The October budget was the perfect opportunity for our Prime Minister to assure Australian manufacturers that the government still had their back. But instead he used it as an opportunity to spitefully wipe out key features of the Coalition's industry policy. We saw next to nothing in the budget to begin the rollout of the National Reconstruction Fund. The Labor Party are happy to redirect the MMI funds, but they have failed to roll out their own program, creating a void that is no doubt being felt by industry right around the country right now, Mr Deputy Speaker. You only need to review the large number of successful MMI applications to see the geographical spread and the very important mix of industries that we have been supporting. The Coalition provided $2.5 billion to create the MMI program to support our sovereign manufacturing capability to empower over 200 projects right across Australia. Projects like Forager Foods in Tasmania for a freeze-drying and processing facility, Sealight in Victoria for automating electronic circuit board capability, Sun Cable in the Northern Territory to improve solar array manufacturing, Technoplast in South Australia to improve food packaging, and First Graphene Limited in Western Australia to support an optimisation and automation project. Industry invested significant funds to prepare for the application project of the MMI. Some Mr Deputy Speaker, went as far as building up their own infrastructure or capacity in key areas to make their submissions more competitive. Other businesses had begun to roll out their programs because they had received a commitment from our government that they would receive financial assistance with their project. They were told their application was successful and they had begun operating accordingly, quite reasonably, I would say. Then there is a change of government, and the first thing the minister does is put a halt to funds that were assessed by independent experts and the department. It shows a complete lack of understanding of how delays such as these can significantly delay or damage critical manufacturing projects. Mr Deputy Speaker, never has a lack of industry experience by the Labor frontbench so clearly on display as this pathetic approach to support our nation's manufacturing capability. The National Reconstruction Fund is a very, very poor funding model. The National Reconstruction Fund is another attempt by the Labor Party to realise their ideological obsession of government ownership over what rightfully belongs to private industry. Instead of a competitive grants program, as offered under the Coalition's Modern Manufacturing Initiative, Labor has opted for loans and acquiring equity. We know from similar schemes rolled out by previous Labor governments that equity and loan schemes are less accessible than grants, and manufacturers may struggle to meet return on investment thresholds or indeed be able to put together the detailed business cases in-house. Our approach, Mr Deputy Speaker, was funding projects to help to build scale and capture income in high-value areas of manufacturing where Australia either has established competitive strength or emerging priorities. Labor's approach is to roll out a process that excludes certain industries with small margins or disrupted supply chains, crowding out private investment opportunities, and will uproot manufacturers who are unable to meet their loan agreements with the government. There is a better way to manage this process, and Labor have utterly failed to grasp this point, Mr Deputy Speaker. Perhaps the biggest shame this bill highlights is that our space industry, our fabulous space industry, is not a priority for this Labor government. As a former Minister for Science and Technology, I know how devastating this news will be for many new and existing businesses that operate within the space sector. Under our leadership, we proudly supported funding to locally design, develop, manufacture and deploy specialised space products, equipment, systems and services for export to international markets and to support national and international space stations. Our Prime Minister and the inexperienced Industry Minister, however, have sent a very clear message to the space sector that whilst they are in charge, your industry will suffer, that space does not matter to this mob. We are yet to understand the basis in which this shift in focus was made. Times are difficult and they are not going to improve any time soon, Mr Deputy Speaker. We all know that. Interest rates are up, inflation is up. Right now, our manufacturers need our help to ensure that they can navigate the strong headwinds currently caused by our faltering economy. It is time the government put forward a sensible plan to deliver support for our manufacturers that will assist them now, not in 12 months' time when Labor finally decides to roll out their own fund. Our manufacturing sector is growing. There is no denying that. But as COVID demonstrated, and as we've talked about it in this place many times, we need to ensure that our manufacturing sector diversifies so that we don't get caught out with many products that were not made here in Australia. We must support our existing and new manufacturers before it's too late. And let me tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is not the answer. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and apologies everyone to my croaky voice. It's awesome having my children here in Bendigo. And it's wonderful to have a childcare centre here at Parliament, but it is a petri dish, as all parents with children in childcare know. But so keen am I to speak on manufacturing and the National Reconstruction Fund. Please persevere with me. This bill is critical. This bill is critical not just to my electorate, but to regional electorates and economies all over our country. I have to begin by saying I'm not surprised, but I am disappointed that the opposition is opposing this. The National Reconstruction Fund is modelled on ARENA and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. We know that the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and ARENA were two bodies that those opposite really struggled to understand the importance of them and the success of them. Multiple times when they were last in government, they tried to abolish them unsuccessfully because the Clean Energy Finance Corporation proved to be a successful model, proved to work, proved to make money for the Commonwealth and support and grow investment where it's needed. So successful was the Clean Energy Finance Corporation that it actually has underpinned or given us guidance on how to create the National Reconstruction Fund. And I have to say that I disagree with those opposite about what manufacturers are saying. In the 10 years or so that I've been the federal member for Bendigo or a candidate, when I've gone out to meet the many proud manufacturers in my electorate, many of them have said that they've found the grant system run by federal government's clunky, plays favourites, and doesn't actually support innovation. Innovation is a big word to manufacturers in my electorate. Paul Chapman, who is the founder and his family still own Australian Turntables, actually runs a festival, a regular festival on innovation, encouraging people to think differently. And he quite often says that what businesses, manufacturers lack is being able to have a partner in government, someone with capital. See, it's not that easy for manufacturers to access capital, particularly at the moment, and this will actually give them an option. The National Reconstruction Fund will give them an option. In my electorate, manufacturing has existed for a long time. From the early days of the gold rushes, when you thought about the simple innovations that occurred, to what we have today. We are home to world-class manufacturing. We are home to food manufacturing, engineering, heavy metal manufacturing. We manufacture and make the Bushmaster, which has featured a few times this week in discussions. We have a strong presence in defence manufacturing. And we also are actively involved in many innovative products in the building products space, all critical manufacturing to where we are today. We are also home to gold mining and have one of the richest gold mines in Australia, which has helped seed a lot of mining manufacturing and equipment that will be required for our mining industry. Today, manufacturing's economic output in Greater Bendigo alone is about 18%, yet the sector employs 8%. So for who they employ, they generate a huge economic output in our region. Salaries are worth over $300 million and local sales over $800,000, and exports, regional exports, close to is also massive in the area. Value adding is a big part of what we do. I've spoken to a number of local manufacturers about what this fund could help and whether they consider accessing it or what they could do. Vossler Koffler Australia are based in Castlemaine. They've outgrown their facility. They are a leading global company in rail infrastructure. They've been successful in acquiring a contract with the federal government to help build the inland rail. But their home in Castlemaine is too small. It doesn't have a proper flow. For those reasons, because the company is looking to expand, they are looking to relocate to Bendigo. But again, having access to capital, finding the right investment partners is challenging. Despite what those would suggest, they did have people lined up, didn't quite work out. This kind of fund could be an option for them. We want to be a country that makes things. We want to be a country of inland rail, and we want that inland rail equipment to be manufactured here. We've got great companies like Vossler who could be part of that, who are being part of that, but need a purpose-built home. They're not asking for a grant to build the facility, but a National Reconstruction Fund. They could actually have a partner. Hoffman's Engineering. Hoffman's Engineering are known for their manufacturing facility in WA, but their leading manufacturing facility on the East Coast is in my electorate of Bendigo. They produce heavy fabrication, heavy machinery. When you're there, it's quite often you will see some of the largest gears from around the world being refurbed in Bendigo. They've got the largest lathe in the Southern Hemisphere in Bendigo. They still do work on the Collins class because they do have some of the large equipment able to do that refurb work. But they also do a lot of work for the renewable energy industry, from wind turbines to our defence vehicles. They are critical manufacturer that we have. They're also innovators, and they have some of the best equipment in terms of the electrical welding that they have. And speaking to their young apprentices who are going on to be engineers, they've got a brilliant pathway. They too look at the National Reconstruction Fund that's being proposed as an opportunity. Another fantastic manufacturer in my electorate, J.L. King, is a large local food manufacturer. They did actually apply to the previous government's grants that they're so proud of, only to miss out over and over again. Maybe it's because they were in the wrong electorate. Maybe that was part of their challenge. They're in Bendigo. They're not in Nichols, they're in Bendigo. Maybe it's because they're in a red electorate, not a green electorate, not a blue electorate. That is what is so disappointing about those opposite. Have they not learnt from their previous mistakes? J.L. King are looking to expand. They're a small family business that has grown. They've got a site, they've built a facility. Now they're looking for equity partners to help them fit out that facility so they can grow their manufacturing business. They could double the jobs that they have. They could double the jobs if they could just find the equity partners. They are expanding into providing good quality food into aged care facilities, yet they can't expand quick enough, and they need a National Reconstruction Fund could help them meet the needs. This is just a few of the many examples in my electorate, and I know I'm about to be wound up soon, and I will seek to continue my speech on why the National Reconstruction Fund will make such a difference to local manufacturing. We are in desperate need for a federal government partner to help grow manufacturing jobs. If we want to be a country that makes things, we need to be doing more than just handing out clunky grants, more than just leaving it up to the market. This is an opportunity here to actually be a partner. It is innovative, and I know those opposites struggle with innovation, but if you actually took the time to work and listen to manufacturing groups, particularly those in regional areas, you would learn that this fund that is being put forward by the government is the actual answer to a lot of challenges that we are having in growing manufacturing in the regions. And I'll leave up my remarks there, Deputy Speaker, and hope to be able to return to them when the debate continues.
Thank you. And the debate is interrupted with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member, if interrupted, will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The only place mothers can have a natural birth in the electorate of Flynn is in Emerald.
Shame.
I say this as I wanted to remind everybody that you still cannot have a natural birth in Gladstone or Biloela hospitals. Shame. Yes, the Gladstone and Biloela maternity service wards are still on bypass. That means that expecting mothers must drive well over an hour to Rockhampton to give birth. I have heard some of the stories of the traumatic experiences they have faced. Expecting mothers in my region are booking themselves in for caesarean sections as they don't want to run the risk of roadside births while travelling to Rockhampton. One of the reasons we have a maternity crisis in rural and regional Queensland is the Labor state government does not support GP practice or their needs to access the public hospital system to practice their medical expertise. This is forcing GPs to close their doors. There are no GP services west of Emerald. Once again, I would like to thank the over 3,000 people that signed the petition calling for the Labor state government to reinstate these maternity services. I also thank Gemma from Save the Gladstone Maternity Ward and Lisa from Save Bill Wheeler Maternity Ward, who are fighting for the restoration of maternity services. Our community has had enough, and we cannot let this issue go unforgotten.
Thank you. Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What a pleasure it was to join my community in Cranbourne West for the official opening of Quarters Primary School, alongside the Victorian Minister for Education, Natalie Hutchins, Member for Cranbourne, Pauline Richards, and Principal Liz Davey. The tour of this new school highlighted the fantastic facilities the students will enjoy. This includes a fully operational library, specialist teaching areas for science and food technology, collaborative teaching spaces, a community hub building with a gymnasium, and several sporting venues, just to name a few. The excitement of students to start the year at this wonderful new school could be felt throughout my interactions with them and their parents. I am confident the students of Quarters Primary School will nurture and grow in a safe and welcoming environment, and thanks to the school leadership and staff for inviting me to share this special moment with them. Being one of the fastest growing regions in the country, I am glad that there's continuous investment in our community's education infrastructure. I can't wait to visit the school again and check on each student's progress. Thank the House.
Thank you. Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Greater Shepparton Lighthouse project was established in 2014 in response to complex social issues in the region. It's a collective, community-led initiative built on the fundamental principle that a village raises a child. It started with 1,000 conversations led by the first Executive Officer, Lisa McKenzie, and the community embraced the vision that all young people should have the chance to realise their full potential and thrive. And the work continues under current Executive Officer Amy Robinson. With her fantastic team and the wider community, Lighthouse is focused on school readiness, absenteeism, higher attainment in education and transition to work or further study. Lighthouse is for and by the whole community, but the disadvantaged, vulnerable and marginalised are at the forefront of its programs. Pit Stop, a re-engagement initiative offering young people the opportunity to work on small engines and cars under the guidance of volunteer industry professionals, is just one example. Lighthouse used its community links to start GV Cares when a third of the city was locked down and quarantined during COVID, and I was one of the hundreds of volunteers delivering food, medicines and even nappies to families in need. And GV Cares came to the fore again during the recent floods, sourcing and delivering food and essentials. Government has a role to play, but it is more effective when a community comes together to help break the cycle of generational disadvantage and give every child the opportunity to be their best. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday I visited Gallipoli Mosque in Auburn. It is a beautiful, solemn place where the community goes to worship and they come together in times of joy and sorrow. I went to the mosque to deliver a message of support and solidarity to the Turkish and Syrian communities who have been devastated by the recent earthquake. The tragedy, so dreadful in scale, comes with a heartbreaking human cost. The losses of families and loved ones will change lives forever. The Australian government is providing $18 million in humanitarian aid to both Turkey and Syria. It's been heartbreaking to see. It has been heartening to see the response from the Australian community who are making donations to support those affected by this earthquake. I'm proud to be the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of UNICEF group with the member for Moncrief. We were able to launch that group this morning. UNICEF is providing immediate on-the-ground support in Turkey and Syria. I would encourage all Australians to do what we do best and put out a helping hand to our brothers and sisters in need by heading to unicef.org.au and donating to their Turkey and Syria earthquake appeal.
Member for Wright.
I thank Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the axe has fallen on the last Westpac branch in my electorate in the Lockyer Valley. Last week, Westpac announced that they'd be closing their last branch in the electorate. But tonight, or this afternoon, I'm pleased to advise that the House that Westpac has decided to postpone the proposed closure of the Gatton branch, along with 8 other regional branches across Australia, while the Senate References Committee, led by Senator Canavan, runs their inquiry into the regional banking services. I just wanted to acknowledge in the fight that we took up to Westpac the state member for Lockyer, Jim McDonnell, and the Lockyer Valley Mayor, Tanya Milligan, for their extensive advocacy for the community over the last 2 weeks. Madam Speaker, you can understand banks with their responsibility to shareholders leaving communities that are dying. But I can assure you that the Lockyer Valley is far from on its economic knees. In the last 12-18 months, we have seen a new Bunnings arrive, a new Aldi, a new Bridgestone Tyre Service, a second McDonald's. Not the type of economic environment that you would see bank closures in. We have the Catholic Education Department constructed and completed a new secondary school. We would ask Westpac, while they are in their deliberations, to please take a second look at the Lockyer Valley, because it's worth investing in.
Thank you. Member for Fraser.
Young people need to be involved in solving the problems they face. It is a particularly apt sentiment this week with its focus on youth mental health. Youth in Search, the peer-led youth intervention organisation behind End Youth Suicide Week, has turned around the lives of thousands of at-risk youth by including young people in devising the solutions that work for them. I see that in my own electorate, where diversity is celebrated as a key to good mental health because visibility matters. Mohammed Semra and his Endeavour Youth Australia organisation are doing so much to tackle the scourge of racism. Then there's the passionate Tigrayan Youth Association, which recently hosted a 3-day wellness and cultural event. Labor won't be ignoring young people. As Youth Minister Anne Ali said when announcing the Albanese government's innovative Youth Steering Committee, young people are uniquely placed to tell us about their problems, the problems they are facing, and how to shape the solutions that work for them. The youngest person on that committee, 13-year-old Taihan Rahman, lives in my electorate, and we are all so proud of his passion and commitment. It was inspiring when he visited my electorate office recently. I look forward to hearing much more from this dedicated group of young Australians.
Thank you. Member for Griffith.
I've heard quite a few Labor MPs this week talk about the perfect being the enemy of the good when it comes to the housing bill. But what's good about a housing plan that will see the housing crisis get worse? What's good about a plan that will see a yearly cut in housing funding? What's good about a plan that will see more people waiting for social housing, more people in need of affordable housing, more homeless, more people struggling with a massive housing crisis? What's good about a plan that will see $12 billion a year invested and handed over to wealthy property investors and only $500 million a year capped spent on housing? What's good about a plan that will see, in the context of a government that wants to spend $250 billion on the Stage 3 tax cuts? It's a disgrace. And the absolute gall of members in this place to suggest that they somehow should stand in the way of a very reasonable demands that the Greens have made. $5 billion invested. $5 billion invested in social and affordable housing. And if you're watching at home, I'll describe it to you right now. There's a lot of people on Labor's side getting really passionate because they really want to stand in the way of investing $5 billion in social and affordable housing. They really want to stand in the way of giving renters real relief. They really want to stand in the way of giving $1 billion to First Nations housing. Listen to that passion, because you know whose side they're on? They're on the side of millionaires and billionaires who they're giving tax cuts to, and the Greens are on the side of the renters and people in desperate need of affordable housing. And I'm sure at the next election people will remember that.
Time. I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We affectionately call March in Adelaide Mad March. And tomorrow, one of the crown jewels of Mad March will kick off with the opening parade of the 2023 Adelaide Fringe Festival. And yes, I do know it's still February. Now, Deputy Speaker, I did notice that the Minister for Environment and Water wrote a column for a Sydney newspaper which referenced her home city as the festival capital of Australia, and I beg to differ. My fellow South Australians in this place will be well aware of our status as the festival state And the Adelaide Fringe plays a big part in that. Because, Deputy Speaker, the Adelaide Fringe is actually the biggest arts festival to take place anywhere in the Southern Hemisphere. And in fact, the only arts festival internationally that is bigger is the Edinburgh Fringe in Scotland. The Adelaide Fringe has brought acts from around the world to Adelaide for over 60 years, and at Fringe time our streets and parks and venues are just filled with vibrancy and excitement. Deputy Speaker, this year my electorate of Boothby is hosting over 60 shows across 28 different venues and 20 different suburbs, and this is quite literally something for everyone when it comes to the Fringe in Boothby. The Fringe runs from the 17th of February through to the 19th of March, and I'd encourage everyone to get along to an event or two and support those working in our amazing arts industry. See you there.
Thank you. Member for Kennedy.
There is a sun map of North Queensland in 1980, and written across the map is the best natural grasslands in Australia. Now, this area, the reality of a barren wilderness, 23 million hectares of leafless prickly trees, destroying all ground cover and causing massive erosion, a wasteland of rampaging million pigs, destroying all flora and fauna. When we meet Jesus, he is going to ask us, I gave you the 6th biggest river in Australia. I gave you the most beautiful rich black soil plains in the world. What did you do with these gifts? Prickly acacia spread through the completely destroyed 1/10 of North Queensland. Gone are the kangaroos, the birds, the dunnarts. HIPCO irrigation project at Hughenden will deliver a different, restored and improved homeland, my homeland. It regenerates the Midwest. Keeping the flame on a windswept plain, a plain that will keep you broke till you go insane, was the great poet and the great author and commentator on Waltzing Matilda. My wife and my 10 acres in Charters Towers 50 years ago hadn't a single tree on it, had 2 eroding gullies, scattered tufts of wiregrass and over 400 shiny bushes and rubber vine. It now has thick knee-high Eurochlora buffle. The gullies are rocked. It runs 2 horses.
I'm sorry.
3 visiting.
Member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since I was first elected in 2019, I have had many refugees come to me and talk about their experiences of being in our country and have not been able to feel hope that they are going to live a purposeful life here. But all this has changed because our party, we have announced that we will abolish temporary protection visas. This is so important. It's been heart-wrenching to watch asylum seekers in my electorate who really have been assigned to limbo land due to the Coalition's heartless policies. So this week I acknowledge our minister, our ministers who have really worked so hard to ensure that these people have a future. It is a brilliant day, and I thank all those who've advocated in my electorate to make this happen, on the Bellarine, on the Surf Coast, around Geelong, and we, as a compassionate party, have given these people hope for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, Leader.
Deputy Speaker, to suit the convenience of the House for an event in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, I'd ask that you leave the chair and then, if you come back at about 2 o'clock.
The chair will be resumed at approximately 2 p.m. resume 90-second statements. I give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I stand to inform the House that yesterday 200 workers at the Australian Maryvale Mill lost their jobs. They didn't lose their jobs because they weren't good at it. They didn't lose their jobs because their product wasn't good enough. They didn't lose their jobs because their product wasn't in demand in Australia. They lost their jobs because the Andrews Labor government refuses to stand up for timber workers in our state. I heard a member over there say rubbish. Pick up the phone and talk to your Premier, talk to some of your ministerial colleagues in Victoria and explain to them why you don't support a sustainable native hardwood timber industry in Victoria, because Victorians do believe in the future of their native hardwood timber industry. What we saw yesterday in Victoria, where we lost our last manufacturer of white copy paper, was a direct result of Victorian Labor's refusal to stand up for Victorian blue-collar workers, a refusal to stand up for blue-collar workers at the Maryvale Mill because your government, Victorian Labor government, wants to shut down all timber harvesting in that state. Now, I know on the other side there are some very reasonable people, some very reasonable Victorian men and women who understand the value of a hard day's work, earning your pay and being supported by your government, not being run out of business. It is an absolute corruption of good public policy to do what Dan Andrews is doing to Victorian people. You know it. You know it. Pick him up, pick up the phone and talk to him. Stand up for blue-collar workers like old Labor members used to.
Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We've all become used to the constant stream of opposition from the Liberals since the May election, but I have to say I was most surprised at the big no that the Liberals are delivering to Australian manufacturers, businesses and innovators. We all know that they say they're the party of business and the party of economic growth, but now we have to ask, have they just given up? It surely seems so, because we know the Australian industry is behind the National Reconstruction Fund. They're backing the plans of this government. The Tech Council of Australia calls it a landmark investment in our nation's industrial and technological capability. Those champions of collectivism at the Australian Banking Association support the intention of the fund, and those well-known comrades at KPMG, those radical socialists, have stated that investment at this scale is a welcome move to protect a much-needed boost to Australia's innovation system. How are those opposite actually on the opposite side to KPMG and the Banking Association? One would think, after spending so much time crafting up a party persona based on being the party for big business, that they'd actually listen to them. But no, we know we got Cosplay Canavan in the Senate, but now we have the pretend professionals over there and the mock manufacturers as well. A bit of free advice. Listen to industry, listen to workers, listen to the Australian people who voted for the National Reconstruction and support this bill. It'll create jobs in the cities, it'll create jobs in the regions and will empower Aussie business to grow.
And member for Banks.
Deputy Speaker, the Labor Party's improving mobile coverage round of the Mobile Black Spots program is an outrageous abuse of taxpayer money. 33% of electorates in regional Australia are held by the Labor Party, but 74% of locations are in Labor electorates. You know what else, Deputy Speaker? In New South Wales, Deputy Speaker, there are 26 locations that are in the program. Now let's guess, how many of the 26 locations are in Labor electorates? Well, it turns out, Deputy Speaker, it's 25. 25 of the 26 locations are in Labor electorates. Now, it's very clear what needs to happen here, Deputy Speaker. The Minister for Communications needs to give a full press conference on this issue and talk about her role in this matter. And in particular, one of the really interesting questions is how many of these locations were based on advice from her department? How many, when she implemented this program as the government of Australia? You might not like it, but it's true. You're the government, you implemented this program, and 74% of locations are in Labor electorates, and in New South Wales it's more than 95%. That is a disgrace. It is a shameful abuse of public money, and the minister must be held to account.
Order. The member for Hunter. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, since the election, a typical family's mortgage repayment has increased by $1,400 a month. Energy bills have soared, rents have increased, grocery costs are rising, real wages have not risen as promised, and in the last 2 months, over 30,000 jobs have been lost. The Prime Minister promised families will be better off under Labor, his words, but they're worse off. Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
I give a call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, Australians are paying the price for a decade of Liberal and National governments.
The Leader of the Opposition has asked his question.
Of a decade
Order.
of denial,
the Prime Minister will pause.
A decade.
The Prime Minister has the call.
Had no economic plan. They had 22 energy policies and didn't land one. The Leader of the Opposition raises a number of issues. On wages, he says they're not rising fast enough. But he was a part of a government that saw low wages as part of their economic architecture. It wasn't bad luck, it was bad policy. Bad policy. And then he had the hide, just after on the day that they voted against the Housing Australia Future Fund, of speaking about housing. Well, we have a plan to deal with housing. We had legislation which includes the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, that includes specific programs for veterans, specific programs for women and children escaping domestic violence, and they voted against it. And if you look at the comments of the Reserve Bank Governor, he has spoken very clearly about supply chain issues and pressures as being a major cause of inflation in this country, and yet they've indicated they're going to vote against the National Reconstruction Fund.
Order.
A program that will assist business going forward. Now, we on this side will stand up for Australian jobs and we'll stand up for Australian families, which is why we have a plan that came in on January 1 that's already making a difference for cheaper medicines. The first decrease in the price of medicines in 75 years since, once again, a former Labor government, it's only Labor governments that do the big reforms, introduced the PBS. And then we have cheaper childcare comes in on July 1. We've got fee-free TAFE, 180,000 places in areas of skills shortage, taking pressure off the cost, but also at the same time helping to fill those skills shortages and those supply chain issues. We have our energy price relief plan, where they came in here and they voted against $1.5 billion of support. $1.5 billion. The truth is that those opposite just say no to everything. They used to be the coalition, now they're just the no-alition. They just say no to absolutely everything.
Order. Give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry. How will the National Reconstruction Fund support the growth of industries to help Australia move towards net zero future and to create jobs? And are there any threats to creating these new jobs?
I'll give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Speaker. And thanks to the Labor member for Hasluck. Oh, that sounds good. Labor member for Tangney, that sounds good. Labor member for Pearce, oh, that sounds good. Labor member for Swan. Labor member for Swan.
The Minister will return to the question.
Oh, very, very good. And you know why I mention it? Because it represents this. 10 years wasted by those opposite. 10 years where they picked fights. That was the biggest lot of work that they did, was to just pick fights, not get on with the job, not focus on the type of things that the member for Hasluck just raised about new industries, getting new things done, looking at the way in which we can create jobs, particularly in different parts of the country, particularly in our regions as well, and looking at the way to satisfy industry needs for new generation of energy, and to be able to do it in a way that cuts emissions but increases
Deputy
jobs.
Leader of the Opposition.
To be able to do that, very important. The National Reconstruction Fund, as much as it's about increasing manufacturing capability, is to be able to satisfy the need to generate new energy, create jobs, and to do it with lower emissions in the process. And the type of things, particularly the $3 billion sub-fund that was factored into our targets for reducing emissions, the $3 billion investment will support us to create the jobs that we need to deliver a clean energy future. Thinking about things like building components for wind turbines, making batteries and solar panels, investing in new types of livestock feed to reduce methane emissions, modernising the production of steel, aluminium, building hydrogen electrolyzers, finding innovative packaging solutions to reduce waste. All very important investments. Jobs, jobs, jobs out of the National Reconstruction Fund. And the research tells us that 75% of new energy jobs could be created in regional Australia by 2035. Huge. The biggest threat we've got happens in the Coalition Party room, which I'm genuinely concerned is a mass hypnosis event where they bring in the RSL entertainment and the person says, when I click my fingers, you'll forget 10 years.
Order. The Minister will... The Minister...
RSL.
The Minister will pause and resume his seat for a moment. Order. Members on my right and left. The member from New England can resume his seat. I'll deal with this matter. To assist the House, I just might get you to rephrase that language, Minister. Yeah. Just order. Order to assist the House and then to continue with your answer.
So anyhow, they have the mass hypnosis event, and they click their fingers, forget 10 years.
Minister, resume your seat. I've asked you to rephrase that and withdraw for what you've said, just to assist the House to keep moving on.
Sure, but I withdraw, but they've forgotten. They have forgotten 10 years. Say no to everything. Say no to everything. And want to make sure that they just continue to say no.
Members on my left. Order. Members on my left, there is far too much noise. Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting immediately. And the House comes to order. Order. I will hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. 1 month before the election, the now Prime Minister promised he would deliver on reducing cost of living pressures for Australian families because he had a plan. Because of Labor's policies, interest rates are rising higher than they otherwise would, and Australian families are paying an extra $18,000 a year on a typical mortgage. The Prime Minister is failing Australians because he doesn't have a plan. Why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Order. Members on my right. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, the Governor of the Reserve Bank has made a number of appearances this week. And one of the things that he has said is that our policies are taking pressure off inflation. He's indicated that monetary policy is working hand in hand with fiscal policy. That is what he has said. And indeed, what we're seeing is the measures that we've put in place making a difference. This is what the Origin statement to the Australian Stock Exchange declared today. The announcement in December 2022 by the federal government of price caps on gas and coal is in response to global and domestic shocks.
Leader of the Nationals.
But more recently, we have seen prices decline. Now, that is what Origin have said. Dr. Stephen Kennedy of the Treasury, who has served both the former government and the current government with distinction, said this following the December announcement: national electricity market future prices have declined significantly. lower futures prices will be reflected in the default market offer announced by the regulator around the middle of the year. Over the year to June 2024, Treasury expects the coal and gas caps to reduce inflation by half a point. That's what they had to say. But not everyone supports.
The Prime Minister was talking about mortgages and the cost of living and inflation pressures. Just remind the House, which was about the question, and I'll call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
A point of order on tedious repetition, Mr. Speaker. He
Resume your seat. Resume your seat immediately. Call the Leader of the House.
They're very nimble.
I'll call the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. As the questioner should know, having been here for a long time, that standing order applies to debate. If it applied to questions, none of her questions would be in order.
Order. It was a relevant point of order, but I just want to remind the House, if the Prime Minister or any other minister is addressing the House and is being directly relevant and an abuse of standing orders occurs, there will be consequences. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. But those opposite oppose every action in which we put forward to try to reduce inflationary pressure and to deal with the challenges which arise from, at a time when we have acknowledged the struggle that is going on of the people of Ukraine. The Ukrainian war, unfortunately, the actions of Russia are having an impact on global energy prices. They're feeding into inflation globally. That's just a fact. But those opposite oppose price caps. They oppose the safeguard mechanism legislation. They oppose the Housing Australia Future Fund. They oppose the National Reconstruction Fund. They oppose us increasing the wages for the lowest paid workers in Australia. What is it? What is it about the last election where they didn't get the memo? People are over conflict fatigue. People want to look for solutions and a positive agenda. And all those opposite having created the problems, they now stand in the way of all of the solutions.
Give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring our economy is prepared for the opportunities of a decarbonising world, and what are the risks of not acting?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable friend for his leadership on matters of climate and his advocacy on matters of climate. And, Mr. Speaker, Australia is on the cusp. We're on the cusp of a remarkable opportunity.
Order.
Around the world there is a search for clean, green, cheap energy. Around the world there is a hunger for critical minerals and rare earths. We are on this cusp of a remarkable opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and it will take policies to make this opportunity a reality. And there are three key policies to making this so. Firstly, there's the government's safeguards reforms, which are important for reducing emissions, 205 million tonnes, but they're also vital for certainty. And they're vital as the world's consumers and investors are looking for companies with real plans for net zero and real frameworks to achieve it. And this point was made by the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury in Senate estimates today, Luke Yeaman, who pointed out that this sort of framework is vital for attracting capital to Australian industry. And he also pointed out that there was a Treasurer who'd made similar points, but not the current Treasurer. The former Treasurer, the former member for Kooyong, was making this point just a few months ago, Mr. Speaker, but a few things have changed since then. The second policy which is vital is the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. Now, this is an existing policy, but it's still a key policy, and it's a policy that was opposed by those opposite. The member for Bradfield predicted it would be a financial disaster. Now, the CEFC, for every dollar they invest, they unleash $2.60 of private investment. And for one example, they're co-investing in new electric vehicles for mines, reducing emissions by 46,000 tonnes a year, delivering trucks and mining equipment which is more comfortable for their drivers and workers, but of course the coalition has opposed the CEFC. And the final policy is the National Reconstruction Fund, with up to $3 billion allocated for clean energy transition. We don't want to just be the country which provides the world with clean energy. We want to be the country that makes the things that provides clean energy around the world. And there's also $1 billion allocated for processing and value-adding of critical minerals. But those who oppose this don't want us to value-add to our critical minerals. They don't want us to manufacture in Australia, Mr Speaker. The three things which bring these policies together and make them connected is not only that they are key, is that the opposition's been against them in all three cases. The Leader of the Opposition's a triple threat in the worst sense of the word, Mr Speaker. He's a triple threat to the Australian economy, a triple threat to the opportunities available to us. I grant him this. His shadow ministry meetings must be pretty efficient. The government wants to create jobs? Yeah, nah. No need for a submission. Just yeah, nah, we're not doing that. Wants a housing fund? Yeah, nah. They must have really quick meetings, Mr Speaker. They want to have a safeguards reform to actually reduce emissions and create jobs? Yeah, nah. Australia deserves better than this, Leader of the Opposition.
Concluded. Order. Just ask the member for Griffith to resume his seat. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is the Deputy Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, the Honourable John Rosso MP, accompanied by a delegation of ministers from the National Parliament of Papua New Guinea. I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are visitors from the Legislative Assembly of Ontario, including the Speaker, the Honourable Ted Arnott MPP, and the Deputy Speaker, Ms Donna Skelly MP. And I'm pleased to inform the House that present also in the gallery today is a delegation from the German Pacific Parliamentary Group, led by Chair and Head of the delegation, Mr Johannes Vogel. On behalf of the House, I welcome you all to the Parliament of Australia. And I give the call to the honourable member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Environment Minister. The Greens have offered to pass your government's climate legislation in full with one amendment: no new coal and gas mines. There's no ultimatum, just an offer to pass Labor's bill this afternoon if you stop opening coal and gas mines. But this morning you said on Sky TV, of course, you would approve new coal mines. Are you seriously willing to dump your whole climate plan because Labor wants to open new coal and gas mines?
Order. There's far too much noise on my right and left. I give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I really want to thank the member for his question. And I can tell you that I am so very delighted to have a question from the Greens about practical action on climate change and the environment. We are the only government that has a plan to bring down emissions in Australia, an emissions reduction target of 43% by 2030, with a clear path to net zero by 2050 enshrined in law. And I'd like to see you back that, because what happened when you lined up with the Liberals last time to block the carbon pollution reduction scheme—
Order. Members on my right, I can barely hear a word the minister is saying. She has the call.
What we saw was more emissions for longer because you voted with them. I'm proud. I'm proud of what we're doing on this side to bring down carbon pollution. It's not just the safeguard mechanism, it's the $20 billion for rewiring the nation so we can get more renewables into our electricity grid. It's the legislation I took through this parliament on reducing ozone-depleting gases. It's the methane pledge.
Order.
It's the $3 billion in the National Reconstruction Fund to—
The minister will pause. I'd like to hear— well, the minister is being directly relevant. The same rules will apply to everyone in this House. If it's a frivolous point of order, So the minister is being relevant to the question. She is referring to the issues that you were raised in the question. So this point of order cannot be on relevance, but I'll hear from the member for Griffith.
Mr Speaker, I understand that reasoning, but on relevance, Mr Speaker, on relevance,
Order. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. I want to be clear with everyone. My rulings and respect for standing orders applies to everyone, no matter where you sit in this chamber. I specifically told the member for Griffith that the minister was being relevant. He has abused the standing orders and he will leave the chamber under 94A. The minister has the call. Order.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'd like to say to the Greens that the best thing they can do to see emissions reductions in this country is to back the safeguard mechanism. This is a legislated path that sees us reducing emissions by 43% by 2030 on a credible path to net zero. But, Mr Speaker, I would add that what I'd also like to see from the Greens political party is their support for our environmental law reform when it comes before this parliament, because those environmental laws will see faster, clearer decision-making for business and much stronger protections for our environment, because we know we have to protect our environment. We have to do better at protecting what's precious. We have to do better at repairing what's damaged, and we have to do better at managing our natural environment for the future. So back us on the safeguard mechanism, back us on the National Reconstruction Fund, back us on housing affordability, and back us on our environmental law reform.
Order. Give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. How will the National Reconstruction Fund create jobs in the minerals sector, and are there any threats to these jobs?
Order. Give the call to the Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the member for Swan for her excellent question. The importance of value-adding to resources is something she's well aware of. Of course, the nickel industry her father worked for in Kambalda has been transformed by the world's demand for batteries, as well as all our other critical minerals to go into those batteries. Mr Speaker, we are delivering as a government action on climate change, and we are building industries that will create good Australian jobs. The $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund will support jobs in critical minerals industries by securing the capital investment to allow those industries to grow and their workforces to grow, and for industry as a whole to prosper. The government's $1 billion Value-Adding and Resources Fund, part of that $15 billion NRF, in case those opposite had not been aware of that, it is targeted squarely at the development of the critical minerals industry. The Value-Added and Resources Fund will bring jobs to our regions, bring manufacturing capability and processing back to our country, and ensure our national security by ensuring critical mineral supply chains for Australia's benefit and indeed for all of those in this region. Labor understands that Australians want us to be a country that makes more onshore, and that means backing the industries and the businesses that are making things here and supporting manufacturing in regional Australia and also out of metropolitan Australia. We stand at the crossroads of an immense opportunity in relation to the global clean energy economy. The world needs our resources industry and our critical minerals to decarbonise, just as our domestic energy system will need lithium, vanadium, nickel and copper products for our own energy transition. Just as the iron ore revolution of the 60s and the LNG industry grew in the recent decades, Australia's prosperity, our jobs of the future, will rely on decisions taken now to support the development of our critical minerals industry. On the few occasions the Turbin, Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government had some good ideas to boost Australian jobs, such as the critical minerals facility, Labor supported that in the national interest. When they announced a $1.25 billion loan to the rare earth facility in Eneabba, we supported that in the national interest and the interest of growing the critical minerals industry. But now, Mr Speaker, we have an opposition that doesn't support its old decisions. It used to support the critical minerals industry. Now it comes in to opposition. It decides it wants nothing to do with the development of critical minerals, and they demonstrate that by not supporting the Value Added in Resources Fund. Those opposite just demonstrate that they think they have a monopoly on good ideas. Well, that is absolutely wrong. We support the critical minerals industry in this country, and the Value Added Resources Fund is a critical part of that.
Has concluded. Order. The House. Members on my right will cease interjecting immediately. And I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. In the job figures today, we see the dangerous combination of stubbornly high inflation and job losses. Labor's only answer is to spend more money when history tells us this is exactly the wrong approach. Why does Labor always get the big economic calls wrong?
Give the call. Order. It's a very broad question. And I give the call to the Prime Minister.
It is very broad, Mr Speaker. Question for every day. Every day the Treasurer sits there and he expects to get a question, and it just never happens, Mr Speaker. But maybe when we get back, that will happen. I live in hope. Well, of course, there was an increase in the unemployment rate today to 3.7%, up from 3.5%. I do note that that is still lower than the unemployment rate that we inherited when we came to office. I do note also that there were more jobs created on our watch in our first 6 months than any government in history. Any government in history. If you go back to any new government, no government has presided over the creation of more jobs than we did. And I'm asked as well.
Order.
I'm asked as well about debt from the mob that left us $1 trillion of debt. $1 trillion of debt. With
order. The member for Hume.
With nothing to show for it. And
order.
then you have our programs like the National Reconstruction Fund, which is supported by industry, which is supported by workers, which will be a great example of new industry policy, creating new industries, particularly in the regions, allowing us to deal with the constraints that are there in supply chains, but those opposite are opposing it. And then you have the safeguard mechanism, where, once again, they're just opposing it. Well, this is what the Chief Executive of AI Group Manufacturers said today, Innes Willox. A form of political extremism is at play here. It has cost us before and it could cost us again. That is what the Australian Industry Group have had to say. Andrew McKellar, the head of ACCI, again not an affiliate.
Order.
This is not the time for another climate war. Once again, being negative. For the sake of certainty and the achievement of our emissions reduction goals, the safeguard mechanism must pass Parliament. Past failure to deal with this reality has crimped certainty for industry and investors and left our energy sector in disarray. I wonder who the Energy Minister was. Australian businesses and households are now paying the price.
Order.
Indeed they are.
Prime Minister's time has concluded. Give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Treasurer. How does the Albanese Labor government's economic plan help address some of the factors putting pressure on inflation?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the wonderful member for Macquarie for her question. I haven't got a question from the Shadow Treasurer since November, so it's nice to get one from really anywhere I can get it. Mr Speaker, Mr Speaker, we've got a lot going for us in our country and in our economy. We're getting good prices for our exports. We're seeing the welcome beginnings of wages growth in our economy, and unemployment's got a 3 in front of it, and that's important. New numbers out today, unemployment with a 3 in front of it. But I think, as we all know, or certainly on this side of the House we understand, is that inflation is the biggest threat to our economy because it's putting pressure on families and pensioners and small businesses in every community and every corner of this country. And we know from the Reserve Bank Governor that at least half and as much as 3/4 of the inflation in our economy actually comes from supply-side pressures in our supply chains and in our workforces. And much of that has global origins, of course, and it's beyond our control, but some of it stems from a decade-long failure to deal with these growing challenges. And Australians are now paying a really hefty price for the economic mismanagement that this country has endured for the best part of a decade. So it's no coincidence, Mr Speaker, that a key feature of our economic plan is about repairing these broken supply chains. It's a direct and deliberate response to the problems that were left to gather and grow larger over that wasted decade that we've been through. Now, this side of the House, Mr Speaker, in response to these economic challenges, we said we'd deliver a National Reconstruction Fund to create more opportunities and to fix our supply chains and make them more resilient, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. We said we'd tackle our housing affordability and supply problems with the Housing Australia Future Fund, and we're doing that as well. We said we'd invest in cleaner and cheaper and more reliable energy, and we're doing that too. We said we would clean up the mess that they left us, and that's what we're trying to do. Now, before the parliament, Mr Speaker, there are a number of bills which go right to the core of the economic plan that all the objective observers in this country think is the right way to come at this inflation challenge in our economy. And those opposite, true to form, are voting against them. So when they vote no to the National Reconstruction Fund or the Housing Australia Future Fund or cleaner and cheaper energy, they are voting for broken supply chains, for fewer affordable homes, for even higher energy bills. And in saying no to all these things, they are saying yes to higher inflation for even longer when inflation is punishing our families and pensioners and small businesses. Mr Speaker, I think Australians understand who is working hard on their behalf to address the inflation challenge in our economy, and they know for sure who is hell-bent on keeping inflation higher for longer with this ridiculous pig-headed approach to the legislation before the House.
Give the call to the member for Flinders.
My question is to the Prime Minister. According to KPMG analysis, hundreds of thousands of Australians will face a $16,500 increase in mortgage repayments this year, following 8 consecutive interest rate rises on the government's watch. Where are the cheaper mortgages the Prime Minister promised to deliver, and why do Australian families always pay more under Labor?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about our shared equity scheme that we announced during the election campaign.
Order.
And I've got I do say that the New South Wales Premier had this to say when they, of course, announced their own shared equity scheme. Thousands register for shared equity home buyer helper ahead of launch. Said this, I understand the federal Liberal Party opposed Prime Minister Albanese's scheme, but I think it makes sense.
Member for Deakin.
He was then asked if they could change their tune, if they could come to their senses, and he said this, they'll see the light, I think it makes sense. Turn the light on.
Order. Members on my left, when the House comes to order, I'll hear from the member for Parramatta.
My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. Why is the Albanese Labor government prioritising its landmark housing reform package?
The member for Parramatta will resume his seat. I cannot hear the question. I remind members that is not the time to interject when the question is being asked or before an answer begins. Give the call to the member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. Why is the Albanese Labor government prioritising its landmark housing reform package, and what are the consequences of delay?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Small Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Parramatta for his question, because he
Immediately.
that those on this side of the House understand how critical it is for us to deliver more social and affordable housing. And indeed, it was great to be in his electorate last November, where we actually jointly announced more than 300 affordable rental properties that the federal government is contributing to at Westmead, where we talked to the key worker, a midwife, about how great that rental property was for her and how important it will be for her to be able to continue her job. Indeed, with the passage of our landmark legislation through this House, we have taken a big step forward to start addressing the nation's housing crisis. The legislation will create the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund. This is the single biggest injection by a federal government in more than a decade in social and affordable housing. And of course, as part of that package is our National Affordability and Supply Council, where we will be getting advice for all tiers of government from the Council about how to improve housing supply and make it more affordable. And of course, the creation of Housing Australia, that will be the home of our housing agenda. The $10 billion fund, as I said, is the single biggest investment in social and affordable housing in more than a decade. But we on this side of the House make no apologies for trying to get this done as quickly as we can. We understand that people on the ground, the people that write to me every day, and I'm sure to many members over there, talking about just how tough it is to be able to afford to rent a home, are writing every day. They understand how critical this is, and we need to get on with it. And I'd say to those opposite, stop saying no, to go back to your electorates after this parliamentary break, talk to people about social and affordable housing, and come back here and tell your colleagues in the Senate to vote yes for this legislation. Get out of our way so that we can get on and deliver on our election commitment to help those Australians who are doing it tough, to help those Australians who need this social and affordable housing, to help the women and children who are fleeing family violence, to help to build more homes for veterans, and importantly to improving Indigenous remote housing. I mean, that is part of the legislation and part of what we're trying to do with this Housing Australia Future Fund. I cannot believe that members on the other side continue to say no to this. I want to thank all of those members who actually voted yes. The crossbench all voted yes. The member for Bass voted yes. Of course, all on this side voted yes. But those on the other side continue to say no, and all this will do is delay this critical funding and getting homes on the ground. We need to ensure we get more homes on the ground more quickly for those Australians that need it.
Order. Give the call to the member for Macpherson.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The last time Labor dismantled the Coalition's strong border protection policies, over 800 boats arrived and, tragically, 1,200 people died at sea. Now it's been revealed that the Australian Navy has had to divert resources to provide a surge of extra patrols in anticipation of an increase in illegal boat arrivals. Doesn't this prove that Labor's policy to end the deterrent of temporary protection visas provides an incentive to people smugglers to restart their evil trade?
Order. The member for McNamara will cease interjecting. Call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question. The government is fully committed to Operation Sovereign Borders. We've made that very clear. And
the Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. The Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting, as will members of my left. Otherwise, they will not be in the chamber. The Prime Minister has the call. Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And this government will be tough on borders without being weak on humanity. And that's the position that we took to the election, and that's the position that we're implementing. It might seem obscure to those opposite the idea of a government implementing the policies that they took to an election. But that is precisely what we are doing. And when Mr Pezzullo, the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs, was asked about whether the department advised against the changes to TPVs as announced today. He announced as crisply as he could, in one word, no, no. But the member, they're familiar with the word no. It's their favourite word. I don't know why they missed it.
Order.
I don't know why they missed it. Mr Pizzullo also said that Operation Sovereign Borders relies upon three crucial pillars. He went through an offshore disruption pillar, where you operate against the people smugglers and you seek to disrupt ventures before they take to sea, an on-water component that involves interception after detection of arriving vessels and their treatment, and then a regional processing element that ultimately sees third country resettlement. Those are the three pillars, and he went on to say that that is precisely what the government is implementing.
That's right.
But I'm asked by the member opposite about potential for boats attempting to get here. I seem to remember millions of Australians getting a text message,
Disgrace.
on election day, not when we were the government, when they were the government, getting a text message. It's true that perhaps the minister,
Order.
the minister wasn't the one who authorised it. Perhaps the other minister for Home Affairs was the one who authorised it. One of the most disgraceful manipulations that we have seen in Australian politics on your watch.
Order. Members of my right. Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? The member for Moreton is warned. Give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. Today, the Attorney-General released the Privacy Act review that was promised but never delivered by the previous government. What are its key findings and what are the next steps for privacy reform?
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I do thank the honourable member for Pearce for her question. The large-scale data breaches of 2022 were distressing for millions of Australians, with sensitive personal information being exposed to the risk of identity fraud and scams. Following those breaches, the government acted very swiftly to significantly increase penalties under the Privacy Act for serious or repeated privacy breaches and gave the Australian Information Commissioner improved and new powers. But we made clear at the time that more was needed to protect Australians' privacy. The Australian people rightly expect greater protections, transparency and control over their personal information. Today I released the long-awaited review of the Privacy Act by my department. This review was commissioned by those opposite way back in 2019, but they never finished it. This is just another example of the Labor government cleaning up the mess left by the Liberals and the Nationals. The comprehensive review that my department has completed now has found that the Privacy Act is no longer fit for purpose and does not adequately protect Australians' privacy in the digital age. The department's report makes 116 recommendations for change, and the government wants to know what Australians think about those suggested changes. I encourage all Australians interested in the protection of their privacy to make a submission to help guide our decision-making. I hope that the review sparks a conversation about the need for change and how that change is to be made. We're not afraid of robust debate. In fact, I welcome it. Our government listens when Australians tell us that there's a problem, and unlike those opposite, we'll act to fix it.
Before I call the member for Mayo, the member for Riverina, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery is a great friend of the Parliament, His Excellency Mr Amir Maimon, the Ambassador of Israel, and also the Honourable Scott Stewart, the Minister for Resources in the Queensland Parliament. Welcome to you both. And I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Arts. Trove, the National Library of Australia's online platform, provides one of the world's largest digital archives of local history, but it's set to its funding is set to expire in June. This news is causing concern among historians, family researchers and students. Will the government commit to funding Trove beyond June, and will you commit to keeping its status free for all Australians?
Give the call to the Minister for the Arts and the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I thank the member for Mayo for the question, and the member for Mayo is among many members who've been raising this issue with me. Obviously, I'm not in a position to announce decisions that are going through the budget process at the moment. But in terms of Trove, allow me to say this. First of all, Trove is something that when we were last in government, we were very committed to with the funding, and that funding was stripped away when we lost office. Check with George. George Brandis cut it. What then happened was when the previous government recommenced funding to Trove, the funding was time limited, and that's why we're confronting an expiry date of the 30th of June this year. For those people who aren't familiar with Trove, effectively this is how what is available in our collecting institutions becomes available to the whole of Australia. So a whole lot of people, whether it's searching family history or whether it's academics, are able to get access to what's in our collections, even if it's not on display, and are able to find out a good deal, not just of Australia's story, but often of their own personal story in the background of their own areas. So the government is very much aware of the significance of Trove. You'll not find us showing a lack of commitment to it, if I could put it in those terms, but decisions on exact funding profiles are being made in the current budget process, and I'm certainly looking forward to being able to provide more to the House as those decisions progress.
I give the call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. How is the Albanese government tackling foreign interference activities in Australia?
Give the call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Minister for Cyber Security.
Speaker, could I thank the member for Adelaide for this really important question. Speaker, it's no secret that we face enormously difficult geopolitical challenges, in fact the most difficult that our country has faced since the Second World War. And how we as a parliament manage those challenges will define the Australia that my children enjoy as adults. Our ability to manage and shape our nation's future will depend on how free and fair our democracy is and how much Australians trust and engage with it. The stronger our democracy, the more choices we have about what our future looks like. And the member for Adelaide asked me about what is probably the biggest challenge to Australia's democracy today, and that is the threat of foreign interference. Countries can quite legitimately influence what happens in other nations in perfectly legitimate ways. The Australian government does it through embassies, through the diplomatic corps, through our engagement with multilateral institutions. What we will not tolerate is attempts to engage in our politics or interfere in our communities in ways that are coercive, corrupting, deceptive or clandestine. We will not tolerate attempts by foreign powers to harass, watch and coerce Australian citizens. Foreign interference is real. It is relentless and it is happening in all of our communities every day, and our government is stepping up efforts to fight it. Earlier this week, I spoke publicly for the first time about how one country, Iran, is attempting to influence Australian democracy in deceptive ways and trying to harass, watch and control the activities of Iranian Australians. Earlier this week, I held a roundtable with other ministers and community leaders to talk about how we can work together on these problems. ASIO is very focused on these issues. I shared on Monday some detail about a plot that was foiled recently by our security agencies, where an Iranian-Australian family were put under surveillance by the Iranian government in their own home in our country. And my message to regimes seeking to interfere with Australia and Australians is don't. We are watching you and we will catch you. To tackle this problem, some things are going to need to change. I've asked my agencies to develop an attribution framework. I think it's really important for us as a parliament to be able to point out this issue and call out the perpetrators where appropriate. We need a public debate which is commensurate with the size of this problem, and we are nowhere near that today, and that's something that I'm trying to change. When I talk to communities who are potentially at threat of this problem, the clear message I get back from them is that they need our help, they need more information, and that's why my agencies are going to undertake widespread community outreach this year. Speaker, I really hope we'll have bipartisan support for these initiatives. I'm getting a little bit of back chat here, and I'm not quite sure why that would be the case, because these are serious national problems that we are only going to be able to confront and only going to be able to tackle if we work together across the aisle as one country.
Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to his previous answer. If the Prime Minister is happy to claim credit for increases in employment since the election, why is he not prepared to take responsibility for the 8 consecutive increases in interest rates on his watch?
I give the call to the Prime Minister. The order. The Prime Minister has the call and will be heard in silence.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, they are very predictable each and every day. Each and every day it's question 1 from the Leader of the Opposition, question 2 from the Deputy Leader. We then go to the crossbenches.
Order.
Then we have question 3.
Order.
Then we have question 3 from the Shadow Treasurer, not to the Treasurer but to me. Then we go to the back, and then they think about what they'll do. Well, I say to the member for Bradfield, congratulations on giving yourself the MPI. You know, you can imagine.
Order. The Prime Minister will pause, and I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, on relevance, Australian families are hurting, and this Prime Minister is arrogant.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. That is not a point of order. It was not stated, but I'm going to keep going. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Certainly it is a fact that inflation causes pain to people, and interest rates, when they're 3.35% compared with where they were, are placing pressure on families, just as on the Leader of the Opposition's watch they were 6.75. 6.75 compared with 3.35. But for those opposite who actually come into this chamber, decide their tactics, the Manager of Opposition Business, who asks this question, is in charge of the tactics in this place.
Order.
And they come in and they vote against every piece of legislation that would make a difference to people.
Order.
That would make a difference. They vote against assistance with
on my left, the member for Hume,
with our housing
the member
package.
for Groom.
They vote against the National Reconstruction Fund. They vote against energy price relief. They vote against industrial relations changes which are aimed at lifting wages. They vote against every initiative that's put forward. But there is some hope, I say to colleagues here. There is some hope, because the Leader of the Opposition has, of course, not done an MPI since he took that high office, not once. But this afternoon,
Order,
don't be alarmed if the oxygen mask dropped from above. It's just because the member for Bradfield is speaking.
Order. Members on my left. The House will come to order. So I can hear from the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Government Services. What have we learnt from the Royal Commission into Robodebt about concerns raised by those representing the Robodebt victims?
Give the call to the Minister for Government Services.
I thank the member for Macon for his question. Over the last 2 weeks, I've updated the House about Royal Commission evidence how various groups in the community warn the government about the unlawful Robodebt scheme, the whistleblowers, the lawyers, the media, the brave victims. There's another group that the Royal Commission's heard evidence from, the welfare advocates. These people were underfunded. They tirelessly, continually warned about Robodebt on behalf of our most vulnerable. Specifically, the Royal Commission has heard from respected welfare advocates Genevieve Bolton, Catherine Boyle and Catherine Eagle. Importantly, they reminded the Royal Commission that Australia is a signatory to the United Nations International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, specifically Article 9. Article 9 is that social security is a right for people to access. Or in other words, it's not an optional charity to be taken by whim from the government. These advocates further gave evidence that they repeatedly told the former coalition government they had concerns with the averaging process, the automatic application of a 10% interest fee, the unreliability of the automated process. The victims had to chase information from employers who were no longer in business. The victims were told at Centrelink that they first would have to borrow money from payday lenders or use their credit cards in order to pay unlawful debts. That there were victims who were fleeing domestic violence, who were homeless. The first time they knew that they had a Centrelink debt, a Robodebt debt, was when the debt collectors found them. The victims were told that, in a significant departure from previous practice before the coalition government, that they had the onus.
Order. The minister will resume his seat. Order. Members on my right. Members on my right. The Attorney-General will cease interjecting. I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, you have ruled on this repeatedly. The minister is a repeat offender. The principle is clear that he ought not to be drawing conclusions about the conduct of individuals who are parties to the proceedings. He risks compromising the Royal Commission by doing this. Yep. And once again, he's doing exactly what he—
Resume your seat. On numerous Order. The Manager of Opposition Business is correct. On numerous occasions I've reminded the minister I want him to answer the question with respect to the evidence and not put any conjecture onto any findings or any outcomes. And if he does so, I will ask him to resume his seat. And I call the Minister for Government Services.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to say for the record that whilst the truth is uncomfortable for those listening to it, it was more uncomfortable for the Robodebt victims, and everything I'm saying is evidence. These are facts. And no amount of interjections from the member for Bradfield changes the truth.
The minister will continue with his answer.
Pardon?
The minister will continue with his answer.
Thank you. Of the spread of clients, the evidence shows that the advocates put forward that of the spread of clients—
Resume your seat. The minister can continue with his answer.
Thank you. The evidence shows from the advocates that of the spread of clients—
The Order. The Minister for Skills will cease interjecting. This is a serious issue for the parliament. I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Speaker, the principle is very clear. The Royal Commission is charged with reaching conclusions as to fact. That is exactly what is in the terms of reference. The minister is repeatedly
resume your seat. The minister was 8 seconds in, and he was in his opening remarks talking about evidence, and I'm going to listen carefully to make sure he is referring to the evidence. And if he doesn't, he will have one last time, and he will be resuming his seat. Order. The minister has the call.
For the benefit for the member of Bradfield, read from page 996 of the evidence. That's what I'm quoting from. Of the spread of clients who were contacted by these advocates, 37% of the Robodebt victims these advocates represent had a disability.
The manager will cease interjecting.
19% were homeless. 12% were victims of domestic violence or in danger of it. In summary, the advocates said, we consistently raised our concerns about Robodebt, which we believe to be unlawful. It consistently fell on deaf ears. And I also wish to advise the House that as of 2 o'clock today, the government's announced at the request of the Royal Commission an extension to its reporting dates to the 30th of June this year.
Give the call to the member for Warringah.
To the Prime Minister. In 2021 at Terrigal, you said a Labor government that I lead will stop PEP 11 dead in its tracks. In this place, you said PEP 11 has gone through Labor caucus and been unanimously rejected, and you voted in support of debate on my bill. Any joint authority decision risks being challenged for apprehended bias and so take years to be resolved. The New South Wales Coalition have agreed to legislate. My bill is again on the notice paper to give our community certainty. Will you list it for debate and support and kill off PEP 11?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
The member asks a question which invites an answer that is in breach of the law that has been determined in a court case of which is why we are in this circumstance in the first place. The Minister for Resources will make a decision according to the law.
Order. Give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs. What action is the Albanese government taking to respond to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide?
Give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Werriwa for her important question and for her advocacy on a continued basis that I've engaged with her on behalf of her 1,500 veterans in her community, as do all members of this place advocate on behalf of their veterans, and that is a very good thing. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, which was supported by this government, handed down its interim report in August of last year. And I'm proud that in September I was able to present the government's formal response to that interim report, a sign of a good, competent government getting on with the job that is required of it by the Australian public, getting on with the job of implementing those recommendations. We responded to those 13 recommendations. We have taken steps in respect of all 13 of those recommendations. And today I was able to advance our work in respect of Recommendation 1 to harmonise and simplify veterans' entitlements legislation, because, as the Royal Commission pointed out, the complexity of the legislation that veterans have to deal with, the delays that veterans have had to deal with because of the complexity of that legislation, has been a contributor to the suicidality of our veterans. And that is a national tragedy that we have had to confront. And that's why today I announced our pathway for consultation, the Veterans Legislation Reform Consultation Pathway, setting out a way forward for us to improve the circumstances for our veterans, looking at an alternative way, closing out the two older schemes that have been in existence for now well over 100 years, over a century, and moving forward for new claims to be dealt with under the remaining 21st century scheme. What we've announced today is a proposal for consultation. We want to work closely with those who are affected the most, our veterans, their families, our defence personnel, as well as engaging with health professionals, veterans advocates and the many other people engaged in our veteran support system. So we'll be taking this pathway out for consultation, listening to people and their views, making sure that we get this right on behalf of our veterans. And I very much look forward, as well as engaging in those direct consultations around the country with organisations, with individuals, to engaging with the opposition, with the crossbench parties, with the independents, to make sure that we can all deliver a better future for our veterans and families. Because if we don't, there will be lives that will continue to be lost.
I give the call to the member for Flynn.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Regional health services in my electorate are under enormous pressure. Can the Prime Minister explain to communities of central Queensland why Labor has broken its key election promise to have an urgent care clinic up and running within 12 months?
I give the member for McEwen. Give the call to the Minister. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy. And I give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Need to check my calendar for 2022, Mr Speaker, but pretty sure the election was in May. Pretty sure the election was in May. We're very proud of the policy we took to the election to deliver 50 urgent care services over the course of this year. And can I say to the member and to all people in the House who have an interest in making it easier to see a doctor and cheaper to see a doctor, that there has been absolutely terrific buy-in from every single state and territory government, Liberal and Labor alike. And for the last few months, we've been engaged very closely with them on the locations of the services that would be in their jurisdiction, on protocols between the urgent care service and the local hospital, on protocols between the urgent care service and local ambulance services, and on making sure that the scope of practice that will be delivered by the urgent care service is appropriate to restrict it to those non-life-threatening emergencies. This is a really important reform in Australia. We know, many members of this House will know, that primary care services have been trying to get up an urgent care service model in Australia for years. And the truth is that the Medicare system alone doesn't support it, which is why we took a model to the last election that would combine a mix of MBS servicing with block funding to underpin the staff that would be necessary for an 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. offering, fully bulk billed, taking walk-in patients, working closely with acute services in the region. Now, I'd like to think that those opposite would get behind a model that would make it easier to see a doctor after being responsible for 10 years of cuts and neglect to Medicare that have put Medicare in its worst shape in a 40-year history. And I think the member should talk to his leader, who bears more responsibility than any single person in this country for the condition of general practice after trying to foist a GP tax on every single Australian, pensioner, concession card holder, child, and when that couldn't get through the Senate, instead freezing the Medicare rebate for 6 long years, a practice continued by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition when she was the Minister for Health as well. So I'm happy to take questions about the fact that we were the only party who went to the last election promising more investment in Medicare, promising to strengthen a model we have such pride in as the creator of that great universal health care system, and promising 50 urgent care clinics around the country.
As the minister concluded his answer, the member for McEwen has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is the Minister for Education. What changes is the Albanese government making to NAPLAN to lift standards and provide better information for parents and teachers?
The call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for McEwen for his question? Every year in May, students right across the country in Year 3, Year 5, Year 7 and Year 9 sit the NAPLAN tests. They sit tests in reading and writing and spelling, in grammar, punctuation and in maths. And last Friday, Education Ministers met and agreed to the biggest changes in NAPLAN since it was established 14 years ago. The changes mean that the test will now be in March rather than in May, that the tests will be all online, and we're also lifting the minimum standards that students are going to be expected to meet. Moving the test forward from May to March is important because teachers and parents tell us it means they get information on how students and their children are progressing earlier in the school year. It still takes too long, though, once the test is done, for teachers and parents to get that information. It can take months. And so one of the things we need to work on over the next few years is getting that information to parents and to teachers as quick as possible. I said we're lifting the standards that students are going to be expected to meet, and we are. At the moment, about 7% of students don't meet the minimum standard for NAPLAN. The changes we're making mean we expect that this year about 10% of students won't meet that level. We're also making it simpler. Instead of 10 categories, there will now be 4. And the 4th category, where students don't meet the minimum standard, will now be called needs additional support. And we've done that for a reason, and that's because parents have asked us to call it that, in particular Indigenous parents and Indigenous teachers, to make it clear that they're below the minimum standard and that more support is needed, to zero in on this and make sure that we can make a difference. Can I thank them for their input? Can I thank the education ministers across the country, Labor, Liberal and National? It's a good example of what we can do when we work together. The next thing we've got to do is make sure that we're providing that additional support. There's always going to be children that fall behind. What matters is what we do to make sure that they don't stay behind or fall further behind, to help them catch up. As I said to the House last week, if you're a child from a poor background or from the regions or an Indigenous child, you're 3 times more likely to be in that group. So what we do here matters. The funding's important, but so is what it's spent on, what it's invested in. And so as we begin the work this year on developing the next National Schools Reform Agreement, what's important is that we tie funding to the sorts of things that are going to help these children who are falling behind, so that the children who need the support the most to catch up get that support.
Give the call to the member for Fairfax. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Can the minister guarantee that no businesses will close and no jobs will be lost as a result of Labor's changes to the safeguard mechanism?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Order. Members on my right. The Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question and welcome him back to Australia, Mr Speaker, after his highly successful tour of nuclear success stories, Mr Speaker, that he conducted just last week. Now, Mr Speaker, I'll tell you what I will guarantee. I guarantee you that the safeguard mechanism reforms that we are putting in place will put Australian industries in the best possible position to make the most of the decarbonisation that's occurring around the world, Mr Speaker. I guarantee this, Mr Speaker. The reforms that we put in place, for which I've always given due credit to the member for Hume, like I do as a post-partisan figure, Mr Speaker, always give due credit to the member for Hume for the safeguard credits, which he said would provide business with the opportunity for the lowest cost abatement. I guarantee that it will provide that basis for the lowest cost abatement, Mr Speaker. That's what I guarantee. I guarantee that the support at the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Industry Group and the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry reflects the views of industry, that finally, after 10 years of denial and delay, we have a government with one energy policy, one climate change policy, which we are implementing.
For a moment. Resume your seat. Order. I'll hear from the... I couldn't hear a lot, but I'll hear from the member for Fairfax.
Mr Speaker, he did not answer the question.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. The minister's concluded his answer. Order. The member for Fairfax will cease interjecting immediately. If he interjects one more time, he won't be here. Give a call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the delivery of the Albanese Labor government's fee-free TAFE and VET plan working to relieve cost of living pressures and repair supply chains?
Give a call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Corangamite for her very good question and the fact that she's been a strong advocate for skills. Had a wonderful roundtable in her electorate talking to local businesses about how we can supply skills locally. Can I say, Speaker, having inherited a massive skills shortage, we promised to respond accordingly. It's why we convened the Jobs and Skills Summit. It's why we announced the 180,000 fee-free TAFE and VET places for 2023. It's why we've established the Jobs and Skills Australia. It's, of course, why we struck 8 agreements with state and territory governments. Now, Speaker, many people in this place, certainly on this side, fully understand the transformative power of education and training. We understand it as individuals, and we understand the impact on the nation if we can invest in skills wisely. And, of course, that's what we look to do. And it's more important now, Speaker, than ever before. 9 out of every 10 jobs created in our economy require a university degree, which, of course, Minister Clare would fully understand, or a VET qualification. That's what we know. It's essential, of course, therefore, we remove barriers to education and training. And one of the barriers to education and training, Mr Speaker, is cost. That's why we invested in 180,000 fee-free TAFE and VET places to provide access to areas of skills that are in demand. The other reason, of course, we needed to invest in skills is because if we invest in skills that are in demand, we have a more productive and more efficient workforce. That's the facts, reality, and that's why it's so baffling that those opposite oppose this plan. If we are to rewire the nation and fulfil the Powering Australian plan, then we need to ensure that we invest in skills. If we're going to get the absolute maximum out of the National Reconstruction Fund, then we need to invest in skills. If we're going to look after older Australians, if we're going to teach preschool kids, we have to invest in skills, and that's what we've chosen to do, Mr Speaker. We need to do that because we need to be a better economy if we invest in manufacturing.
Order.
We're going to deal with the supply chain problems that the minister asked about. These things matter. That's why our plans are being supported by ACCI, by AI Group, by Business Council of Australia, by the ACTU, by many, many others. And it really begs the question, Speaker, why do those opposite oppose a plan that is good for workers, that is good for businesses, that is good for consumers and is critical for this nation's future?
Give the call to the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Has the minister received any advice from his department about the likely impact on energy prices of the forthcoming closure of the Liddell Power Station, and also any information about this government's delays in delivering the Kurri Kurri gas plant?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
When was that decision made?
Order. Order. The House will come to order.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I have received advice on the closure of the Liddell Power Station, which was announced when I think Malcolm Turnbull was the Prime Minister of Australia. Mr Speaker, I have received advice on the pressures in our energy system as a result of 4 gigawatts of dispatchable energy leaving our grid over the last decade, and only 1 gigawatt of dispatchable energy coming on, Mr Speaker. I have received advice about that and the pressure it applies. And the honourable member asked me about delays in Kurri Kurri and Snowy 2.0, well, related to Snowy 2.0, 2 separate projects being managed by Snowy Hydro, both of which are running late, Mr Speaker, both of which are running late as a result of mismanagement by the previous government. I have received advice on those matters. I'm happy to confirm it for the honourable member.
The order. I give the call to the member for Reid.
My question is to the Prime Minister. In 2022, the government passed legislation for cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare and energy price relief to take pressure off families. What is the government doing this year to strengthen our economy, and is there any opposition to these plans?
Give the order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Surely not. Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, I thank the member for Reid for her question, and indeed, when we were elected, we did hit the ground running. We are a government with a sense of purpose, and that's because after a wasted decade of delay and denial and inaction, Australians wanted solutions, and that is what we are delivering. I'm asked about what we're doing this year with legislation to make a difference, and of course there's 3 pieces of legislation that are before this parliament. The Housing Australia Future Fund, affordable housing, housing for veterans, housing for women escaping domestic and family violence, housing for frontline workers, the National Reconstruction Fund, supporting Australian manufacturing, secure jobs, dealing with the supply chain challenges, and the Safeguards mechanism, providing business with certainty, ending the climate wars, which is why it's supported by the business community across the board. Across the board, all of those policies are supported by the sectors. Those opposite come here and ask about the challenges that we're facing. Well, they say no to every solution. Having presided over the creation of the problems, they say no to the solutions. No to affordable housing, no to housing for veterans, no to housing for women and children escaping domestic violence, no to secure jobs, no to manufacturing, no to industries in our regions, no to energy price relief, no to ending the climate wars. They don't have amendments, they don't have ideas, they just say no. Now, at a time when Australians want us to come together and offer real solutions, those opposite offer nothing but cynical, negative politics. Making Tony Abbott look positive is what they are doing. Now, we're investing in making things here in Australia, in value-adding. Those opposite are determined to add no value at all, either in industry or in this chamber. We're investing to make sure that Australians have a roof over their heads. Those opposite are determined to slam the door on them. We're investing in ending the climate wars and moving Australia forward, giving business the certainty that it needs. Those opposite are stuck in the past and they want us to all go back there and join them. The leader in the Senate of the opposition has a different view, though. He said this week: "I think it's in Australia's interest for us to try to have greater policy certainty in the long run there." He argued for the safeguards mechanism in their team. He says this: "We need to be making sure that we as a country leading in terms of our work around emissions reduction, that we as a parliament are trying to provide greater certainty for Australian business for the long run." He had that to say after the election, and on that note, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Just before I call the member for Kennedy, I want to give a short statement to the House. Colin Christian is retiring from the Department of the House of Representatives and is in the gallery today after 43 years of service supporting this parliament. He commenced in 1980 in the Joint House Department down the hill at the Provisional Parliament House. As head chef at the old building, Colin provided input into the design of the kitchens for the new building and moved to this building when it opened in 1988, 35 years ago. He had a role in managing formal functions, including for visiting dignitaries. In 2001, Colin was awarded a Centenary of Federation Medal for many years of dedicated service to the Commonwealth Parliament in the field of catering. After changes in parliamentary administration, Colin moved to the office supporting parliamentary relations on behalf of both the House and the Senate, where he focused on function coordination and providing admin support for international delegations. Indeed, even today, Colin was providing his usual expert support for a visiting international delegation at lunchtime. On behalf of the House and all members, Colin, I want to thank you for your service to the parliament over such a long period, and I offer you our best wishes for a well-deserved retirement. The member for Kennedy has indicated he has sought the call on indulgence.
Can I have the time of the House for the miners at Cloncurry, Mr Speaker? Our miners create 3/4 of Australia's income. Mining is intrinsically dangerous occupation. I represent Mount Mulligan. 72 human beings ceased to exist in 15 seconds, the entire male population of the town. 23 died in 15 seconds at Mount Leishan at Charters Towers, where I live, where my son worked in the mines. My hometown, Cloncurry, where I once was a miner myself, Dylan Langridge and Trevor Davies are two boys trapped underground in Cloncurry's Dougal River mine. In such times, when I face darkness, I turn to Slim Dusty and Stan Costa's very sad song. When life's going easy, God is far from our mind. But when the bad things and sad things do darken our day, we call out to Jesus in a most selfish way. And so may I ask for the Parliament to give 1 minute of prayer and reflection for these Australian boys in the gravest of danger.
I call the Prime Minister. We'll do it at the end.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I pay tribute to the member for Kennedy for the work that he does as a local member and for the passion that he has for the community in Cloncurry that I visited with him on no less than 3 occasions over the years. These two men are missing some 125 metres underground at a zinc mine in Dougal River, some 70 kilometres northwest of Curry. Dylan Langridge and Trevor Davies are in our thoughts at this time, as are all of their family and their friends. I know that the Australian Workers' Union are talking with the workers on site, and this will be a difficult day for all who work in what is a difficult and sometimes dangerous occupation. The men's ute fell into a large void at the zinc mine at about 8:45 a.m. yesterday morning. The ute fell into the void after a 30-tonne drill rig fell 25 metres. The mine is, of course, run by MMG Limited. Another worker was injured when the rig fell, but I'm advised that he is stable. At this time, our thoughts are with the family of these two men, but also all the people of Curry. I know what a close-knit community Curry is. Everyone knows everyone in that town, and our thoughts are with them today.
And I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to say thank you very much to the member for Kennedy for raising this issue in the parliament. Everybody's been watching anxiously and waiting, hoping, praying for a miracle in relation to these two men. I want to commend the Prime Minister for his very generous and warm words. The mine has about 500 workers. They'll all be incredibly anxious. The family members in the local community and obviously the family members of Trevor and Dylan will be beside themselves. The work of the emergency services, always they run toward the danger, not away from it. And in people's hour of darkness, they know that those emergency workers will be doing everything humanly possible to find the miracle that we all hope and pray for. Reminded of course, the miracle that we saw in Beaconsfield, and acknowledge Bill Shorten's efforts and many others in Tasmania in 2006. But it does look dire, and it's a reminder of the dangerous work that is undertaken in a very significant industry and sector within our community. And I, on behalf of the opposition, want to send our thoughts and our prayers to the families, to the community in Dougal River and in Cloncurry and the surrounding areas. We're all hoping for the best possible outcome, but fearing the worst.
I ask all present to rise in their place to show our support for the missing miners. I thank the House. The member for Warringah is seeking the call.
Yes, I've been misrepresented. I'd like to make a personal statement.
Does the member claim to be misrepresented?
Yes, Mr Speaker.
You may proceed.
The Prime Minister has misrepresented me in his answer to my question in question time just now. The question was very clearly about whether or not he would stay true.
Member for Warringah, that is not a misrepresentation. You need to state very clearly if you have said something and that's been misrepresented.
He has misrepresented in identifying that I am somehow not knowing the law, in that it is not possible to bring on a legislation in respect to the PEP 11 matter. That is a misrepresentation.
Yeah, it's not a misrepresentation of what was said. It is a debating point. There are other forms of the House where you may raise that. And I remind all members, if you are seeking a representation, it is common courtesy to let the Speaker know before seeking the call, and I shall send the members the information about misrepresentation. I'll give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you. And with my utmost respect, Mr Speaker, I'd like to raise my concern of the question of procedural fairness in the House when it comes to the application of standing orders. Standing orders clearly identify that a member may raise a point of order on the issue of relevance. The point of order may then be considered and ruled upon by the Speaker. The Speaker has now, on a few occasions, and I don't dispute that we do in this place on a number of occasions have repeated questions and repeated points of order on relevance that may not always be appropriate. But I would respectfully request consideration of the application when it comes to the Standing Order 86 in relation to points of order, which state that a member may raise a point of order with the subject at any time after the question of order has been stated, so it is a member's opportunity. A member should have the opportunity to make the point of order, and then raising the question of order. Consideration should then be given to that point of order, and decision of every other question shall be suspended until the matter is disposed of. I'm concerned that preempting points of order and not giving a member an opportunity, and I respectfully would say in circumstances where a member is raising for the first time a point of order, that is not contrary to Standing Order 104 in relation to whether or not the point of order is vexatious or out of order in itself. And I would like to bring the Speaker's attention to the issue and maybe ask for a consideration of the interpretation of the points of order, of the standing orders in relation to points of order.
I thank the member. I will also hear from the Leader of the House on this matter.
Thanks. No, I indicated that I want. So, Mr. Speaker, just in the discussion that's just been raised, there is a competing principle within standing orders about the way in which a ruling of the Speaker can then be canvassed. There's a very strong limitation under Standing Order 87 as to the only way, if the Speaker makes a ruling, that we can disagree with it. The only two circumstances that I've seen this term where the Speaker has not allowed a point of order on relevance was where he had immediately before that moment ruled that at that point the minister was being relevant. So to take the point of order at that moment is to canvass the ruling. It doesn't prevent later during the answer a point of order being taken on that basis. But the specifics of canvassing a ruling are something which is very common, and by doing it that way, can I say in terms of members, what it means is you still have the opportunity to make that point of order later. It hasn't actually been used up. In previous terms, the practice of speakers, including the very well-regarded Tony Smith when he was in the chair, would be that if he thought it was being taken in a frivolous way, to not even hear someone, and you would stand there and sometimes not get the call. The concept of limiting it to only the circumstances where a ruling has immediately been made is completely consistent with standing orders and practice.
I thank the member for raising that issue, and I shall report back to her. I have received a letter from the Manager of Opposition Business proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's lack of focus on the cost of living crisis facing Australian families. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr. Speaker, the most urgent issue facing Australian families is the cost of living crisis, and we see a drumbeat of pieces of evidence for this proposition. Just last week, the Reserve Bank of Australia lifted rates for the 8th consecutive time on this government's watch to 3.35%, and of course the actual rates that households pay are much higher than that. The last time interest rates were this high was when Labor was last in office. The Prime Minister was forced to admit that 800,000 Australians will move from lower fixed rates to higher variable rates over the course of 2023, creating a serious shock to the budgets of many households. If you're presently on a fixed mortgage rate of 1.8% and you're suddenly going to 5.8%, that is a huge cost to the family budget. For a typical family that's entered into a new mortgage of $750,000, that means additional payments of $18,000 a year. And just think, Mr. Speaker, about the likely knock-on effects for local restaurants, for clothes retailers, in fact, all across the economy. Reports are showing that an alarming 1 in 5 Australian households are suffering mortgage stress, including an estimated more than 100,000 pushed into it after the latest rate rise under the Albanese government. Many small businesses are in the same boat. The Prime Minister's been asked about this very issue in question time. He's failed to tell us how many, but we know that a large proportion of small businesses, a significant proportion of small businesses, Deputy Speaker, will have a loan that will move from a fixed rate to a higher variable rate this year. We know rents are increasing. Recent reports showing rental prices are at historic highs across most capital cities. We know that energy bills are skyrocketing. The government itself in its budget admitted electricity bills up 56%, gas up 40% expected over the foreseeable future. And we know from the instances that hard-working members on this side of the House have highlighted, Joe and Julie Siragusa in the electorate of Flinders, a $667 increase in their gas bill. The food manufacturer, Nippies, the member for Barker, told the House that this food manufacturer is facing an increase in its gas bill of 92.5%, $900,000. And today, of course, we learn that unemployment has jumped to 3.7%, over 30,000 people losing their jobs in the last 2 months. So there is no question that this nation and that Australian families are facing a serious and pressing cost of living crisis. But what do we hear from this government? Because the grim reality is that this government has no answers and has no plan. What do they say when they are asked about these issues in question time? What do they say? They tell us that prescriptions are going to be cheaper. They tell us that childcare is going to be cheaper.
Member for Barker, withdraw the comment. Thank you. You may proceed. You got the call
Thank
back
you,
again.
Deputy Speaker. They tell us that they called Parliament together on the 15th of December, supposedly to come up with a plan on energy prices. But the simple fact, Deputy Speaker, is that these measures are hopelessly inadequate. If we just look at rising interest rates on a typical mortgage, a family paying $18,000 more a year, you would need to have more than 1,400 scripts a year for the savings to outweigh your extra mortgage cost. And obviously, almost nobody is going to be in that position. Childcare, of course, it's important for Australians with young children, but the relief doesn't start until July. And for millions and millions of Australians, they're not at a stage of life where that is going to be providing assistance. And what is the plan to deal with rising interest rates? It's increasingly clear that this government does not have a plan beyond repeatedly saying the Independent Reserve Bank of Australia. Who says that? The Treasurer, the man who appoints the board of the Reserve Bank of Australia, says constantly the Independent Reserve Bank of Australia. This government is in disarray in how they are dealing with the challenge of repeatedly rising interest rates. Last week, the Assistant Treasurer had this to say about interest rate rises. He said he was, quote, hoping that, if this is not the last, it's near the last of the rate increases, close quotes. Deputy Speaker, hope is not a plan. And it's clearly not a very well-founded hope, because regardless of what the Assistant Treasurer in his bumbling fashion might say, if you ask the man who's actually got responsibility together with the board, he says that further increases in interest rates will be needed over the months ahead. So we've got this bumbling Assistant Treasurer claiming or saying, well, he's hoping that it's near the last of the rate increases. What is very clear is that this government simply does not have a plan to deal with rising interest rates, and that's before we turn to the pressing problem of energy. On 97 occasions, the Prime Minister promised before the election that energy bills would be lower by $275. He arrived at that conclusion based upon modelling work done by the member for McMahon. The member for McMahon. And what a distinguished track record he has had in this place. The same genius who came up with Fuel Watch, with Grocery Watch and the Malaysian solution, and the Labor Party turned to him and said, tell us what to do about energy prices. He came up with dodgy modelling, and on the basis of that, on 97 occasions, the Prime Minister told the Australian people before the election that energy bills would go down by $275. and exactly the opposite has been happening. As bills have been rocketing around the country, their solution was an urgent parliamentary recall in the middle of December. Supposedly the details were going to be finished, finalised by the National Cabinet by March. We now learn that's not going to happen until the budget in May. The New South Wales Treasurer, repeatedly quoted, I might say, by the Prime Minister, has come out and said the money promised by the Commonwealth has not yet materialised. But let's be clear. Even if this relief is ever delivered, the simple fact is that Australians' power bills will be going up by hundreds of billions of dollars, even after whatever the government manages to deliver, not down by the $275 which the Prime Minister repeatedly promised. But perhaps the single most troubling aspect of all of this, Deputy Speaker, is that in the face of these pressing problems that are urgently engaging Australian families around the kitchen table all across our country, it is abundantly clear that dealing with these problems is not the central focus of this government. They have their mind on other things. And indeed, the man who's supposed to be right at the centre of the response, instead of focusing on how he can drive down interest rates, how he can get inflation under control, instead he's been writing 6,000-word essays quoting Greek philosophers. He does want us to know that he's really clever. He wants us to know that he's really clever. He reads weighty books like Jared Diamond's Upheaval. He name-checks cool lefty economists like Mariana Mazzucato. He's au fait with Nouriel Roubini's gloomy predictions. He has fascinating conversations with people like Canadian central banker Mark Carney. He wants us to know that he's a big Labor thinker, because what big Labor thinkers spend their summers doing is writing essays for the Monthly. And we know that because he pointed it out in the very essay. He said, in case we didn't know, that Kevin Rudd wrote one in February 2009, and that other big Labor thinker, also from Queensland, Wayne Swan, wrote one in March 2012, and Jim's very much in the same tradition, a big Labor thinker, pondering these complex issues over Christmas. Not for Jim, he's got a big to-do list. Not for the Treasurer, Deputy Speaker. Not
correct titles when you're referring to members in the House.
That's true, because Deputy Speaker, the Treasurer has—
on you to set a good example here.
Indeed, Deputy Speaker, you're absolutely right. I'm rightly rebuked, because I should acknowledge and respect the big plans of the Treasurer. He's not rearranging the sock drawer. He's going to instead redefine and reform our economy and institutions. He's reimagining and redesigning markets. He's renewing and restructuring the way that our markets allocate and arrange capital. He's going to build a better capitalism, uniquely Australian, and he's going to do it this year, if you read the essay carefully. Deputy Speaker, the simple fact is, if the Treasurer just got on with his day job and had a real plan to get the cost of living down, get energy costs down, get interest rates down, get inflation down, then maybe the rest of us might have quite the high opinion of him that he has of himself.
Thank you. I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Health and Ageing.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, we understand that the rising cost of living is hitting a lot of Australians hard. Inflation is the defining economic challenge of 2023, as it was in 2022. But Australians understand that we did not create these challenges, like the war in Ukraine, but they elected us to take responsibility for addressing them, and we are. In this MPI, the opposition are leading with their chin. Deputy Speaker, I'm not a violent person. I don't even like violent analogies. But I know that my colleagues today and I are going to look at that poked-out chin and we are going to sock it to them. Because, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is absolutely delivering the positive change Australians voted for, including sensible, non-inflationary measures to tackle the cost of living. Because they across the way just don't get it. Unless there's a colour-coded Excel spreadsheet attached to a budget policy, they seem to have no idea. Managing the economy, of course, is far more complicated than that, and we are staying focused on easing pressure on households and helping Australians manage their budgets, fixing the mess that they left and getting on maturely and responsibly managing the budget. We are focused on immediate household budget relief. Just last week in this House, I was so pleased to see us pass legislation to improve the paid parental leave scheme. And I take the opportunity to thank the Minister for Social Services. As someone who struggled through a difficult time without paid parental leave, having 4 children, I can tell you that this would have eased the cost of living for me, and it has definitely eased the cost of living for families, including people like my daughters. And who would have thought that those on that side did everything they could to scuttle that scheme? On January 1st, our cheaper medicines policy took effect. First time ever there's been a cut to the cost of medicines, which most definitely believes, would you believe it, an ease on the cost of living for all Australians who rely on prescription medicines. Imagine those on their watch when they were in government. People had to make a decision. Can I afford my medicines this month, or can I pay my rent or put food on the table? They no longer have to do that, Deputy Speaker. And we have introduced cheaper childcare. 1.2 million families will see a significant ease on their cost of living when the policy takes effect on the 1st of July. And let's talk about energy costs that they like to go on about. Can I say here, before I explain what we're actually doing with the super fabulous energy policy, that what people are experiencing now with rising energy costs is in no small way due to 10 years of complete incompetence and mayhem of the previous coalition government, incapable of setting up this country with adequate, secure, renewable energy, which is the cheapest form of energy, the most sustainable form of energy, and from which we can draw the most energy security. It's thanks to them for nothing. You see, Deputy Speaker, we have an energy policy supported by the vast majority of people, businesses, peak bodies, unions. We've introduced legislation that will drive investment in cleaner and cheaper energy, which will, without a doubt, put downward pressure on prices and, dare I say it, ease the cost of living. As well as that, we haven't wasted a moment upgrading the grid. Investing in renewables has increased, up by 50% in a year, and most of that since May, and already things like electric vehicles are cheaper and more accessible. And we've taken urgent action with our energy price relief plan to shield Australian families and businesses from the worst of energy price spikes, easing costs and protecting local industry and saving jobs. And to think the opposition voted against that policy. Again, thanks to them for nothing. We now have Treasury data showing our policy is working. Now, another vital part of easing the cost of living is making sure people earn decent wages, because they have been stagnant for too long and we are getting wages moving. We've successfully argued for a minimum wage increase, the first cabinet submission of the Albanese government. The coalition would not back it. They opposed it. They cautioned the sky would fall in from a $1 an hour pay increase for the lowest paid workers. So, because we are about easing the cost of living, they don't seem to be at all. We supported the aged care wage case in the Fair Work Commission. We've now seen an interim decision pushing up minimum wages for some aged care workers by at least 15%. Dare I say it? Easing the cost of living for some of the lowest paid workers. We passed the Secure Jobs Better Pay legislation, modernising the bargaining system so workers can get their fair share of the national income, which has been the lowest it's been for decades. We've introduced family and domestic violence leave, paid leave, so that women don't have to lose their jobs when they are struggling with everything it takes to leave a violent home. We are going to make sure there is gender pay equity mechanisms, improving pay for women. We've introduced Revive, a national culture policy that ensures better pay and conditions and more financial security for people in the arts industry. We'll be allowing pensioners to keep more of their income. All of these things immediately easing the cost of living. You see, we have a vision. We have a plan for this country, which those opposite could simply not manage in 10 long, sorry years, leaving Australia in a mess. Well, we are cleaning up that mess, not only relieving the cost of living pressures immediately, but we have a plan for a longer term to repair the economy. Long-term plans that will make life easier for everyone and ensure the cost of living continues to ease. So proud to have our $10 billion Housing Australian Fund, along with the National Housing Accord and the Home Buyer Guarantee, that will see millions of homes made available, making housing affordable and accessible, and to tackle homelessness. But they, on that side of the House, would not support this. Unbelievably, they would not vote for that. We know that keeping people healthy is an incredibly important part of making sure that they can live their best life. And we are reforming Medicare, strengthening Medicare, ensuring Australians can get the health care they need, when they need it, where they live. And we are introducing a national reconstruction fund, making sure that things are made here. Securing supply chains, creating jobs, restoring manufacturing and making Australia a leader in industrial innovation.
We like Australia.
What could be more vital for the economy? Deputy Speaker, they on that side of the House will not support it. Anyone would think that they want to increase the cost of living. They want to keep inflation high. They want households to suffer. And we will be introducing 180,000 fee-free TAFE places so that people can get the skills they need to work in the better-paid jobs our policies are creating. And we will make sure that financial security is front and foremost in our policies by showing fiscal restraint with mature and sensible decision-making, mature and sensible government that goes beyond colour-coded spreadsheets, beyond mere political point scoring, beyond student politics-style posturing, beyond cheap social media clips collecting likes and email harnessing, beyond jobs and contracts for the boys. Because, Deputy Speaker, the best thing we can do to ease the cost of living is to be prudent ourselves with the nation's resources. And finally, Deputy Speaker, I would like to add that the vision of a fairer, more affordable and secure future will be done with the advice and counsel of a First Nations voice to Parliament and a commitment to treaty and truth-telling. Because this is a pathway to reconciliation, a pathway to lasting change. Because we believe that that pathway to a better future is done with people, not to them. Deputy Speaker, they are so quick to throw barbs, they are so quick to accuse us of not addressing the cost of living that people are facing, but Australians know better. Australians know that the cost of living crisis is due to their inept policies and their mishandling of the economy, to their incompetence. Along with other external, he's right, I'll take that, along with other external things that are out of our control. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. And Deputy Speaker, Australians know that we are the government of great reform. We are the government that will always look after them. They elected us to manage these challenges, and we are taking up that challenge. Thank you.
Yeah. Good work.
Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to take you back. We can all remember it wasn't really that long ago, and I want you to take you back to the campaign, the election campaign that we had through March, April and the early part of May of last year. And if you look at the news clips, if you were to look at, when we talk about campaign slogans, there were a few campaign slogans from the other side, Deputy Speaker, and if you look at the press conferences that the now government, then opposition, held, and if you looked at what they were putting out into their campaign paraphernalia, they were saying some very specific things. And they were basically saying, and one of the main themes they ran with was that families and people were going to be better off under Labor. Now, when people hear that they're going to be better off, that has a very clear connotations to Australians that they're going to be better off financially. And they were quite specific, you know, give them credit. I mean, I will give the now government, then opposition, at least credit, because at least they did come up and say exactly what they planned to do. And they said it on hundreds of occasions. I think the Prime Minister was known to say it on 50 or 60 occasions. Many other ministers said the same thing, that they said that they had one of the most extensively modelled campaign commitments that had ever been done. They weren't just making it up. They weren't just having a guess at the figure. They said they had extensively modelled
better than probably any opposition in the country's history, that they were going to give every family a $275 cut to their power bill. And they were even saying that after the election. Some of them then ministers after the May election were then saying, yep, that's right. The Prime Minister didn't, but some of the others in interviews were caught out by saying that they were still saying that. Now, then, of course, there was a dawning, and the now Minister for Climate Change suddenly said, you know, maybe things happen, started a bit of a slow crab walk away from it. And the joke about this, Deputy Speaker, the joke about the other side is they say, the Ukraine war. The Ukraine war started before the election, Sunshine. The Ukraine war was going before the election. So suddenly the Ukraine war, they were saying they were going to get a $275 power bill cut. The Ukraine war was on. Suddenly after the election, the Ukraine war means we can't do it. Gee, the Ukraine war was going before the election. Go back and Google it.
Order,
the other thing,
order,
Deputy Speaker.
Order.
So then the other thing, they talk about supply issues.
If I say it again, you're out.
Suddenly they
Member
worked
for Page,
out.
I'm not deaf.
Good point, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
I couldn't hear myself because of the loud mouth over there, Deputy Speaker.
So let's
I'm glad you called him out. But the other thing, Deputy Speaker, was they talk about not only was the Ukraine war started before the election, but anyway, suddenly it was a problem after the election with their power bill promise. And the other thing, supply-side constraints. Well, wasn't that put into the extensive modelling that was done? Apparently not. I mean, I would have thought a lot of the supply-side constraints have got better post-COVID, Deputy Speaker, that some of the things that do have supply-side issues have got better as we've got through the COVID pandemic. But so then, not only that, so then in the October budget, just a few months later, they say, actually, your energy bills are going to go up 50 or 60% over the next couple of years. It was exceptionally deceptive and exceptionally deceitful from this government. And what's their solution to that? Their solution to that, this is smart, their solution to the problems with power prices is actually to cut the supply of one of the suppliers to energy transmission, and that is gas. To price cap something, the gas industry is now, many people are saying right now that they have just stuffed up the supply side now of gas into the system. That was their solution. Well, we'll see how that plays out, but I'm not putting anything on that to lower price rises. The other thing they said, cheaper mortgages. Believe this now. Can you actually believe they said this? In April and early May, they were saying we're going to give you cheaper mortgages. So they said, now their line is, there are a lot of things in train that you did that means that we're not going to happen. You couldn't see that then? Suddenly couldn't see any problems with delivering cheaper mortgages before the election. You're going to have cheaper mortgages. But suddenly after the election, 8 interest rate increases from 8 Reserve Bank board meetings. And before that, they were saying cheaper mortgages. But I know there were all these things happening where you didn't see that when you were saying cheaper mortgages. Again, exceptionally deceitful, Deputy Speaker, to the men and women and the families of Australia. Now, you would think, OK, the Treasurer would have solutions to this. His solutions are waffly 6,000-word essay.
I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'll try to tone it down a little bit. Avoid any inflaming those opposite. I'm happy to speak on this matter of public importance brought by the member for Bradfield. Interesting that something that is important enough to be introduced to the parliament wasn't important enough for the member for Bradfield to actually stay and listen to it. And I think that goes to the nub of those opposite, really. They're happy to pay a bit of lip service to cost of living issues, but they won't actually vote for anything that will help. It reminds me, this is for the benefit of maybe the member for Casey, someone a little bit younger. There was an ad back in I think about the 80s perhaps, for Stainmaster Carpet, where this cleaning lady for Pro Heart comes in and says, "Oh, Mr. Hart, what a mess." You could Google it. You look for it on YouTube, where she actually says, "You've left me this mess." Obviously, those opposite, they're not pro Hart. They're more no heart, but they've left us with a cost of living mess, and it certainly ain't art. I can tell you that. It's so let's detail how the people of Australia were left with this cost of living mess by those opposite. And it will help them. I'm really keen to help a party of government. Yeah, I'm all for a party of government. I've seen what those extreme parties do when they come in here. Okay, but a party of government should listen, because you're a little bit lost at the moment. A little bit lost. You don't know where you're going. First thing you need to work out is where you are. Okay, if you're going to have any hope of being a party of government again. And so that's to work out why you would vote against $1.5 billion in support in terms of costs of energy. That's a cost of living issue. Now, people opposite have told me, oh, you're sheep, you have to vote where the party goes. They're the rules of the Labor Party. You get to decide every single time you vote on a party, on an issue. Every single time. You're supposedly not sheep. Nodding like goats, I see, or, you know, or some other animal, perhaps a lemming or something like that. But what collective goats, Deputy Speaker? Collective goats.
I think it might be easier if you just withdraw.
I'll withdraw. The lemmings and the goats bit, Deputy Speaker. Obviously, why would you vote against support for people who've got cost of living issues if you cared about cost of living? And look at all the other things they voted against. I mean, because they are the pin-ups for political cynicism. Even voting against their own energy policy. I mean, well done, Angus, if you could vote against your own energy policy. Sure, they had 20 of them, but that was obviously bizarre. And to turn energy into a culture war, to make scientists somehow a contested area, questioning the CSIRO, but bizarre that they would do that. As I said, they've got a free vote every single time. And let's look at some of the other things that the Labor Party is committed to. Manufacturing industries, which will result in secure, well-paid jobs, which is actually something that is good in a cost of living crisis. Because secure, well-paid jobs are good for national security and our sovereignty because we're making more things in Australia. How could you vote against that? Or something like making childcare cheaper. Good because it's good on itself, but in terms of boosting productivity. We've heard that it's the lowest hanging fruit we have to invest in cheaper childcare or social and affordable housing. I can understand why some extreme hypocrites would vote against it, but why would a party that saw the housing crisis that is being rolled out across the bush, in Bundaberg, in Brisbane, in Bouval, everywhere, there's a cost of living crisis. But there is a housing crisis, but instead they voted against our housing policy. And in terms of that, remember that election campaign where the member for Grainler held up a $1 coin and said, this is what we're trying to give the people of Australia? And they started frothing at the mouth, their economic team, saying that it's going to end up with cats and dogs sleeping together at the end of Australian civilisation. We did see that. We do know that the Matthias Cormann, remember he belled the cat when he said that low wages are a deliberate design strategy when it comes to the coalition. Low wages are a deliberate design strategy. So, if you're going to keep voting no, you're going to end up in the wilderness forever. Those seats are going to be painted teal for the Liberals. Sit down, sunshine, I'm not finished yet. It'll be teal forever unless you can find direction.
Take a seat, Member for Moreton. Member for Passon. Member for Barker. You're offering a point of order.
Is on point. If the honourable member opposite could refer to members by their correct title.
Look, could you please sit down? Because I'd like to take this up now. I've asked you to withdraw that comment, please. It was made twice. You know it's out of order. Thank you very much.
I withdraw, Deputy Speaker.
And I have also warned you about those sorts of interjections, so you just on red alert as well. And member for Hinkler.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we humbly accept the apology from the member for Moreton, because I think it was the acronym he was intending to use, the GOAT acronym, greatest of all time, of course. So we forgive him, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I want to start with some quotes, and we'll play a little guessing game about who these might be. Look, it's the job of the Prime Minister to deal with the challenges Australia faces and not to constantly just blame someone else. As your Prime Minister, I won't run from responsibility. I think you've got to accept responsibility. I want to step up to the plate. I will accept responsibility. I'll take responsibility. I'll show leadership. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that Australians want a government that does its job, that doesn't always blame someone else and accepts responsibility. Now, who do you think that might be? Who do you think that might have been? Well, it is the now Prime Minister, the member for Grayndler. So they are the quotes from the now Prime Minister. And yet, every single question time, we put questions forward to the Prime Minister, to the Treasurer, to others, about, firstly, the $275 that were promised for reductions in electricity prices. Secondly, about the cost of living, because the people that I represent and right across this country, they are hurting. They are absolutely hurting. We have seen significant increases. The most recent report I've seen is that cost of living is up 9.3%. I genuinely do not know how they are paying their bills. We have some 800,000 mortgage holders that are going to come off fixed interest rates onto a change of rate and have a substantial change in the payments they have to make every month. And yet we continue to ask questions about what is a serious issue, but those opposite don't answer those questions. In fact, they find them funny on occasions. They think it's more important to have a shot at the member for Hume, for example, or others. These are serious issues for the people of Australia, and I think they will see through. They will see through the answers that are being put forward because they are not taken seriously. There is nothing that matters more to the Australian people right now than their ability to pay their bills, and it is getting harder under this government, not easier. It is getting much, much harder and not easier. But then, of course, we come to the great champion with the great solution of Jimbonomics. Now, Jimbonomics—
Excuse me, Member for Hinkler. I think it would be helpful for you to withdraw that comment.
Well, I'll withdraw. It's a description of a particular treatise, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I withdraw it if it assists the chamber.
Thank you very much.
But we see in this 6,000-word treatise that will rebuild capitalism as the priority for the new Labor government, that will change the way that capitalism has worked in this country for a very, very long time and worked successfully. We've seen proposals where they could take your superannuation, as in myself, not you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to build someone else a house, but not to pay for your own house. We see proposals where it will be investments about social outcomes, not returns. Now, I'm confident that those who are out there investing in superannuation want to maximise the ability for them at the time that they retire, that they get more benefit, that they can live for longer without looking for support from the Commonwealth and others. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the cost of living up 9.3%, I'm advised that wages are only up 3%. Now, that is a significant differential and it hurts. Now, what happens locally is things like this. And this is a story in Bundaberg today on the School Savvy program. And I congratulate the Catholic Care, Sharry Jackson and the rest of the team, but I'm absolutely appalled that it's even necessary. Now, the School Savvy program is in its 4th year, and this time round, in the first half of a week, they had 1,000 people utilise these services. 1,000. And what are these services? Well, they're provided to people who are facing significant financial pressure: essential school supplies, haircuts and second-hand uniforms. The fact that we have 1,000 people in my local area that needs this support is an absolute disgrace. But I congratulate them. Those individuals are out there working hard, making sure that they help individuals who cannot pay their bills. And they are taking responsibility, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our local community is taking responsibility to help those less fortunate who are really struggling, whether it is power prices, whether it is gas prices, whether it's changes on wages, whether it's massive increases in interest rates. I mean, we've seen 8 increases in a row in a very short period of time, and it affects everyone who has a mortgage. So I say to those opposite, next time you have a question in question time on cost of living, don't have a shot at the member for Hume. Answer the question, tell us what the plan is and how it will be fixed.
Member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the member for Hinkler's empathy towards his community. It's just a shame that it's only come now that he's sitting on those benches opposite. I welcome the focus from those opposite to help families with cost of living. It's just a shame it's only come now you're in opposition. because let's look at your report card when you were in government. On wages, what happened to wages when those opposite were in power? They stagnated.
Nothing.
It was a deliberate design feature of their economic strategy. How do we know? The former Minister for Finance, Matthias Cormann, told us. Well, the strategy worked. One of the few things you were able to achieve while you were in government. Wages flatlined. During the campaign, when those opposite were given an opportunity to back ordinary workers in this country, they balked. Low wages were so ingrained in their thinking that they refused to back a wage increase in line with inflation for our lowest paid workers. Aged care workers, childcare workers, cleaners, those who got us through the pandemic, those opposite wanted to deny them a $1 an hour increase. So on wages, you failed. What have we done? We passed the Secure Jobs, Better Pay bill to get wages moving. We supported an increase in minimum wage, an outcome that has helped around 2.7 million Australians. Because on this side of the House, we will back workers. We will back good wages. We know the best way to fight the cost of living is to have a good, well-paying job. On childcare, childcare is one of the biggest expenses for families with young children. What happened to childcare costs while you were in government? They climbed 41% in 8 years. Wow. It was taking a bigger and bigger chunk of the household budget. Some parents simply dropped out of the workforce altogether. Shame. Just last year, 73,000 people who wanted to work didn't look for work. Why? Because of the prohibitive costs of childcare. So, on one of the biggest expenses to household budgets, childcare costs, you failed again. What have we done? We are investing $4.5 billion in early education and care to make it more affordable and accessible to families. 96% of families will be better off because we know the best way to fight cost of living is cheaper childcare. It's good for kids, it's good for parents and it's good for the economy. Hear, hear. On gas and electricity, global events around the world have meant families and small businesses have had to contend with higher power prices. A war in the Ukraine, disrupted supply chains, increased international demand for gas has had an impact on energy prices. We can't control those events. So what can we control? Having one energy policy, not 22 attempts, is certainly a good start. So we can give industry the certainty they need to make long-term investments, providing government commitment and investment into renewable energy, providing support to a bill that brings households relief on their power bills. These are all things we can control to help bring down the cost of energy. These are actions that we on this side of the House are taking to help households and small businesses with power prices. But again, those opposite refuse to support it. So, on gas and electricity prices, you failed. So let's check the cost of living report card for those opposite. On wages growth, those opposite failed.
One fail.
On the cost of childcare, those opposite failed.
Second fail.
On the price of gas and electricity, what did they do? You failed again.
The third time failing.
You failed in government, you failed during the campaign, and now you're failing in opposition. Lift your game, come over, support some of these important bills that we are putting through. That's all I'm asking of you. If you care about cost of living, if you want to show empathy to your community, vote and support the bills that we are putting forward.
Hear, hear. Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's easy to feel like this place focuses on theatre. It's easy to forget that outside these walls is the real world. A real world where, from dinner tables to water coolers to checkouts, families are asking themselves one thing: how am I going to make ends meet? It is a question that has no easy answer, but prompts many more tough questions, like these. Where will I find another $18,000 in mortgage repayments? Where will I find an after-tax wage increase of $24,000 to pay for that? What will my family have to cut instead? How will I tell the kids that there won't be a camping trip this year? How will I tell them that they can't go on a school excursion with their friends? How will I tell them that we can't afford to go to the cinema, the football, keep a streaming service, go out to dinner as a family, and hardest of all, that they will be spending less time with a parent because they have to take extra shifts? And for some, how do they tell them that they might even lose their home? And others will ask, how will I tell them that I've let them down? This place is about politics, but for these families it isn't. It isn't about tactics, as the Prime Minister said today in question time. These are real questions that have been spoken out loud in every corner of our nation. In a democracy, it is vital that the losing party acknowledge and respect the result, and we do. Australians place their trust in the Albanese government to lead our nation and to put the people first. They did so at a time when the war in Ukraine was well underway, as the member for Page pointed out. They did so at a time when we were all well aware of supply chain challenges that occurred during the COVID pandemic. They did so because they listened to and trusted what the Prime Minister, as then Leader of the Opposition, said. And he said this: "As your Prime Minister, I won't run from responsibility. I won't treat every crisis as a chance to blame someone else. I will show up. I will step up. I will bring people together." They did so because they trusted him. They trusted him when he said costs would be lower. They trusted him when he specifically said energy bills would be $275 lower, 97 times. They trusted him when he said mortgages would be cheaper, that families would be better off under a Labor government. Day after day of that campaign, they saw the Prime Minister look down the camera and they put their trust in him. They trusted you as a Labor government at your word, that it was not just puff, it was not just a line. They trusted you as a government that would be capable of being a statesman and not a brawler. So what has happened since? A cost of living crisis has hit them hard. Electricity prices are going up. Gas prices are going up. And for many who have to drive long distances to get to work, they're seeing prices of $2 or more as they put petrol in their car. We've spoken many times about the Treasurer's long-form essay, and it has been instructive, but not for all of the reasons he might wish. He also wrote an even longer-form paper of his PhD thesis, and I won't go over that. But neither of these papers have much economics in them. Neither of them are about the national interest. What they instead offer is an insight into the focus of this Treasurer and this government, a focus on power. And the clue is in the title, Brawler Statesman. It even has an entire chapter titled Throwing Grenades. So this is a Treasurer, a Prime Minister, a government more focused on power, how power is obtained, how power is wielded, and how power can be retained. In last year's campaign, the Treasurer also looked down the camera and asked Australians to take him at his word. So we asked the Treasurer, the Prime Minister, to close your laptop, take your focus off the backbench and off your ambitions for further promotion. We ask you to focus on struggling families, to stand with them at the dinner table, the water cooler and the checkout, and to give them comfort to those questions, to give them comfort that as a Treasurer, as a Prime Minister and a government, you can be a statesman and not a brawler. We ask you to focus on the cost of living.
Member for Hawke.
Deputy Speaker, the hypocrisy of those opposite coming into this chamber, arguing about the cost of living is absolutely breathtaking, absolutely breathtaking. And while I have regard for some of them as individuals, that their collective intelligence propels them as a group in here to argue around cheap political points, matters that are either irrelevant or entirely misleading in terms of this debate, is truly extraordinary. despite what they say, Australians are very clear on the Liberals' record around cost of living and indeed whether they care about it. My colleague, the member for Reid, rightly points out they perhaps come in here now, dripping in empathy, but they are a decade late. They had a decade of government to address these issues. They had a decade of government to address these issues, and they made an active choice not to. And in fact, in many cases, they made active decisions, such as suppressing wage growth, to inflame and expose the Australian economy and the Australian people to the cost of living challenges that we now face. And that can be summed up in a very simple number, despite its magnitude, which is $1 trillion. $1 trillion of debt. The Liberals have left this country with $1 trillion of debt, and there is no economic dividend for it. We don't see the returns. We don't see either the social or the economic returns for this. In fact, what they did with that $1 trillion, the $1 trillion that belongs to the Australian people, is that they flooded it away on various rorts, car parks and colour-coded spreadsheets and whatnot. They lined the pockets of big business. They invested poorly in projects that ultimately didn't stack up because they hadn't had the work put into them to determine whether they ultimately would. And that $1 trillion of debt, it hangs around their neck. And they hate it. They get very upset whenever we raise this. And it's well covered. It's been well covered by a whole range of respected economic and fiscal analysts. And one can only kind of draw the conclusion that it affects them at a personal level, as many of the relevant social issues that we raise in this place don't. Because ultimately, I think we all know that their sort of flaccid masculinity is splintered by the self-propelled myth of their own economic competence. And it doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. It is an utter lie on their part that they are somehow some superior economic managers, and history does not bear that out in any sense whatsoever. So they come in here, they seek to essentially put themselves forward as some superior sense of knowledge or belief on these matters, when in fact history shows very clearly that their economic credentials are extraordinarily lacking. And the sad part about that is that the Australian people are now suffering for that. They're now suffering. We've had a wasted decade under that government. They have exposed us to international pressures which are now driving cost of living issues. That's on top of the rorts that we talked about and the very deliberate design feature of their economy, which was zero wage growth. Okay? They set us back, and it's now up to this government, our government, to try and clean up that mess, to be the mature and responsible government that this country has needed for the last 10 years, and they didn't have. Let's talk about inflation. Let's talk about the drivers of inflation, because they are critical to why we are facing a cost of living challenge in this country. In their most recent advice that the RBA put out, they acknowledge that supply-side inflation issues are a really significant proportion of the inflation, and that is purely international pressure-driven. Now, we've got the war in Europe that is putting pressure on supply chains, is putting pressure on global energy prices, and it is having a really significant impact on inflation here in our country. The RBA, the independent RBA, and I note that a member opposite seemingly got up and sought to carry on about whether the RBA is truly independent, and I would urge those opposite to show a little restraint and a little responsibility when it comes to the longer term belief of our institutions in the independence of the RBA. You are the Conservatives of this country, apparently. You should have respect for those institutions. The independence of the RBA is an underpinning institutional reality that protects our economy and protects the policy making in that space. Nevertheless, you seek to undermine that to score your cheap political points. They have made very clear in their advice, in their public advice, that international pressures—
Your time has expired. Member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I would agree with the member for Hawke that the independence of the RBA is very important. It's great for him to suggest to us that we should respect the independence. I would urge him to speak to some of his colleagues, maybe in the chamber and also in the caucus, to maybe not verbal the independent RBA and the governor. So I thank him for that contribution. I agree that the independence of the RBA is very important, although I do need to address this standard line of political spin from the ALP that I've addressed before, the $1 trillion in debt that they like to talk about. The only challenge with that is the facts, and facts get in the way of political arguments, because the facts are that the net debt stood at $517 billion at the time this government took power. So $517 billion is a long way from $1 trillion. But we know with this government that it's all about politics and spin. And I commend all those government members who stood up to talk about this bill, because they're actually choosing to disagree with the ALP National Secretary, Paul Erickson. Even the National Secretary said, and I quote, "You must look like you are responding first and foremost when talking about the cost of living pressures." So he even acknowledges that this government has not been focused on the cost of living pressure. But it's really important that we listen to his words, and this was his quote: "You must look like you are responding first and foremost." Look like. So he's not advising this government to fix or address the cost of living crisis. You need to look like you're addressing it, and you're going to look like you're fixing it, because that's the reality of this government. It's all about politics, it's all about spin, it's all about playing the game. We've got a Prime Minister that spent his whole life in this place, a Treasurer who has spent his whole life in this place, and the member for Menzies addressed quite well the Treasurer's focus on power, so I won't talk about that in this time. But I will talk about the Prime Minister and his focus on power, and don't take my words for it. For my sins, no, it was quite an interesting article, actually. I shouldn't say that, that's not fair. I took the time over the break to read Catherine Murphy's quarterly essay number 88 in November from 2022 about the Prime Minister. Now, she spent a lot of time with him through the campaign and with him. I think it would be fair to say I don't think anyone in this House would disagree that generally the Guardian and Catherine Murphy would be more dispossessed to the Prime Minister than our side. And I'm going to use her quotes here and to her description of Prime Minister Albanese. "Power is his natural habitat, and he spent a lifetime studying all its forms, covert and overt. In order of preference, Albanese is fascinated with power, politics, parliament, policy and process." And this is what the Australian people have: a Prime Minister that puts policy and process at the bottom of his list. And this is the challenge we have. If you don't have great policies, if you don't have great process, you're not going to deliver cost of living relief for the Australian people. And we saw that on display today, Deputy Speaker, when asked in question time. So Catherine Murphy has said it in November, and the Prime Minister gave us a great example of it today. When he was asked in question time about cost of living, he insulted Australian families. He did not address the question at all, did not offer any answers for the Australian people about the cost of living relief. What did he talk about? He talked about political process. He talked about the order that people ask questions in this House. And isn't it amazing? Catherine Murphy, I'll give her credit, she was on a cost of living, and he talks about the political processes. He doesn't talk about the $45 billion in off-budget spending that his government has committed to, that the IMF has warned will drive inflation. Now, we know that if government wants to reduce inflation by around 0.25%, they need to reduce spending by $6 billion. So we're adding $45 billion into the Australian economy in off-budget spending. That's going to add, based on those numbers, about 1.875% increase in inflation. So they're driving inflation up. What's that going to do? It's going to force the independent RBA governor to increase rates, because we've got the governor putting the brake on the car and we've got this government putting the accelerator on through increased budget spending, through increased off-budget spending, all so they can play political game.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, I think we're all aware in this place and the other place, and certainly out in the community, that we have a rising cost of living. Things are pretty tough out there. I have to say, having worked in the homelessness and poverty sector, this has not suddenly arisen in the last 8 months. I have worked with people who have experienced poverty, who have been on the streets, who have a superannuation balance of $4,000, who are unemployed long-term over the last decade. This is not something that's suddenly arisen in the last 8 months. And quite frankly, I find it incredibly offensive that those opposite would use these people and their lives and their suffering to make these cheap political points.
Shameful. Shameful.
Now I'll get back to the speech I wrote. Look, the cause of these increases have been a long time coming in some ways. We know the rising cost of healthcare has been coming a long time. We know at the last election those opposite said that 80% of services through Medicare were bulk billed. We also know that's rubbish, because what it is your primary service, which is your actual appointment, is not bulk billed, and you have a gap payment. And then maybe you have something sutured or a lump or a bump burnt off. That might be bulk billed. But the underlying actual appointment is not bulk billed. And when I talk to Australians, when I talk to people in Boothby, and I say to them, the opposition says that 80% of your medical services are being bulk billed. They tell me they can't find a doctor that bulk bills. And I have to say, having also worked in the health sector, I don't blame the doctors for that.
No, not at all.
The doctors know that the cost of actually running these services has gone up. The cost, or the rebate for Medicare, has been frozen. Those opposite froze it for the last 6 years. The doctors are under pressure.
Order. It being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to brief the House on what was an extraordinary opportunity to observe another nation's exercise in democracy, and that was the elections in Fiji last December. Due to the recalling of Parliament, I stepped into the role of co-chair in the MOG Group, Multinational Observer Group, affectionately known as the MOG Group, in Fiji. I was honoured to co-chair the MOG for Fiji's 2022 election alongside our friends from Indonesia and India. This is the third time Australia, India and Indonesia have been asked by the Government of Fiji to co-chair an observer mission for the general elections as trusted friends of Fiji. The MOG's previous reports from 2014 contributed to Fiji's strengthening democratic processes, and the final report for the 2022 election will be delivered shortly. I'd like to extend my thanks to the previous co-chair, the member for Fremantle, as well as other observers, the member for Banks, Senator Chandler and former Senator Lisa Singh. I would also like to extend my thanks to the Foreign Minister and fellow South Australian Senator Penny Wong for this opportunity. On the 14th of December last year, just as Australians were gearing up for their summer breaks, Fiji was going to the polls. From Nadi to Suvasuvu, from the Yasawas to Tavanuni, and many other places that many Australians have never been to, Fiji voted in a proud and peaceful manner. And I was so impressed with the sense of calm and the strong desire of individuals to have their voices heard, often queuing for a long time in the rain, in the heat, in the wind. The support given to the elderly and the disabled was extraordinary, even having braille ballot sheets. Fijians voted in an election which was professionally run and managed in a manner which the MOG felt allowed the Fijian people to expressly express their voices. Most importantly, the observers felt the outcome of the election broadly reflected the will of the Fijian people, and this election saw the most Fijians registered to vote and with more political parties and candidates, reflecting that Fijians are engaging actively with their democratic system. I also saw a historic, peaceful and orderly transition of power through an election, showing that democracy is alive and strong in this important Pacific nation. As the co-chairs announced immediately after the election, the Observer Group did not observe any irregularities or issues during the pre-polling, postal or election day voting. And throughout the election observing process, members of the MOG attended all aspects of the electoral process and attended nearly a third of polling stations. There were nearly 100 members of the MOG coming from 16 countries, from right across the Pacific Islands Forum and Secretariat of the Melanesian Spearhead Group. Representatives came from across the Pacific, as well as Canada, Japan, the United Kingdom, Indonesia and India. The region's engagement demonstrates our collective value in democratic processes and good governance. I'd like to pass on my thanks to the Secretariat of the MOG, Paul Wojciechowski, and ably supported by Australian officials, Andrew Edgar, Peter Lothian, Kristen Story, Nish Pera, Xander Burns and Luke Kingy from the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, as well as two international electoral experts, Carlos Valencia and Mariela Lopez. The operations team, headed up by Consulate Gary Frost, did an amazing job in ensuring members of the MOG were able to travel to every corner of Fiji safely. The Australian Consulate, the High Commissioner John Williams and his whole team, including Melissa Tipping and Joanna Houghton, a big thank you to you. And a big Vanaka Vakalivu, which is thank you in Fijian, for all the Fijian liaison officers who guided our observers across Fiji. I'd also like to thank my co-chairs, Mr Sharma, representing Indonesia, and His Excellency Ambassador Siap, representing Indonesia. Congratulations to everyone. And particularly, I'd like to thank the people of Fiji for their hospitality, but also showing their faith in the democratic processes and values. Vanaka.
I thank the member for Mayon Bula Vanaka, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to acknowledge and congratulate members of the community of Bennelong who recently received Australia Day awards. The Australia Day honours recognise the incredible work of Aussies who have made a positive impact on our society. It's a celebration of our shared values, of the remarkable people who embody them. And I can say with confidence that each of Bennelong's honorees are true embodiments of those values. It's an immense honour to recognise some of the exceptional members of our community who were recipients of these awards and recognitions right here in the Parliament. For Ryde, the City of Ryde's Citizen of the Year was Ross Forster, a volunteer coach who has dedicated his time for the last 40 years to the athletics community in Ryde. He played a crucial role in setting up Ryde Athletics fundraising activities to provide travel grants to their athletes who represent New South Wales or Australia. The Young Citizen of the Year is Maria Garamanian, who supports our vibrant and large local Armenian community. She volunteers her time and skills at a community club. She volunteers at various organisations throughout the community and encourages young people to volunteer as well, particularly supporting migrant families settling in Australia. Two members of the Bennelong community received the privilege of becoming members of the Order of Australia. Jennifer Collins of Ryde has received an AM for her significant service to veterans and their families and to nursing. She has served as the Chair and Director of the Kokoda Truck Memorial Walkway, as well as Deputy Chair of the New South Wales brand of the War Widows Guild of Australia. In Eastwood, Emeritus Professor Richard Lionel Howitt, someone I've met a number of times, received an AM for his ongoing and significant service to education to the Indigenous community. Professor Howitt has served at Macquarie University since 2009 and became an Emeritus Professor in 2018. He was instrumental in looking at opportunities to connect the university with the local community through his role as Director of the Ryde Macquarie Futures Project. Emeritus Professor John Thompson of Marsfield received the AM for his service to botanical science and research and to tertiary education. He served at the University of Sydney as Professor Emeritus in the School of Biological Science and to the Royal Botanic Gardens as an Honorary Research Associate. 8 members of our community were awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia. And this is a nice story. In Denniston, Warren and Claire Hopley, husband and wife, received joint AMs for their service to education, particularly to the disadvantaged and to children who are hard of hearing. Warren and Claire have both served outstanding long-term careers as teachers in schools across Sydney. Claire has an outstanding career working with children who are deaf and hearing impaired and developed a program that improved social and educational outcomes of children with hearing loss. Her husband Richard has always chosen to work at schools where he can advocate for the marginalised in our community. He has a long and extraordinary commitment to welcoming, settling and integrating refugee children as well, Speaker. In Marsfield, we have Janet Crack, who received the OAM for service to her community. She served as Coordinator of Music at the Australian Christian Music Seminar in Cooma from 1978 to 2002, as well as being Coordinator of the World Festival of Praise in Fiji. In Ryde and West Ryde, Tricia Gardner-Wilson received the medal for her service to the community through charitable organisation. She founded the Adam Gardner Fund in 2016 in loving memory of her husband Adam. The fund's mission is to raise awareness for amyloidosis. Ronald Palmer won an award for his service to lawn bowls at the ripe young age of 93. Ronald has a remarkable record of achievement. He won 20 club championships, 20 singles titles and took part in 35 pairs final. We've got Joanne Ryan, served St Michael's Catholic Church in Meadowbank, service as a bus driver for frail and elderly people, and she did a fantastic job. In Gladesville, he had Giles Gunasekera, who had a medal for service to social welfare in the community. He served as a White Ribbon Australia ambassador since 2014 and has done a wonderful job locally for the Ryde Hawks Baseball League as well. Finally, in Denniston East, my old neighbour, Mr Speaker, the late Rosario Ross Rocker, received the OAM posthumously for his service to the community through a range of organisation. He was an outstanding member of the community, particularly through his service to state emergency services and established many parks in the area as well.
Order. The House. The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Casey.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we talk often in this House about community, and ultimately our community is about its people. And last year, the Casey community lost a tireless volunteer, and I lost a great friend. Brian McCarthy passed away from cancer last year, and he had 2 great loves in his life: his family, including his wife Maria, children Chris and Andrea, and his large extended family. His second love was serving his community. His life of service included decades working at the MFB, the Melbourne Fire Brigade, and serving as a volunteer in the CFA, including volunteering at the Coldstream CFA and the Wandon Fire Brigade. In addition to this service, he spent many years as part of the Lilydale Rotary and the Chirnside Park Rotary, serving as president on multiple occasions. He was also the president of the Mount Evelyn Sports and Community Hub, playing a leading role in developing the new facilities for the Mount Evelyn Cricket Club, the Mount Evelyn Football Netball Club and many in the wider Mount Evelyn community. And it's truly humbling for Brian's family that the new community centre at this facility will be named the Brian McCarthy Community Room. And Speaker, that room and that facility will be opening in a few months, and I'm very much looking forward to attending that. Not only great community asset that Brian will have as a legacy, but his name will carry on for generations, and people will remember and know the service that he gave to our community. He was also on the advisory committee for the Rivers and Ranges Community Leadership Program, supporting council areas from Mitchell Shire, Murrindindi, Nillumbik, Whittlesea and Yarra Ranges. And in addition, and very importantly, to the community work that he did, Brian was an unwavering support for his wife Maria, in her role as Mayor and Councillor of Yarra Ranges Council, as well as her many community roles across the electorate of Casey, including as part of Yarra Valley Business and the Mount Lilydale Mercy College, Old Collegians and many more organisations. And many people who knew Brian would also know that it was never Brian, it was never Maria, it was always Brian and Maria, and they were connected together through their life after being teenage sweethearts. And many people, including myself, send our love to Maria, who we know is a strong woman, but it's never easy to lose someone like that. And I was fortunate to meet Brian when I joined the Liberal Party and he was chair of the Evelyn SEC, our state electorate. As a senior leader at the time, Brian took me under his wing. He provided guidance and support, and really importantly, and something that doesn't always happen in politics, he created opportunities for me and he stepped aside from leadership roles within our local organisation to honestly, Speaker, put me into leadership roles that I wasn't ready for, but he saw, I guess, the potential in me at the time and supported me by putting himself second, and that's something that I think we all know can be a very rare commodity in politics, and it's a bit of a cliche, but I can confidently say that I would not be the person I am today without the support, the love and the guidance of both Brian and Maria McCarthy, and I pay tribute to Maria, who I know is watching at home today. And I was overwhelmed with gratitude that Brian made the trip for my first speech, and I can still picture him just up there watching here. He shouldn't have travelled. It was a big strain and a huge physical effort for him to make this trip, and I'm forever grateful, and I know he and Maria are forever grateful that they were able to be here for that day, because we in this House represent not just ourselves and our families, but our friends that support us, and I have not had a greater supporter in my time in politics than Brian McCarthy, and the Casey community mourns him, and I mourn a great friend. Rest in peace, Brian McCarthy.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you to speak about an organisation that has a rich and profound history, an organisation that has been the cornerstone of the Chinese community in Western Australia for over a century. I speak of the Chonghua Association, founded in 1909, one of the oldest ethnic associations in the state. Chonghua Association was formed to support the social welfare of its members, promote Chinese culture, and foster goodwill between their members and local communities. It served as a connection and bridge between the Chinese communities, businesses, and other organizations, with Chonghua's members being very active in professional and cultural network, promoting Western Australia throughout Asia and the world. I have worked with the Chonghua Association for many years as a police officer, and for many years they have run an amazing community program, such as the Chinese New Year Fair in North Bridge. This year, over 20,000 people have attended and celebrated the Chinese New Year Fair, welcoming the Year of the Rabbit. The Chonghua Chinese School have 5 campuses with more than 1,000 students, and 2 of them are in Tangney. I wish to place on record my appreciation for the President of Chonghua Association, Dr. Chen Ting, Vice President. He is an Indonesian. His name is Mr. Yudi Kutrajaya, and their entire committees. Thank you for all your leadership and commitment in ensuring that these activities and events continue to engage the multicultural community and beyond. Chonghua Association also provides government-funded aged care and community care support, servicing nearly 900 seniors from Asian and Spanish background. Speaker, almost all the city of Melville is contained within my electorates of Tangney. The Mayor of the City of Melbourne is George Gear, a former member for Tangney in this House. I applaud Mr. Gear's continued service to our community and his ongoing support and advice to me. At one of the citizenship ceremony, Mr. Gear speaks of the 160 nationalities that reside in the City of Melbourne, and therefore the electorate of Tangney is a very multicultural community that I am proud to represent. In Tangney, there are about 16.5% of the residents that have Chinese ancestry. With the pandemic and global event last few years, Chinese Australians have been through a lot. The former government did not do enough to support the multicultural community, especially the Chinese Australian community. The previous Prime Minister had refused to take photographs with the Chinese Australian leaders when he visited Perth on 15 March 2022. It is so pleasing to see our Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs working hard to stabilise Australia's relationship with our neighbours, including Asia, China and Pacific region. I note that our Minister for Trade recently had a productive meeting with China Minister for Commerce. I'm confident that Minister Farrell's work in the trade portfolio will continue to bring prosperity to Australia. I am confident under the Albanese Labor government this will continue to improve. One of my priorities when I was elected was to set up an advisory group known as the Tangney Multicultural Advisory Group. This advisory group have many passionate, engaged community leaders sharing ideas and working together. I'm hoping for my work in this place, informed by that multicultural communities, will contribute to our government's work of delivering a better future for all Australians. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Citizens should be confident that their taxes are spent appropriately while preserving our reputation as a humane and civilised country. They want to ensure that those struggling with terminal diseases have dignity. This dignity begins with service delivery, with the right level of taxpayers' money allocated through Treasury to the organisations charged with delivering them. It is frustrating for taxpayers to watch the organisations doing as much as possible with meagre resources, going unfunded while money rains on ministerial whims. Expert care for cancer patients and MND sufferers is expensive, and often families can't afford the necessary treatment and support. Two of these organisations are Motor Neurone Disease Queensland and Ovarian Cancer Australia. Motor Neurone Disease Queensland is the only MND state association in Australia not receiving any funding from its state government. With just $1.5 million a year, MND Queensland could ensure that all Queenslanders suffering from MND have access to specialist, integrated multidisciplinary care. They could remain at home with their families and avoid unnecessary hospital admissions. With this funding, MND Queensland could provide access to MND expert advice, occupational therapy, speech pathology, physiotherapy, mobility equipment, communication devices and health aids that a person with MND would typically require through their journey. This support would include a regional presence through permanently locating MND advisors at key hubs and monthly visits to regional Queensland by allied health professionals. I call on the Queensland Government to do what is right and fund MND Queensland, just as other states and other jurisdictions have done. Mr. Speaker, Ovarian Cancer is another Ovarian Cancer Australia is another organisation that deserves government funding to provide free-of-charge specialised psychological support for women with ovarian cancer using a telehealth model that prevents women from falling into crisis. It would require funding of less than $1 million a year to offer specialist psychological support to more than 300 ovarian cancer patients. 4 years of psychological support with specialised therapists would cost only $3.7 million. Every year in Australia, more than 1,500 women are diagnosed with ovarian cancer and more than 1,000 will pass away from the disease. Around 70% of women diagnosed with ovarian cancer experience a reoccurrence. The former coalition government provided the organisation with $16.2 million in funding for ovarian cancer research, and this research work continues. The federal Labor government should find this less than $1 million a year to help women in significant distress who live daily with the fear of ovarian cancer returning. Both Motor Neurone Disease Queensland, MND Queensland, and Ovarian Cancer Australia offered tailored, specialised support with clear outcomes showing value for money for taxpayers, patients and their families in both the cities and in the regions of Australia. We can't change the fact that MND is terminal or that ovarian cancer is highly deadly, but we can ensure that sufferers can get sufficient quality of life to enjoy the time they have left with their loved ones. We must ensure that taxpayers' funds are not frittered away on frivolous projects. No one can call free telehealth psychology for a woman living with the side effects of 2 major surgeries, 3 long-term chemo treatments, 4 bowel obstructions caused by surgery and a permanent colostomy bag, as well as the trauma of all the treatments she has undergone, a waste. It would be difficult to argue that specialists providing walking aids to people—
The member's time has expired. The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In the heart of Swan, we have elite players from the Hockeyroos and Kookaburras training at Hockey Australia's high-performance program in Bentley at Curtin University. This program has an impressive reputation. In fact, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of the Australian women team in the International Hockey Federation Indoor World Cup in Pretoria in South Africa. I'd especially like to shout out 2 remarkable Swan locals, Emma Reid, who's also a physiotherapist, and Elizabeth Dogood, an electrical engineer who were part of the team. Talk about high-achieving women. High-performance hockey in WA has had a long and successful history. Hockey Australia's high-performance program has been at Curtin University since 1984. The program's contract was due to expire in 2024. There was not a guarantee that the program would stay in WA. In December 2022, the West Australian State Government and Hockey WA were successful in their bid to keep the program in Perth and in my electorate of Swan. This bid was one of the biggest investments in Olympic sport history. The $135 million bid will transform the current facilities at Curtin University into a world-class, purpose-built Australian hockey centre with 3 international hockey pitches, a specialist goalkeeper training facility, an indoor hockey centre and a gym. These facilities will be used by our national field hockey teams, the Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras, and help support them in climbing the ranks. These new facilities are a win for all hockey players in my electorate, and really the whole of Australia. I note that at the 2022 Birmingham Commonwealth Games, the Hockeyroos won a silver medal, and the Kookaburras won not their 5th or their 6th, but their 7th consecutive gold medal. I wish to congratulate some Swan locals that were a part of this achievement. Jocelyn Bartman, Jane Ann Claxton, Amy Lawton, Caitlin Nobbs, Carrie Somerville, Matthew Dawson, Jake Harvey and Jeremy Hayward for their stellar performance in representing Australia in field hockey games. This is a significant achievement, and I hope that the investment into the Centre of Excellence will allow Hockey Australia to sharpen their skills through this new world-class training environment, but hopefully they'll still wear their shin pads. To quote Hockey Australia's CEO, David Pearls, he believes that this centre would be the best hockey facility in the world. Very fitting for one of the best teams in the world, and certainly the best in the Commonwealth. I would like to recognise the advocacy efforts of the State Member for Victoria Park, Hannah Beasley, and the Honourable David Templeman, State Minister for Sport and Recreation. And from one hockey player to another, I'd also like to acknowledge the advocacy work from star goalie, the very talented member for Brand, the Honourable Madeleine King, Minister for Resources. Sporting clubs are an integral part of building community. Club rooms have become second homes for many, and those connections bridge cultural divides and builds lifelong friendships. It's also a place where people learn to build and work in teams, and often in the school environment we see that people operate on an individual level, but the truth is in the real world, in the workplace, in the parliament, we work in teams, and teams is a wonderful way to learn how to work collaboratively, have each other's backs, but also celebrate the wins, but also work through some of the challenges as well. I am pleased that this hockey facility will also be used for the wider community. So as much as this is an investment into elite teams for Australian field hockey, it's also an investment in community sports and hockey clubs throughout metropolitan area. The other thing that I hope is that this will inspire more kids to pick up a hockey stick and to give hockey a go, and occasionally you might get whacked with a ball, but it makes you tougher and it's a really, really fun game. And the thing that I'm hoping is that in the heart of Swan that there'll be a little girl or a little boy that recognises that they could have a role in representing our national teams and maybe become an Olympic gold medal winner. Thank you.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Monday, 6 March 2023 at 10 a.m.